May Triple Gem bless you all. We'll start this phone discussion today. There's no much friends joined today, so I'll start the discussion. So we worship our Advance, and we always talk about this no self dhamma. I actually heard today morning Advance's sermon, which was very beautiful, and I think everyone should listen to the part he was talking about how this perception is not actually existing, and it can be scary to actually understand this in the beginning, but once you get hold of it, once you get used to that, it will be okay. And I can say the topic also that in this Zoom discussion today, that it's all about, does a thought exist? I can see Surangika has joined as well. Not sure whether she's in a position to talk, but did you listen to today morning Zoom discussion by any chance, Surangika?
Everyone සන්නයි Dr. Kokila, homage to Buddothpado and Mahansa. Yes, Dr. Kokila, I agree with you. That was exceptional, I mean, as always, but exceptionally enlightening talk, isn't it, by R.N. Mahansa about perception in anger.
That was
in
so
an
beautiful.
anger. Exactly.
And we can elaborate on that. It was so beautiful. I mean, if someone has not listened to that, I would, invite if someone can understand Sinhala language. It is very, very nice. I invite everyone to listen to that, but we'll try to give it in this English language as well. And we'll try our best. I mean, we are not that best in communication as like our advances sometimes. But he was talking so beautifully about how none of these perceptions are true, and that was groundbreaking, I would say. I mean, we know all this. I mean, definitely you can't really feel the non-vibration if you don't understand this. But I think it will open up everyone's curiosity to understand this, how the perception, even if we think about Dhamma, we have talked about this a lot, isn't it?
Yes.
Surangika, what do you think? How did you get it? How can you explain in your words how you got it? Because sometimes we get different aspects, like, yeah. So I think it's really beautiful to talk about that today.
Yes, so I can't actually recall the start of the question that was raised, but
that's okay.
Definitely
Yeah.
the question was around sanya or perception, and I think I can't remember actually. So I think they were basically, I think essentially they wanted to know that if something is telepathizing in this very moment, say, the person has learned to do something, say, last year or something, and then a thought occurs for it to happen now, or I don't know whether it was a smell. Maybe it was a smell, I think. And when there is a smell, automatically it telepathizes that smell came from, I don't know, now I'm hypothesizing, a smell occurred from maybe a flower or something, a fragrance. And then the question was, so if that fragrance came as the fragrance of jasmine now, and if it is, the past perception becoming the new perception.
Yeah, actually now I remembered, because I was trying to understand what you're trying to say. Now I remembered when you said that. Actually, she was asking, Vishnu was asking, Aranvansa, we can think about a fragrance and we know it is a sanya, but when when actually it is happening, isn't that again the same thing that is happening? And
Yeah, isn't it
Aranavan say
again a
very beautifully,
perception? Isn't it? That's
yes,
what he
yes.
said. Yeah.
And because, you know, the same thing you have asked again and again, you know, like when you go near a waterfall, that you feel actually you are near the waterfall. Yeah, like you have asked the same question. And I think she asked it in a different aspect, like with the smell, because the the alive feel we get when we are actually exposed to something, that was beautifully explained by Aran. So you can continue. I just remembered the scenario. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I kind of think it's slightly different, but anyway, let me elaborate a little bit. So the example that we've spoken of several times in these English Zoom discussions was, I suppose it's good for our listeners to get two different
No,
aspects, and both
Aran
are.
quote it in Aran talked in a slightly different angle.
Yes, it wasn't the exact thing that we.
Question is similar because Krishna was asking, actually, if I'm now getting the smell, but when you think about it, it is a different thing. But because you know, then it is a perception anyway, that it's not real. But then actually, when you are exposed to it, isn't it the same, Arana? She was telling the same thing. She understood that, but she was elaborating on that too. Arana quoted
Um,
really nicely.
well, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Hogla. I thought she asked. I thought she asked something like, okay, there was a smell now, and she recognized it to be something. And then, of course, we know that the past perception is the new perception telepathizing in this moment to give her the name, for example, Jasmine. But then she said that very first perception, which synchronized or telepathized to this moment, when that very first perception had to occur now for it to telepathize. So then she was saying, in that very first time that that smell occurred to her and the recognition of it as Jasmine, wasn't that
Oh,
also a
okay. Yeah,
sanya?
yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, maybe. Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
that's where
Any,
our
yeah.
advance then said that you think you're the way you are describing it, you are taking the sanya or the perception to be real. And then he started the explanation, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, that was so beautiful how
Yeah.
he started it. It was groundbreaking in that, from that very moment, how he started that, because the question was put in such a way that he felt that whatever perception is taken as true. That is the thing that we are trying to say. Whatever you know, we have talked about this in different ways. Any perception in the word any, even the word we are talking now, any perception, it includes everything. Then when we kind of feel it, it's kind of you know, like makes our, you know, the whole thing to like have a like a shock like thing, because to be in such a mirage, to be engulfed in such a mirage, isn't it?
Yeah. And you don't realize it when Aranwanse gives an explanation almost, minute by minute, or incident by incident, or fraction by fraction of every movement, every action that is being taken is based on a perception, isn't it?
Mm.
Starting from that traffic light signal. And I suppose you also recall Dr. Kokila, he has explained the traffic light. And there was a talk, I think maybe even a year ago, maybe, of why do we stop when the traffic light goes red? What makes it? What makes the action? What makes the body react, or the actions react to the color red? And how did we associate the color red with stop? Isn't it? How did that
Mm.
perception come about? I remember him explaining that also. That was also a bit of a groundbreaking revelation a few
And
years ago.
even stand up, stop, sit down, sleep, all these actions are a perception. And when you say breathe or walk, they are all perception. So this, you can't get around this in our, like, we have like a very narrow-minded way of looking at these things. We have to really widen our horizons to understand what Aranhanse is saying, isn't it?
Yes, and I mean, it's just a case of the way the human being gets accustomed to all these, as if, they don't realize that these are all as a result of various perceptions that have then, the volitional formation, the Apasankarana has happened to a certain extent. And then they have become so ingrained that it is being done. I think yesterday or day before we talked about Chitta Rupa or mental objects.
And I will just remind you, for this discussion's sake, another point that he highlighted, I thought was so beautiful, was actually that the perception that we have, that these are there. You know, how did he say?
Even that perception is a perception.
Is a perception, yeah. That is the thing, itta sanya, actually. I mean,
exactly.
he told that in a different way. Yeah. And even atma sanya, the perception of self, is the same thing. We talked about this a lot of the time. But I thought that his wording so matched so nicely that it was so beautiful. That particular moment, the explanation was so good. I mean, because we try to tell these things. We actually talk about these things, but I couldn't. I mean, I was so mesmerized about the way it came out. I mean, it was so beautiful to understand. This is the way to understand the self vibration, actually, self perception, because self perception is similar to every other perception. To understand this, and like, even understanding this, let alone feeling this. I mean, feeling this is the challenge, yes, but at least understanding is I think paving way to the become the tree. We say Lord Buddha has said, tree, if a tree is slanting towards the river, it will definitely fall to the river, isn't it? Like, at least if someone can wrap around this idea, how this dream, even the dream of the light, dream of the sound, dream of the touch, whatever we feel, even for Vedana, this can be taken as the same example. He talked about that in the end kind of thing, that how Penapin Dupa,
Pinapindupa Rupang, yeah.
And how these things are the same way. The Vedana is the just before thing before perception. Vedana is, what is the
sensation?
Vedana? Sensation. So all these sensations are constructs, sankata. And
because of the speed. Otherwise, there's nothing.
No. And the beauty is, the Lord Buddha has told, if someone understands this, the sensation properly, that is going all through to the, like, Nibbana. That means the Vedananupassana. Somewhere I have heard, like, Vedananupassana goes in directly towards an arahant. That means the path is there. So the understanding that all these are constructs, like whatever. Even if I say whatever, that has some meaning, kind of. But when we voice anything, I mean, because of this, Aranwansi was saying, even Dhamma has to be understood in such a way after some level. Usually, when we understand that actually outside is just a perception in this system, a lot of the defilements are really, hard. But then when we understand even these, none of these perceptions are true. They are all constructs. What is there to? There's nothing. There's nothing. It's as if you don't have any sensory organ, isn't it? Because
Yeah.
you have sensory organs, that's why you get the sensation. And whatever all these five things are actually one thing. No, why Lord Buddha has explained these five things is to for someone to actually understand that this is a he has actually broken down this this the consciousness, because finally what happens is the consciousness. But he has broken this down so the sake of understanding that it is the rapid vibration, how this vibration occurs, because you have to feel it, you have to have a kind of a perception, then it has to happen so many times very fast for that to feel like it is there. That is what Lord Buddha was explaining. So none of these things are actually true, even though this is an example, or like a way to what do you call it, like not a protocol, like a pattern to understand this. It's a simile kind of thing, isn't it?
Yeah, and the other thing he was saying was a key point was the basic fundamental feature of sanya or perception is those are subject to evolution or evolving. Evolving meaning viparinama. Sanya
Yeah.
viparinama. So that
Yes.
itself, so can you even take that perception to be real? Because that was also a point, the key point that he was trying to make. I think he gave an example of if the face is slightly, if the mouth is curling upwards, we call that person to be having happy thoughts. If the, you know how even we draw just a picture on a very basic picture on a piece of paper and we draw a smiling face and a unsmiling face.
And how
And
many
then,
times all these actors are actually unhappy but having a smiley face?
yes, exactly. And then, you know, one hand up means, or, you know, you make a gesture and that gesture means to come. And you make another gesture with the hand means that means, okay, go away, or it's okay, you can now go, kind of thing, like getting dismissed. So how did this, one flick is another sanya or perception, another flick of the hand is a different perception. The facial expression in one way is a perception of happiness, sadness, depression, whatever you call it. So how did we even do that? Isn't that also something that the mind
Yeah.
constructed on its own, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
Every
I
facet, as you said,
still,
yes.
yes,
There is no,
um,
I mean, when he went on and on and on and said everything is like that, everything is, you take something and then that's also perception. This, you take another example, I
yes,
forgot the so many examples he gave, and he said that's also perception. This is also perception, but what was true and that you took to be real in the last moment, this moment you say it's not true because of something else. Now, isn't that also perception? And then he went to the basic consciousnesses and he said
yes,
the light is also a perception. But then what you mentioned a few minutes ago, the fact that the light is there is also a perception. But then we know
mm,
that in the perception of light, there is no light. In the perception of sound, there is no sound. Then so too, if you have the existence of light as a perception, then that perception of existence too, isn't that also not real? And then he said that if all these perceptions came about through vibration, and this perception is subject to evolution, subject to being evolved, subject to changing constantly, can any perception be taken to be real? And if every perception arose from a vibration, and these perceptions, whatever perception comes about, is not real and they stem from a vibration, then can you actually consider any vibration to
Yeah.
be real, and if every vibration is not real, then can you not think that it is only non-self vibration that is non-vibration, or non-self vibration that is the only thing that is stable?
Yeah. It was so beautiful.
That was amazing.
That was so amazing. As soon as I heard how he started saying that, oh, that means you have taken the perception as real. I kind of felt, oh, now, and actually it went on the most groundbreaking way, and it is. I mean, I felt as um, everyone in this world. I mean, I know it won't happen, but I felt everyone in this world, any human, should hear this bit. I mean, I know, no, I mean, not everyone will understand this, but at least, someone who might feel this would be there. I mean, it is so beautiful if someone can actually get around this idea, what Haramansa is trying to say, because I'm kind of almost sure no one talks about this consciousness at all. No one. They they kind of have no idea. And for all of the physicists, all of the um, scientists, the basic they know is the consciousness. And to say that there's nothing like that is groundbreaking, isn't it, Suranika? I mean,
Yeah.
how
I
can
mean,
one say that?
yeah. It's and I think you're quite right, Dr. Kugler. If anybody is fortunate enough to listen to it, they might not have even heard of Buddothpado talks before. But just listening to this talk on its own, you don't even need to know the history of Buddothpado
No,
discourses. You don't need to
no.
know anything of that sort. This is basic. Everybody knows about. I mean, even in the Western style, basic
Yes.
English language perception alone is enough to kind of get some semblance of, oh my God, kind of feeling, right? That
Yeah.
what are we doing with all this type of thing? Because it was so simple that it was, I mean, it's for people who are ready to listen to something like that. I think there's enough to grasp for them to,
Yes. Yes.
yeah.
I wish everyone would feel this. Actually, we would try to tell that again in more because we are actually having so much gratitude for our Ramhanse for revealing these things to the humankind. But I will try to tell that again. So it is all about perception. Friends, if you can understand, try and understand this. So living is actually uh, all about perceptions. So we kind of pass from one, not we, the actually it is one stimuli to other stimuli. That is what is we call living. And in the living, when we live, it is actually perception. So perception is keep changing. So the perception happening very fast, it would feel like it is happening here, and it would give you the feel of like consciousness. It can be related to the light, it can be related to the um, sound, it can be related to your the feel in the skin, it can be um, temperature, hardness, uh, liquid liquidity liquidity, kind of these things that can be felt in the skin of a human being. And all about the tongue, where you can feel the taste, and all about the nose, where you can feel the smell. So these are the five basic sensory organs a human could have. There's nothing more. But when these things occur, we even we even have no idea that these things are actually just perceptions, because when light happens, we feel it as a real something happening, that we feel it as a real thing. And that real thing, that when we feel that it as a real thing, there is a consciousness, we feel that we are conscious. How does that happen? The consciousness do occur due to the fast vibration of the sensory organs, yes. But then, why do we feel that we are conscious? And when it is not there, we call the other person is unconscious. So how do we say this? How on earth this whole phenomena of my mind has come? How did this happen? And in the way we to understand, when we try to understand this whole phenomena of perception should be understood, must be understood to understand why the self-perception is so important. How did this self-thought is so engraved? Because self-perception is a thing. How self-perception is a thing is because we we feel as existing because of the feel of existence that happen in the sensory main 5 organs. So when the sensory organs uh, work, it gives a perception, yes, but the actual groundbreaking part is light, which is a perception. Is it actually there? It is not. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? I have talked about this before, like in a, when you are actually inside a long, big tunnel, we have a perception of darkness. But if you are in a like a open area with sun, we have a perception of light. But then, is something actually there? Because if there's another animal who has night vision, that night vision animal can't feel it, because the person now is in the open area feeling the sunlight, so having light, the perception of the light is there, but the actual the animal with the night vision is also there in the same place, same moment, but that animal can't feel the light. So what does that mean? That means this is actually not a thing happening here. It is a perception. And when a perception is there, it can appear at any time. It can appear when you are even thinking about the tunnel, it will be there. But even if you are inside the tunnel, it will be there. And how did the darkness is a perception. Light is a perception. Smell is a perception. What smell? It can be, even if you're thinking about something like jasmine, that is a mind perception. Why? Because you never smell jasmine anyway. That actually can be understood, because not easy, but it is somewhat clearer than usually, because we know the smell didn't have the jasmine anyway. We called it jasmine. That part is a bit easy. This Manovinyani part, he actually talked about that too today. Like that, how this mind sensor works. He elaborated on that really nicely. Mind sensor has the jasmine. Mind sensor has the, but roses. But when it comes to actual smell, even that is a perception. That is even not true. Why? Because it's just a production of volitional information or sankhara, or due to the speed of the vibration of the nose only you can feel this perception. So it's not true. It's not true. And the problem is these all the things that are not true is happening, yes, because of the ignorance. We kind of, any animal, not only humans, any animal, any being actually feels as existing. And this brings another problem, another new, not new, actually this is old, this self-perception. That when things happen, when the consciousness is happening, it can be just one organ. Because we always talk about this worm. Worm has only kind of one sensory organ. So even with that one, just one sensory organ, you get the kind of one type of perception or two types of perception, because you can, with the skin, you can feel the liquidity, the temperature and all that. So there can be two types of perceptions there. So, but these perceptions, that animal have no power, no way to understand that these perceptions are actually perceptions. Just perceptions, which are not true. They are just constructs. This word constructs is so important to understand that none of these perceptions are true. So whatever the basic smell with no mind consciousness attached to it, even that is just a perception. Just due to rapid vibration, you feel something is happening here. And that one, when it happens, you get a new kind of perception that it is there. That is the feel of existence. And that's another perception. And is that there? No. And this evolves into self-perception. Is that there? No, it is not there. So whatever we believe in, that me, I, me, mine, is that true? This thought is based on what is actually not there. So what can we base on? So there's nothing. So is this something to be sad about? No, this is something which we feel so happy about, actually trying and understand how there is no self. There's no self. There is evolution of sensory organs. Yes, there is some perceptions. Yes, there is some sensations. Yes, there is some consciousness. Yes, there is some volitional information. Yes, but is there a self here? Is it actually existing? No, there's no existence. Even though you feel it as like that, it's only the sensory organ, isn't it? Surangika, do you want to add something anymore? I think it's so.
Yeah, in one of the old talks, also I remember he said, sometimes you can't even, I mean, it's the angle in which you look at it and the way you explain, depending on the question also. But at a certain point also, he said that, you can't really say that it's not there. You can't
No.
say it's there, neither can you say it's not there.
Yeah.
Because you can't go to any extreme, isn't it?
Yeah, actually they are there. The sensation is there now. Because you can't really say sensation is not there, but the sensory function is there, yes. But it's a construct. And when we know this, what happens is the value, that feel of existence that we had, the value we have given, because what dissolves is this ignorance, isn't it?
Yeah.
What dissolves is ignorance, nothing else. And when the ignorance is not there, it's okay. Let alone the sensation to happen, let alone the consciousness to happen, let alone the perception to be there. There's no problem. So none of these things are problematic. It's only understanding. There's nothing to be like taken to be granted for. Like actually, there's nothing there. But someone looking at this in a different angle might feel depressed. If you feel depressed, that is because you're actually thinking with yourself in it. That's where people feel a bit, hazy sometimes. When you listen to someone like this, you might be like, oh, okay, so is there nothing? Oh my god, what am I going to do? like that kind of attitude, that is because you are actually still in that mindset that I am here and that I'm I'm going to be useless. No, that's not what we are saying. That, that what we are trying to say is this I me mine is a baseless thought, and the base was the perception, which is actually again baseless because there's it's not actually perception is just a construct. We can't say it is not there, but it is a construct. It is a construct means there's no actual basing because it happens when you taken when you feel when you know that it is a construct. Actually, the power which runs this whole samsaric journey is going to get reduced. Definitely going to get reduced. 100%. There's no problem in that. And Lord Buddha has guaranteed if someone feels this, someone actually feels this, that these perceptions are actually what is left is just um, the rapid vibration of the sensory organ. The the whole, I think we have to elaborate on here much bit more on how light you might feel with understanding this, because if someone is feeling so concerned about this, then that means you are with the view, self view. But if someone actually has broken the self view, you will feel much lighter, much happier, not in a sensual world way, in a very different way. So because this so much burden you had, thinking that I'm here, I'm there, I have to do these things, I am the one who is suffering, I am the one who is happy, the whole thing breaks down. And the more you understand that perceptions are actually just constructs, the lightness you might feel, the tranquility you might feel is unbelievable. You can't even fight about it, like have an argument about it, because it's something to be felt. And if you feel it, you definitely is is going to um, understand how lack of suffering is, or zero suffering, how it feels. That's the moment you feel the non-vibration. There's no zero suffering. Zero suffering means zero self vibration. So this is the beauty of this Dharma. You can add something, Shrangika?
Yes, sir. So I think understanding those sensors, because as you said, Dr. Kokila, depending on what stage a person is on the path, there can be that initial sense for a person who hasn't listened to it much or really understood the Dhamma. They can take it to mean or have a bit of a defeatist attitude, isn't it? Saying, oh, then what's the point in living? What's the point in having a house? What's the point in the family and this and that? And we have heard even on the Zoom talk and with our experiences as well, depending on what stage one is on the path, you can get this feeling as if, all this is useless and, job is useless, this is useless, that is useless. And then there is a time where one wants to get away from all this because, I mean, to that extent, there is an understanding that these things are not going to, these things are just perceptions and ultimately they don't mean anything. And everything is a construct, so on and so forth. So then what they want is they want to kind of, they get so disgusted, probably so depressed not in a conventional depression kind of thing, but at least just depressed about all these being just sanya and everything is a construct, that they want to leave everything and go to a monastery or go somewhere to the jungle and lead a monastic life. So that also is a stage. And I think we've heard Naren was explaining to people like that so many times on the Zoom, That's of course, that's just a stage. There is a stage where one gets a bit fed up of everything, but that too will pass. And the more one understands the true Dhamma, then and actually links up the fact that because there is no such thing and everything is a construct, so too does the self-perception. That because in that early example, there will still remain a person who is disgusted, isn't it? A person who's still depressed, a person who still wants to get away and understand the liberation quickly, or get to the liberation quickly, or get away from the family obligations, because that person will think these things are tying me down to samsara, these things are making my journey to nirvana longer, harder, and so on. So then to that extent those things have become real. So that too, there's not much to worry about, but because that is also a stage one has to pass. And then, so as the progression happens with the true Dhamma getting more and more understood, or gets clarified, one then goes beyond that point and understands that if there is no self even here, there comes that inner transformation and the lightness, as you said, Dr. Pokira, because it is, as you said, the first time you said that when you heard that this whole self-perception is a lie, this whole self-perception is a facade, how relieved and, how you felt about it. So when one kind of gains that understanding that if there is no thing, then so too chakung nichang vanichang bante, and so on, and then anatma, is there a atma here or not? And then one comes to the understanding that there is no self. It was always just a misconception alone and nothing else. Then with that comes the liberation, isn't it? With that comes that lightness, and that lightness only increases through that awakening in the different stages of awakening that we hear of, starting from the stream enterer, but right from the very beginning, when we talk about ignorance, it is ignorance that is getting faded little by little. I mean, if we think about the 10 fetters, though there is ignorance like
Actually,
that.
10 fetters also feed each other because of the ignorance, there was mana udacha. I don't know the English words for that, but they feed each other as well. Like they feed the top one, like the below one feeds the top one, because you have to have the liking for formless that is in the basic consciousness level now. So that you feel that it is there, then you feel like maintaining that, and then that leads to actually to have the form level, and form level, that is the dream level or the thought level. The thought level, then there is a desire to maintain that level. Then when you try to maintain that level, then it comes to the sensual level, because now you have son, daughter, mother, father, family, job, trying to kind of, you feel like they are out there and I'm trying to, I need them to survive, kind of thing. And this feeds, this goes on feeding. And
because it is those, if we come back to perceptions, it is through ignorance right from the beginning. Right from the beginning,
yeah.
It's ignorance that is getting cleared away, isn't it? And
in that rapid talk, even Aranahanse told one or two sentences about that too, like the Paticsamuppada. It was so beautiful that he put kind of everything everywhere in that talk. Even Paticsamuppada, he discussed how avidya starts this original formation and goes on and on, how this happens, but and he also talked about how the main 5 sensory organs function, and also that leads to the mind, the formation of mind, and then in that how this complete thing keeps happening again. And it's so beautiful to hear. I mean, I think Sinhala people who can listen to Sinhala language is so So lucky that they can actually listen to that and understand, isn't it, Surangika?
Yeah, I think it's becomes it's I think it's very inspiring in Sinhalese. I think I'm sure probably we might be biased, but there is something in the Sinhalese language that is able to, and even the noble spiritual teacher and Vansa also explains this that there is something in that language which kind of is able to give them true meaning
Yes,
of
yes,
the Buddha's word and the essence of the essence of his teachings, and
yes.
it
Even
not
the
only
same talk,
yeah.
it if it was transferred translated to English, it might not look as that beautiful.
Exactly,
The
yes. So
yeah,
it has that thing. I mean, even the Pali words, and even without the Pali words, the simplistic nature of the words, and also there is some kind of directness also in the Sinhalese language, which,
directness.
yeah,
Yeah,
which I mean, and that is even manifested through Aran Mahansa's teachings, the way he speaks to us, the way his conduct, and so on as well. That directness as well as the compassion, everything is there, and even whilst words are only words, and words we have always been told not to be hung up on words. Still, in order to give that meaning across to the followers and for them to be able to take that and really do the vidarshana, really do that penetrative insight, that language helps. But of course, that's not anything to get discouraged for our English speaking listeners. What we are trying to do is trying to give it to in simplistic terms as much as possible, through this, even this word perception that we used here,
yeah,
through understanding these five aggregates and how this perception has driven this whole existence is the crux of
existence. Yeah,
the crux of our advances discourse this morning. And if we think about it, I mean, if you ask someone to describe themselves, they will say, I am so and so's daughter, or I am so and so, my father is so and so, or I live in this big house, or I have this job, I have a car, I have a wife and family, or I'm from this caste system, or I'm from Sri Lanka, or I have, can that person ever say anything which is not connected to something else?
yeah,
Isn't it? It's amazing. And then how did and then you turn to the Dhamma, and then you say, if that is not there, then are you here? It must be sati idang hoti. If that is there, then this is
yeah,
here.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's I mean, I think words are not good enough to give this sensation. So I think the best thing is for you to feel this. I know there is a challenge in feeling this, but at least understanding this bit is so beautiful for you to actually feel relieved, as we said, like because we had such a drama, like to like look after myself, safeguard yourself, like myself, safeguard, or kind of, so many things, like so many things, the what are the other words we can use, Surangika? So many things that we try to avoid happening, or because we don't like it, kind of, I don't like it, um, or I like it, in the other way around, I like it. So there's so many things revolving around the same, that phenomenon of I,
Yeah.
and we even didn't know what we are talking about.
Yeah. And we have, through that ignorance, not only cast this personality and persona and I self here, and revolving around that is the I need something to be this way, or I want this to be this way, or this chair should be like this, or this is my plate, this is my cup, and if somebody uses that cup, then I remember somebody saying to you on one of the other Zooms, Zoom discussions. He had gone and stayed with some friends, and everybody had put their clothes into the washing machine. And there was a sense of aversion, slight aversion that went through his mind at that point. So, even these little things, it doesn't have to be even that. Even in your day-to-day activities, if you don't want something like this or something like that, everything is something. Everything is a drushti. Everything is there is a concept that something has to be done this way, this has to be done this way, and so on and so forth. If we think about our day, you can imagine millions and millions of things.
Yes.
That is a fixated idea or a perception of things revolving around the self, isn't it?
Yeah, that is the self-perception actually. So this self-perception, what we keep understanding is self-perception itself is a mirage. And then when we keep understanding this, the power is going to die down anyway. This power, because the power is which is driving this force. So the power, what is the power? Power is the power which actually give fuel to this samsaric journey. And that is a bit that no one can actually understand, but one can understand this moment. If someone understands this moment, then you will understand how it is linked to the next moment. If so, if this moment is not true, how can the next moment be true? But then
Yes,
if
that's right.
this but we want to maintain the next moment. That's why we don't want to die. Even the worm doesn't want to die. Kind of wants to maintain that feel, whatever the feel, it doesn't matter. Even the in Lord Buddha's time, we talk about this niri. I don't know what to say in English, but niri sattva. In that sense, they kind of describe it as fire. In fire, kind of the organism is in the fire. But then when we talk about that, even that organism doesn't want to do anything
doesn't
about
want
that.
to die or whatever.
Yeah, that vibration, it would like it to continue because that's all they know. The perception of being perception of existence, perception of existence is giving this trouble. How did this happen? Is because of a vibration which actually is there. This vibration to become so. How would this vibration come to zero? Is this ignorance? When the
Is the
ignorance
understanding,
is when the ignorance is not there, in the sense when you actually understand the science of this, the wisdom, actual wisdom is about science of this, how a mirage actually kept us driving. Mirage usually drives all the deer to the water. They keep walking thinking that water would be there, and they die on the way. And the same way, humans, all the beings, there is a driving force.
Yes, I think we discussed it a little bit yesterday or day before also about the self-propelling nature of the vibration, isn't it?
Yeah, that driving force is due to the ignorance.
Continues to bind each other like a glue, and unknowingly, there is a getting caught up in it, isn't it? It's like a vortex. The
It's all due
bummer
to
kind of
ignorance,
thing,
though.
the turning top thing, which creates
Yeah.
its power while spinning.
Yeah, but when a noble friend is telling this, there's like you break. You suddenly break because they kind of this break is the beginning of the path, I think, because you turn. Kind of you just break and then slowly you turn, and there's no turning back again if you actually feel the non-vibration. Because because this propelling was due to ignorance. And when ignorance is actually, there is a fight between the wisdom and the ignorance. And when the wisdom is there, when you understand, when the ignorance is getting weaker and weaker, in the sense you understand the science of this, how every being is having the power because of not knowing this science of uh, perception or sensation or volitional information or consciousness, because everything is actually one. It's all about the stimulus. So this stimulus, because of the stimulus is felt, there's a sensation, it is felt as a thing. The perception is felt as a thing, because we don't know. No one knows. No one knows. Lord Buddha understood by himself, and after that, all the Dhamma is all about this understanding that how this mirage is actually fueling this power. Ignorance is fueling this power. Ignorance fuels the self vibration. It's vice versa. Ignorance fuels the self-perception. Self-perception fuels the ignorance. It's a cycle, isn't it? Actually, it has been told the what is the reason for ignorance, someone asked, and Lord Buddha said it's ashram. So I think I'm correct in because I don't know what to say in English for ashram, but we kind of in do you remember that, Suranka? The how to say
no,
that?
not the exact sutra or anything.
No, in the sense, what is the word for astrava? Do we know?
Zygote thing.
No, astrava, not the astrava.
Oh, sorry, astrava is the cankers or taints.
Yeah, yeah. So the it is a cycle. So this fuels the ignorance fuels the non-vibration. Yes, but ignorance fuels the vibration, self-vibration, and self-vibration fuels the ignorance again. So it's a cycle, never ends. And this one is broken through the only in a human being this will happen. And even in a human being, not all the human beings who can hear this Dhamma this will happen, and not all who hears this Dhamma will that happen in someone who can actually sense the non-vibration would this happen. So it is so beautiful, this Dhamma, how this fueling occurs, how ignorance fuels this whole thing, for us to keep feeling that everything, as a real thing. And what Aranon said today morning, that sermon was so enlightening. Actually, in that, what he said about this ittasanya, or some perception of
existence.
Existence, even that is not true. And perception of being alive, that is not true. And when we keep understanding this, how like you should feel, and if you actually feel this, how enlightening would that be, even for a moment? I mean, it doesn't matter whether you haven't become of it. It doesn't matter. Just feel it for a moment and see how beautiful that is, and how nice it would be to feel that without the burning. It would be just the perception. You become the perception. Yes, in the sense the self-perception is not there, then it would be just a sound, and you become the sound. And then when actually this respiration stops, or this whatever the time, the breathing, or we call it breathing, but it is again another perception. But when this system breaks down, that is the only thing that is going to be there. There is no power left to vibrate anywhere else, to synchronize to any uh, vibration in a cycle. That is the beauty of this Dhamma. And yeah, I think I don't think we do any justice by talking about this. I mean, we try to do some justice by talking, and we try our hard, but sometimes it's difficult. But anyway, it is so beautiful. We invite everyone to listen to today morning. It was at 5 a.m. He joined, Aranwasi joined in kind of the end part, and because of the question, and he went on to talk about this perception and this exceptional discussion. So
yeah, the other part was, he also talked about the dream and what the things we see in dreams. I mean, can you catch it? No, can you feel as if you really heard things in the dream. You really went, you ran,
yeah,
you jumped, you did all these things, but weren't all those a perception. And then he said, what's the difference between that and the real world, as you call it? And so isn't that then a similar dream as well? And then, if you talk about the usual example of the mirror, and then he, I think, also talked about the perception is the mirage, the penapindupamang rupang, and then the perception is akin to a mirage. And he also said that, if you know that there is water, the mirage of water occurring, do you take a bucket of water, a pail, and go to bring water from the mirage? You don't, right? Because you've understood what it is. And if that's a very, very conventional thing that society can understand, we all see it, we all learn it in school, all that kind of thing. You know that the shimmering of water that you see in a distance in a very sunny day is not water. Are you going to run there with the bucket to fill the bucket? No, you don't. Same thing with the mirror. Are you going to reach into the mirror and pluck something out? No, you don't. So the essence of this Dhamma also is that I think sometimes people want everything to be very in plain sight. People can't, it's difficult. Nobody's saying it's easy. And Aranwansi also says that, look, it is a Dhamma that has to be understood through wisdom. It is something that prajna has to be applied. It is not something that can be understood by using one's sense faculties, because it is not it's not something like that. It is through wisdom and wisdom alone, through the understanding, through listening to Dhamma, through the sota aspect of it, the hearing of it only, not through meditation, not through concentration. Meditation can one gain the understanding, and it is understanding alone, not something that you can touch and feel and say this is the Dhamma. That is not the way. The feel comes later. But it is that understanding first that will then make that wisdom arise from within, isn't it? And I think also just a note to say that both of us have talked very animatedly during this Zoom discussion. So potentially someone can even misunderstand, thinking that we have made everything a thing. And every talk and every
not
word
really,
not really, and it is something that is difficult to convey, that however much animatedly one can speak. We have heard of Aranwansa really joking, really laughing with our mothers in the Zoom the last few days, where he's been going around the country, how he talks so lovingly, compassionately to our old mothers and fathers, and all that, but he himself has said it. Is there anything that is getting perturbed from within? No, there isn't. That
There
unshaken
isn't.
super awareness remains unshaken. So it is not something, as you said, Dr. Pokira, that that we can or anyone can convince a listener. If that listener also follows the Dhamma, understands it, achieves that liberation gradually whilst on the path, then that person is able to feel that awakening and feel through the Sandittika come and see, will understand that however animatedly one can speak, however jokingly one can speak, that doesn't necessarily become a thing, isn't it?
Yes, 100%. And it is so beautiful to feel that if another human being, kind of only human beings can actually understand this Dhamma. So any human being, doesn't matter who that is, any human being, if that human being can actually feel this and feel the non-vibration, that would be the task that is left to anyone who is understanding this Dhamma. And we try to convey this message to our maximum so that any human being close to the non-vibration may hear this and may understand this and may touch the non-vibration. That is all we can do, and we try our best to do that. And um, we try to actually make this interesting. We try to make this you know um, you know kind of because otherwise no one would like to actually listen to something boring. But if we are actually able to um, catch your mind, or
Your attention, yeah.
catch your attention, and that would change your life forever. Such the tranquility or the super happiness, or because I don't have a word to say the sukha, I'm saying it in a different language, trying to say it in a different language. This is nothing compared to the happiness we know from eating what you like, drinking what you like, living with someone you like, or having some money, or being able to go somewhere when you want to go somewhere. Not that happiness. This is there when you are dying. This is there when you are having a calamity. This is there when you are waking up. This is there when you are sleeping. This is there everywhere. And that is the beauty of Dhamma. This is something you can feel, and we keep reiterating this is something achievable. If you want, in that sense, when we say the word achievable, you might say, oh, is there someone to achieve that? No, actually no. But this is something you can become. The non-vibration is out there. You can synchronize to that. To synchronize to that, the ignorance should be actually dealt with. So that this Dhamma will deal with the ignorance very beautifully. And we can only invite everyone to listen to this Dhamma and understand this Dhamma. And that's all our task would be that, and that is only, isn't it?
Yes, indeed, Dr. Pokila. And if our listeners, we may have mentioned this several times over the Zoom, we do have a couple of websites for our English-speaking listeners. There are English books and English language material as well. So one of the websites is Buddothpado-dhamma.com. And there are several English books, translations of our advances, discussions with various followers. I think about 10 English books, which are written very simply and can be easily understood. And then we also have another website called wisdomofasia.com. So we invite our listeners to go into either of those websites and have a look at the material, have a look at the talks, understand how the mind works and how the mind gets created, how this liberation of mind and liberation of body, what is all that about, what is the truth. So all these concepts and perception, as well as we talked of today, all this can be understood very lucidly, very simply through those talks. So we invite all of you to just go explore if your interest has been piqued by today's discussion. Yes,
Thank you, Sramika, for coming for discussion today. And we worship our Anwanse, and we actually pay so much homage, gratitude to our Anwanse for revealing these groundbreaking non-vibration, non-self perception, and clear right vision. And I think we'll hand over the Zoom discussion to similar 4 o'clock Zoom discussion now. Thank you so much, May. Triple Gem bless you all.
Dr. Kokila. My friends, and we worship our and
May Triple Gem bless you all. We'll start the Zoom discussion in English today. Buddothpado. We'll worship Buddothpado Aranwanse. We can continue this discussion. We talk about kind of same thing every day. It's all about the non-self angle, or how this feeling of self has happened. So if you can understand, we can discuss it in different ways, and the way we discuss it actually change in the way that we actually with whom we are talking. So how we feel this self existence, how we have developed this idea of self. No one is actually teaching us that there is self. Even the animal would know that there is you know it's an idea which occurs without anyone teaching you, because you get the perception without any teaching that there is self. So we can see Dr. Sakuntala is also here. Is it possible for you to kind of develop this into a discussion?
Yeah, yes, Dr. Kokila, yes, I was also thinking of the same topic. I mean, something around self-existence or self-feeling, how it builds up from the like a dot, like a firefly, and then it gradually sort of gets empowered, and then how the strong concept of myself becomes like a huge tree starting like as a seedling.
Mm.
We can talk on that, isn't it? Like how it starts now. The small baby has no concept about myself,
Even
and
that small baby even doesn't have a concept about anything,
yes, that's right. Yes. Uh,
nothing. It just feels.
yeah.
Uh,
And
that is the level that we are unable to feel too.
mm,
But we can, if our mind power is not that great, we might be able to actually feel the feel that we talk about, and that is the feel where the main kind of uh, how do I say, sensory organ function.
mm,
And if no one knew that it is the only thing that was there, but only Lord Buddha actually explained this, that this is ignorance is there. The ignorance is the main culprit here, that which actually is there uh, until the vibration is gone, and the self vibration is not there. But what actually that means is that now we can't say that actually that's the thing, we it's not actually there is one vibration. So like this might confuse us also, so we have to be careful in when we try to say things. So it's not as it is there now. If the stimulus is taken for granted, only the the self vibration is there. That is where the ability of vibrating non-vibration, synchronizing to non-vibration has become a possibility. So this possibility was found by Lord Buddha, and we worship Lord Buddha for that great thing, because it's such a difficult thing to understand by oneself. But here, when we hear this Dhamma, we understand. Okay, the baby didn't have any problem of self thought or any thought in that sentence. But the thing is that uh, the a bunch of cells, or we can call it body, actually had the feel. And it could be in the form of the eye, it could be in the form of the ear, it could be form of the tongue or the nose or the chin. Doesn't matter what form, but at one particular point, it's only the stimulus is starting from only one of them. They can't coexist. But what actually happens is later, when all the sensory organs are developing, they co-vibrate kind of. When they vibrate together, because it happens so quick, there is new kind of vibration. That is what is called mind. And we know all about the mind because we are already in our mind. So the mind is full of things, you know, from toy to, from mother, from father, from sister, brother, house, home, school, toy. From that, we have like billions of, or even no, maybe not billions, but there are so many stimuli. So even sit down, stand up, those things are kind of a mental construct. Without the mental construct, you can't actually do anything. The mental construct part is the one which actually augment the state of this self vibration. When we talk about this, the main important points to understand is that one stimulus, only one stimulus in which begins from one sensory organ happens at one time. And when it is felt as a thing in different levels, it could be in the form, non-form level, and it could be the form level, or even the sensual world. Doesn't matter. Whatever the level, how much you feel it as existent, then it is going to give you that power, the self vibration, or self power, or the self perception. So that is the problem which happened. But if someone is having wisdom about this, the ignorance is going to go down, as well as that power is going to go down. Why? Because we learn that there's nothing, everything we have touched, we have, we have touched the tea, we have tree, we have touched the chair, we touched our mother, we can say like that. But when we understand that it's actually a perception in the mind only, that even the touch word, like when we say touch, in Kankamburu Sinchinoru, we say Dugina Gila touch something, like there's like a saying in Sinhala, some play where you have to run and touch something. How do you know when someone says in Sinhala, no one will do that, but if you tell that in the Sinhala English way, the English child, who talks in English might do that. And how is that? Because that perception is there. How a Sinhala child will not do it when it is told in English medium, but might do it when it is told in Sinhala medium. So this perception level in the mind is very important to understand, and actually a lot of people can understand this easily. That all the kind of everything that we thought is existing is actually in the mind. But then, is that true? That's a bit tricky to understand. Is that true? Is it actually in the mind? Then we go on to understand, how did that happen? How did the mind perception happen? How did the go and run and touch the chair, you can say. And so go, run, or run and touch the chair. And a single child might look at the person who says and just stay there, but if it is told in single language, he might do it. But what I'm trying to say is, the perception, is the perception true? The chair, is it true? Touch, is it true? Go or run, is it true? So these perceptions are actually formed with the help of these sensory organs. So it's a construct too. It's a mental construct. None of the mental constructs are true. But then there is a feel too. What do you feel then? Then if none of these things are true, why am I feeling something? You're feeling something because you didn't know that it's just a sensory function, it's just a sensory function. If you're feeling something, it is just a sensory function, nothing else. So that's how we keep changing the power, that we keep changing the understanding we have about everything that was felt, that was thought, or that was associated. Yeah, you can add more. Suranka is also here. You can continue or add something, Suranka. Maybe she is busy. Even
Yeah.
yeah.
Actually, recently I remember in one of the discussions, Aaron Wahanse, our noble friend, asked, who am I? And he was sort of asking questions from different people to, I mean, indicate where this self-feeling, where can it be localized, or can you localize or point out and say that this is where myself. Uh, so he was first talking about the body. What part of the body can you point out and say, this is myself? Now, one of the beautiful examples he was giving was that if you amputate a hand or a leg, uh, you won't call that part myself, but you will say it was my leg. Or even, I mean, the intact parts of the body. If you, even for a small child, we sometimes ask them to show where is your head. So they will say my head. In none of the occasions it's mentioned as the head is me. So it becomes automatically mine. So it is no different from the rest of the world, where we call my house, my toys, my gowns, my mother. So all becomes my, where there is ownership, but none of them are, none of them can be labeled as myself. So it's similarly the body parts also. If you take the body parts separately, none can be labeled as myself. They are all mine, belong to me, but none of them are mine. Uh, then the second question was, can you say the uh, thoughts are myself? Thoughts or your mind. Mind, in other words, mind is just a flow of thoughts, fast flowing thoughts are labeled as mind. So can you call mind is me or myself? No, again, the mind is so-called thoughts are not under control. I mean, you cannot, the system cannot control the occurrence of the thoughts, appearance of the thoughts. Uh, so then you can't call it's myself. The thoughts or the mind cannot be labeled as myself. So like that, he was sort of, then finally he came down, he pointed out when this system is in function, that means when the sensors are uh, actively creating some stimuli, and the collective uh, vibration of the sensors is called thought, and uh, thoughts doesn't stop from there. Thoughts will create some form of a current within the system. So that current is the one which, due to the ignorance, which is labeled as myself, the the current may be going up and down depending on the stimulus. There may be high currents, there may be low currents. Now, high currents could be in the form of, we can label them as anger, sad, or happiness. Any words can be, different words can be used depending on the situation. And that current is something that the system feels. It's not a thought, it's a feel. And that current is labeled as self. Uh, And also, I remember, I think Lord Buddha also has described in one of the sutras, uh, sometimes the body is taken as me, sometimes uh, the the myself is considered as inside the body, or sometimes vice versa. The body is within myself. So, like that, in 4 ways, he has described, the Lord Buddha has described how this, due to the ignorance, how this system associates the self feeling with the physical body. Uh, so, those are the things that I wanted to add actually. And also, this self feeling is something which starts as a very tiny point when the baby is small, when the child is little by little growing. So many stimuli will add power to this self perception or this self feeling. That world, so called myself, uh, created around, or maybe you can call it the bubble, becomes stronger and stronger because so many data are added uh, every day through the stimuli from different sources, and the self feeling becomes empowered more and more and becomes very strong. So ultimately, uh, uh, whatever the stimulus which is taken as real uh, is automatically the other side, or like the other side of the coin, it's the self perception on the other side. So whatever stimulus which is taken as real, in Sinhala we say deyak kara ganima. So whenever there is something which is taken as real, automatically there is myself or the self feeling on the other side. Uh, Anything else to add, Dr. Kokila or Surangika?
Yeah, it's good. Is there anything to add, Surangika? I think she must be
She must
busy.
be at work. Yes.
Yeah.
So I think everything is centered around this, isn't it? The self-feeling is the center pole, and everything is centered around that. All the defilements, whatever uh, you can, I mean, name, everything is because there is a self. Uh, and now the defilements like clinging or aversions, all the sufferings uh, is because this misconception of self, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. When we come to a thought, one thought, just take one thought, chair or pineapple. Any of these thoughts or stimuli can actually start from any of the sensory organs. So um, someone comes to the house of a friend, and when the door is open, you might smell something, different, and without any hesitation, without any like time, if the person is fully in the functions, the sensory organs are functioning, immediately the thought is that it is pineapple. So the what you felt there is not actually touch, it's a direct form which comes, and that is where the self perception also is already there. That is That is the thing. If that is taken as a thing, no, not when someone has gone through Dhamma. I'm talking about normal person.
Yes.
So try and understand this one thought having all the features, 31 realms, because I saw the topic today in the actual the picture of this English room today was 31 planes of existence is in one thought. And that's a very beautiful thing to actually understand, because that's where we can trap, not we, any being can get trapped in any one of these things, whether it is the sensual world. Sensual world has like a lot of stages, the animals, everything. So it can be sensual world, it can be the other beings in the form world and non-form world as well. But why it is important is this human thought actually has all these levels. That's why a human can actually attain or actually synchronize to the non-vibration too, because someone has to actually understand all the three levels to vibrate to the non-vibration, or synchronize to the non-vibration. That's the most important thing. Otherwise, what happens is, just imagine someone is already in the non-form. This actually Aranwanse told in one of the recent, I can't remember whether it's even yesterday or that if someone is already in the non-form world, that person is automatically in the field, and there is no possibility for you to do even a vidarshana or think about these Dhamma points. So the actual change starts from that. It starts from that. And that's where you understand that there is no self, and then only you actually feel it. So that's the important thing to understand. It's very important to see why the human realm is so important, why the humans have this, the mind, which is great ability, and in mind, one thought has all these planes, 31 planes, or 31 realms, or 31 worlds. They are all just forms, different forms, which actually the self vibration is trapping. Whenever, whatever the level, if it's a thing, all the below levels are already has become a thing. You can't change it. If someone is in the sensual world like humans, all the form level and the non-form levels has already become a thing anyway.
Yes, and
So,
it can change from thought to thought also, isn't it?
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the beauty of this thoughts. But the thing is, even though it can change, this non-vibration has never happened before.
Yes.
So that is the thing that we try here, kind of try, and through vidarshana, through understanding of this non-self dhamma, you have to first hear this, and then you have to think about this and try and understand this. Now, after understanding, you have to, try and feel this. and try and feeling part is the important part according to Lord Buddha. Trividya is very important. What is Trividya is how you feel about your own previous perceptions or all your feelings. What happened when that whatever the thought, imagine it's a chair again or pineapple. How did the pineapple arise? And that you should kind of feel it too, not just think about it. But you have to think about it to feel. You can't just feel something you haven't thought about even. That's the thing. So this Dhamma starts from Satyajnana. And when you start feeling this, you call it Krutyajnana. You try to make it happen. Then there is relief. Like some part of the cover is gone. That is Krutajnana. But yeah, there's so many beautiful aspects that we kind of try to incorporate now. Yesterday, one of the sermons, I think Andolnath's sermon also, there was a question about something. I can't even remember now the question, but the question was actually going around theory. And that is the issue that we get, because we get engrossed in theory part of this Dhamma or not the practical part of this Dhamma, and try to think about the practical side. But it's much better if you just stop thinking about the practical side and try to practice it. How do you practice it? You just try and see whether you can feel your own, defilements. But there's a trick too. What? Because you have to understand that you have to keep putting wisdom everywhere, because due to the ignorance we have taken everything as defilements, everything as my sadness, my anger, my greediness, my everything is mine. What happens with Dhamma is there is one moment that without me, then the me, the whole view about the me, that it's a, it is me who is important, all those stuff is now no value, because that there's no me when the stimulus is not a thing. If it's not felt as a thing, you know that there's no as a feel as me. So then what happens to the defilements then? Defilements are there, but view that it is mine is not there. How good is that? It's really good. That's where you stop half of your problems. Why? Because that person, Lord Buddha says, if you have felt this, even once, if you have felt this non-vibration, you will never enter lower realms than humans. If at all, it would be humans or anything above that with some aditi. But the tricky part is when someone asks a question, and someone says, I know Dhamma, that's what happened. I know Dhamma. That person says, I know Dhamma. And then he says, how does the Suddhastika go away and this happens? that question itself shows
Mm.
that how do you say you know Dhamma? It's so tricky when we say something like that, because there's always something you don't know until you become an arahant. So you have to be very careful in when you say I know Dhamma. There's always something you don't know. That's why you are not an arahant yet. Ignorance is there until then. So yeah, these are the things. So, and also, if there is someone who has at least felt this once, that non-vibration, he definitely knows how much vibration you have. Kind of what your sasa status is, what type of blueness you have, and you know that that feel as well as you know the non-vibration feel. And non-vibration, how the sensory organs function with non-vibration, and how sensory organs work with the self-vibration. So what is about Suddhastaka there? Suddhastaka is what it's very tricky to answer all this in English, because the Suddhastaka, we don't even have an English word for that. But Suddhastaka is actually the mind, the thought. So
Yeah,
the
you have to
thought,
describe it in a sentence. I suppose there's no single word for Shuddhashtaka. Yes.
yeah. So it's just a thought. Thought has all these eight
Components.
forms in it. Eight forms in it,
Yes. Yes.
and 8 forms are from the 5 sensory organs. What are the 8 forms? It's just light, sound, taste, smell, and
Smell.
other touch. All the 4 levels of touch, and that's all. That's the 8 from. But the 8 is about the thought. And what happens to that? Nothing happens to that until you have the respiration. It will continue. That's the thing. If you know this Dhamma, and you say you know this Dhamma, and you say what happens to this, and that shows that you don't know Dhamma. That's the tricky part, and we have to be careful. Anyway, no one would say I know Dhamma until they actually become an arahant, because then only you can definitely say that there's no ignorance at all, because until such time there is something you don't know, isn't it?
Yes, I think Lord Buddha has explained the Shuddhashtaka just as a way to explain, isn't it? I mean, not that Shuddhashtaka is something existing, but
Yeah,
as a concept, Lord
to
Buddha has
understand the
taken it.
thought.
Yes,
Yeah,
to understand thought.
because
Yes.
it is true. I mean, if you feel this, okay, you're trying to feel the pineapple. If you
Mm.
say pineapple, you can definitely understand that this thought has all these features. Yes, but it's something you have to feel, not like understand. And nothing happens to these things just because you have telepathized to non-vibration, and the self-perception is gone. That is the thing that we are confused sometimes, because we are wondering how come we still have the thoughts, and we still can taste, still can see, still can hear, still can smell, still can touch something, and still have no self vibration. That is why you have to become at least a stream enterer to understand this.
Mm.
That's what the practical part is for. Because if if you go by the theory and you feel that you know Dhamma, that's the trickiest part, because we can say, yeah, I know Dhamma. Now, can't we actually say, now, even when describing, we can say everything as no extrapolating into the you know, we can there's a part of imagination then if you are saying something, but actually if you are saying something you have felt, there's no imagination. You know what you're talking about. There's so much confidence, so nothing happens to your thoughts, nothing happens to actually what happens is the ownership is not there, and also the vibration is not there. That's all. When the view is broken, anyway, the ownership is not there. When the self-perception is gone, yes, there's no defilements. That means there's no power underlying any of these sensory organs. They will function until the last breath, until the last thought. And
Yes, and so yeah, yes,
every action is actually a chitta kampana. Or if you say stand up, how come you
yeah.
stand up?
Mm.
And if you
It's
go and tell
big
it to a
picture,
child,
isn't it?
yeah,
Yeah.
you have to know the language, you
Mm.
have to know what it is. And
Mm.
you go to a patient with dementia, you say stand up, she doesn't do anything.
Mm.
It's because, but doesn't she have that power? She has. So none of these things are not the problem. Self vibration is still there. Nothing has happened just because you have forgotten everything. The self vibration is nicely there. Why? It is in the way that whatever she knows, it is in that. And if it is even in the field level, we always tell this, like for an instance, a worm. We always talk about these things, that there's no big mind to a worm. There's no plans to conquer the the next neighboring land. There's no plan to kill the other neighboring worm. There's
Mm.
no there's nothing like that, plan to bomb the other neighboring country. There's nothing like that. The worm has a very small area of field, and even in that there's this self vibration. So this is the importance of having the ability to feel the 31 realms in one thought. So when you vibrate to the non-vibration or synchronize to the non-vibration, you have to go through all these levels to understand that they are nothing. If they are a thing, you are trapped in that level. That's all. It could be sensual world, it could be form world, it could be non-form world. Isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Talking about these 31 realms, I remember now, I mean, practically you can say that each thought, it could be in different realms, but uh, depending on mm, uh, the level of defilements of that system.
Now in that sentence, that what you were trying to say, I will just say
Mhm.
them, otherwise I will forget.
Mhm.
Now imagine that animal is there with a higher vibration. Everything below that is also there.
Yes, yes.
So it is there. It's just that the higher vibration has mass everything else.
Mm.
That's
Yeah,
the
what I
meaning.
was.
That's the meaning, because
Mm.
otherwise we might feel like, oh, okay, that the animal must be, so that Lord Buddha has told one level would be dog, one level would be monkey, but everything below that is already there. But that dog can't feel it because the dog vibration is very high. Then it's what you feel is whatever the level you are in now.
Yeah, what I was going to
Yeah,
say was that you can't have great variations in the realms in one particular system, isn't it? I mean, you
only
can't have
humans.
sort of, yes, even humans. Now, what I remember saying, I don't know whether I can convey it correctly, what I want to say. What I understood was that if a system is in a sort of uh, higher level of vibrations, that means uh, in practice or in practically, we can say a person who is very aggressive, that sort of system
Mm.
uh, will not will mostly be fluctuating around the same level,
Yeah, yeah,
isn't it?
yeah.
On
Yeah,
the
that
other,
is the habit. That becomes a habit. That becomes a default, actually. That
yes,
word is much better. The default. Yeah, because the mode goes to default all the time when we put a
Mm,
default.
mm. On the
And
other hand, a
yeah,
person who has very sort of fine vibrations will not go up to that high level vibrations. I mean, again, in practice, a person who is very calm and quiet will continue to have that level most of the time. Uh,
yeah, but what Lord Buddha says is even if you are in Sukusukuma Saptasanya, whatever that word, long word is,
mm,
that's also useless because when the once in 80 kalpa also, if a vibration happens, there is self vibration co-vibrating.
yes, that's a formless level, isn't it? Formless.
Yeah, so it should be very, very calm level, no? I mean,
Yes.
the calmest. But the thing is, even in 80 kalpa, if there is a vibration, then definitely there is synchronicity to the self vibration because
Vibration.
we haven't um, destroyed that.
Mm.
Actually, the words are not good in that we can't like kind of destroy, but we just not synchronized to that, and that dies down because of that. Because these are all habits actually. Everyone's son is Rangika.
Dr. Pokhla, Dr. Sakuntala. Sorry, I couldn't speak earlier. I was just on what Dr. Sakuntala said about a person who is generally calm and collected. The range of vibration is around that. I suppose to a certain extent you can say that, but also if the person has not accessed the true Dhamma, there is always because then then that is Pruthajjana, the lay person, right? So at that point, I mean, I have come across examples of people who are who generally have a quiet, collected demeanor, but if they are not in the Dhamma, the provocation, sharp provocation or an extreme provocation can take them to a really high vibration, meaning to kind of the Niraya level even, if provoked. So how can that happen? That happens because of no access to the Dhamma. Uh, so in a layman stage, the possibility of the person, that mechanism or that process touching different realms, even a higher vibration or a lower vibration, can happen and it cannot be discarded. But in contrast, the beauty of the Dhamma is that once a person is on the path or becomes a stream enterer, as Aranvase says, near the Sambodhi Parayana, means definitely the lower realms are completely eradicated, or out of that person's, there is no probability whatsoever of going into the lower realms, isn't it?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
that's
true.
the difference between the lay person, because there are so many people I know who are like so calm and collected. And then I suppose even my father, I have seen very few instances in his life where he has actually become really annoyed to the point of saying something. But it does happen. If provoked, it happens. But then I have seen other people as well. So to that extent, you can't say that, because there can be, what they say, gati nimiti, kamma nimiti. And R.N. Vansi talks about, 4 children in the same family being so different from one another. That can happen. So just because that happens and one person is very introverted doesn't mean that person is in the having a, what do you call, a refined vibration or a lower vibration, isn't it? It's all dependent. The only way that one can be sure is when the true Dhamma is accessed and that understanding, and if the one is on the path, then only you know for sure that those higher vibrations will not be accessed ever. Because otherwise you can't give the guarantee. That's what Aryan Vansa says. If the Sakkaya Ditthi self-perception does not get eradicated at that point of stream enterer, you are still having the possibility of that vibration happening at any moment and continuity of this samsaric cycle. But then he doesn't stop there. He continues to say and encourage the followers, isn't it, even at the anagami stage, by saying that, even the single vibration or smaller vibration is also not treated, not encouraged, or not treated as great by the Buddha. So that's why perseverance and right effort and all those things are so valuable on the path, isn't it?
Yes, Sarangika, but I mean, there could be sometimes personalities who never can be provoked. I mean, even occasionally, but still they could be mithya drustika. I mean, when they have no idea
Yeah.
of this Dhamma, still they could be in the same lot, isn't it? Same pit, I suppose.
I don't know. I mean, I haven't come across people like that, because if you think about it, if you think about the way the drushti happens and the version, all species are subject to the defilements, isn't it?
And
Because then it
fear of
goes
death.
against that dharmata, it goes against the grain of the way the defilements work, and the defilements affect all species. So if aversion, ill will, desire, sloth and torpor and all these things are the fate of mankind and fate of every human being, what does that say? That says that even if they appear to be calm and collected, they may not be so. If you know what
No, the
I'm
fear of
trying to
death
say.
is definitely there.
Sorry, was that Dr.
Because
Kokila?
we can say worm is also calm and collected, no? Until provoked. I mean, worm can get scared of death. Do you
Yeah, I'm
hear
sorry.
me?
I think I was referring to a human being.
Yeah, no, what
yeah.
I'm saying is
Yes. That's true. Definitely.
yeah, so that's what I'm saying. The self-perception is so tricky that every being is scared to die. In the sense, they don't even know that they are dying. It's just that the existence feel they don't want that to go away. That is why the actual that samsaric there's like a journey kind of thing. That is why. But the next one, like what Aranwanse is trying to say, that is the power, not these thoughts or the light or the smell or the whatever these things. That is not the problem. This ignorance is the problem. But there is a next one. That this feel of existence. How can a being is so flustered when you feel like it is not going to be there anymore? That
Yeah, and I
feel of
mean, I think yesterday also our advance was saying about that example about people who come to these countries and say, yeah, I'm not worried about anything. I don't mind dying tomorrow if it's, I lead a quiet life and this and that and all that. And then he he said, then why are you running desperately to the doctor when you get a sniffle or a cold and this and that. If you're so happy to die, why don't you just die without taking medicine and worrying about that? And, that kind of thing he says, which is true, isn't it? I mean, sometimes people put that thing almost saying to themselves that, oh, death is the inevitable fate of everybody, so what's there to be afraid of, and that kind of thing. But suddenly, you're told that you have cancer somewhere or something or whatever, then the whole world collapses for them. So how did that happen suddenly? Um, that means all that has not been even contemplated, because they are not, again, the ignorance plays such a big role. It's that underlying layer of ignorance which is the thing that then comes to the surface. And then at those crucial points where tragedy strikes or something happens which is probably not contemplated or anticipated, that self-perception arises and comes forward to kind of, they don't know that themselves because they are in the ignorance, isn't it, Dr. Bokita?
Sometimes some people say that I don't mind dying, but I don't want to suffer and die.
Oh, yes, I've heard of that as well.
Yes.
Even my mother says that.
Yeah, and we are not, field of existence is such that even without any of these thoughts, even just a, one cell organism doesn't want to feel that it is going to stop that vibration. So the vibration, it's not the vibration actually, the vibration of the ear or the vibration of the touch or whatever. It's actually the keenness to maintain this. It's very, very subtle. This when it comes to the field, it's very subtle. So the keenness to maintain is there in the sensual world. It is very big. We can really understand. I can, if you do anything to me, I can even do this to you. I can even put a nuclear bomb to your country. So some whatever like that. I'm telling an example. So with the view, it is so easy to understand in the sensual world how bad your view is, like strong view is. Then you definitely know that your vibration is very high. But when it comes to the other levels, actually, not with the samadhi, not with the right way. I'm talking about other levels in without any right view. The still it's just trying to maintain the form level or this dream. Beyond that is to try and maintain the feel level.
Yeah, I think even that example of the worm, that ita sanyava becomes, especially for animals, and the further you go down the chain, I suppose, the worm is a good example, isn't it? Because, I mean, if you sometimes accidentally prod, or, when you are forking the ground or something, digging the ground, and, a worm comes up or worm gets disturbed. When you see the worm just going into this kind of hypertension type movement, from that itself you can say that it is, I mean, there is that innate reaction of that it's a company kind of thing.
Trying to maintain
exactly that. Yeah.
So the coldness or whatever that comfortable feeling.
Yes, it's reacting to the disturbance as if, like leave me alone kind of thing.
Yeah. And there's no mind there. So that is the
exactly
tricky things that humans can understand. Only the humans can actually go through all these levels to non-vibration. That's the difference. what is the feel without this power? So you are ready to die. It's a different way to tell, but yeah, we don't really much talk about these things because it's too much sometimes, you know. People are scared to even hear about the death now. So if we try to talk about this side, they don't even want to listen. Mostly these English speaking countries, they only few people are keen to know whether there's a death or not. Whether what is me, what is this? No one is worried about that. Most of them are just about entertaining the sensory organs. It could be the mind, it could be the eyes, it could be the ears, it could be the touch. Mostly it is touch. Towards the higher, the worst realms, it is toward the touch. In the sense with eating, smelling, and skin type, because you have to have a full body to do that.
Yes, just let me know now. Just one sensor alone. I mean, the example is this earthworm who has one sensor function, still has this feeling of existence or the itta sanyava. Whereas for the thoughts, you need at least two sensor functions. Is it correct? At least.
No, in
And
actually mind, we talk about is human, so that means 5.
mm, and
That
then
means
the earthworm who supposed to have only one sensor function. Then can you talk about a thought or a mind?
no. We can talk about the perception.
Only the perception, huh?
Yeah,
Sorry, Dr. Kokila, where the say a human being
perception in the
is
sense, not the perception of this is really good mud type. I should be there. Not in that way.
Not that
Not
sort
in
of.
that way. The
Mm,
perception is about the touch.
mm.
Yeah, it's only the vibrational level, the feel level only.
the human doesn't have to have the sorry, every sensory perception. It
No.
can be even,
Actually, I was trying to say that yeah, I understood as soon as
yeah.
I said that I understood. What I said was Lord Buddha has discussed about this in a different way, that someone should have all the 5 sensory organs intact to actually at least in the beginning they should have this idea of light, idea of sound, all that to actually have this go through all these realms and get to the non-vibration. Do you get the point of what I was trying to say?
Yeah, I have heard of that as well, Dr. Kokila, before I listened to Buddothpado Desana. But one day I remember asking him, R.N. Mahansa, that, and he said that's not required or something.
Yeah, the jati and the jati.
Yeah, but deaf and a blind person from birth, then two or at least one of those sensor faculties are not functioning, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it
But
is a
still they have
hindrance. I
thoughts.
think it's a hindrance to go through all the 31 realms. That's
Mm.
my understanding, though. We can ask our say later. That's I can be wrong. Because 31 realms should be actually understood, that all 3 forms of the sensual world, the actually, yeah, maybe you don't, because the form, yeah, I don't know, actually, I don't know, because
But yeah, I mean, that's a bit, that's a kind of question. I don't know either, because
yeah,
I've heard of other Paramartha Desana where the same thing has been said, that in order to understand the senses and transcend the senses, that the
yeah,
senses should be,
because all the
because you have to
6 senses
transcend,
should
isn't
be,
it?
yeah, all the 6 senses should be understood. That's what I know, but I can be wrong.
Yeah, maybe there's a bit different explanation. Can ask her and answer some other time.
Yeah, but if someone has actually seen, at least in the beginning, or heard something at least in the beginning, then they know what it is. Because
Yes, unless they are blind from birth or something, isn't it? Yeah.
yeah, that's the only thing what I'm thinking, that is a hindrance to understand Dhamma, because then you can't really understand the. But there is a tricky part, like if I mean, now to think about it, I'm thinking if it is not there, then um, how to actually hear this Dhamma. So if the hearing ability is not there, how would you hear this Dhamma is also a problem. But if it is through Braille, then how would this, I don't know. It is a gray area.
Yeah, it is definitely a hindrance to understand Dhamma. And I think that is one of the reasons that they don't uh, enrobe them as bhikkhus if they have any physical disability, in the sense, I mean, this total blindness or deafness. I think there's a rule like that, as if I remember correctly. But on the other hand, the person who is blind or who is deaf can have their own mind bubble in
Yes,
a
yes,
different
yes.
way, isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, that is correct. That is correct, because their touch power is going to get so
Magnified, no? Yeah.
Right.
magnified. So they
Yeah.
will actually understand everything through the touch. And their senses, they might even develop different senses. So this is very tricky. So we will not even discuss in that area, because their sensory levels may be very different. There are some high powers also, some people, because that's what the thing is. Like the field can be empowered. The
Yeah,
different
because
fields, not the skin field, not that, but the the different powers can happen because of the absence of the normal powers, normal sensory organ. So it's better to not to discuss further, because we don't know. It is a hindrance, yes.
And Aryan Vahase has explained, no, in some of the discussions, that if you are devoid of all five senses, then there is no self. That
Yeah,
is because,
100%.
yeah,
100%. Yeah.
yes,
That is to actually show that why that sentence has come out, is also to show that it is only the stimulus that is there.
yeah,
That is why this yesterday question is that wrong, because he was asking the question in such a way that it was so wrong, because the actual stimulus is going to be there until the breath is there. Stimulus, nothing happens to the stimulus. Only this power is not there. This is the problem that we have to feel it. Nothing happens to the stimulus. Nothing. The touch will be there, taste will be there, smell will be there, sight will be there, the sound will be there, the mind will be there. Without that power, without the eagerness to maintain that, how beautiful is this? Without the struggle to maintain the next one, like that. I think this is beyond discussion, isn't it? This is in the sense it's something to be felt. That is the trickiest part in Dhamma, I think, because it is something to be felt.
And we were speaking a few minutes ago about how different people are pleasing the senses, but ultimately, what they don't know due to ignorance is that it's that stimulus. The Uddipana is one,
Yes.
whether it's
Yeah.
coming from the eye sense or the ear sense or wherever.
Yeah. Mm. Yeah. It's such an interesting thing, actually. And I think, yeah, coming into end of our Zoom discussion today, we worship Aranwansi as usual. We have so much gratitude for him trying to enlighten us, trying to teach us this non-self truth, no self dhamma, and advising us all the time, leading us, and showing us that it has to be felt. And the depth is because there should be someone to show that don't stop there, there's something more than that, the depth. So it is really important that there is someone guiding, and we worship our and answer for that. And thank you all Dhamma friends for coming for a beautiful discussion. And I think it is very fruitful, even though our vocabulary is so bad. Our we try our best, and I think we will continue to do so. And thank you very much for participating in the discussion. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Everyone,
Thank
Sanai,
you.
Dr.
Everyone,
Kokila,
Saranai.
everyone, Sanai, Dr. Sakuntala, Dhamma friends.
Everyone, Saranai. This is the English Zoom discussion of Buddothpado Deshana. First of all, we'll worship our noble friend Aran Wahanse, and may all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. So we have been discussing many things over the last few months in this English Zoom discussion, and we are trying to explain, or we are trying to talk on common topics, and we according to our knowledge and from what we have gathered from Aryan Vahansi or our noble friends' discussions and disclosures, we are pointing towards the same thing. Actually, what we try to understand is that all the thoughts are creations. Thought is an illusion. Thought is a creation of the function, sense of function. Whatever we think, whatever we talk, whatever we do is a thought. In other words, it's a name given. and it can vary depending on the language that a person is using. And thoughts are creations, and most of you who have been listening to our discussions, very most of you know that how the thoughts are created. Thought is a, a, a creation of the system. System means the function of the sense faculties. What are the sense faculties? That is the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. Those are the sense faculties or the senses. And these are limited to the human species, and different animals or different living beings have different types of senses, and also a number can vary. But what is common to all of us is that these sense faculties create something which looks like real. And the word called anicca is used to describe that what we are assuming as real is not real. It is not something which is there truly. We never know. We don't know. We can't have a real idea of what is really existing. But it all is limited to the information provided or the information created at the sensor level. So we have no idea, there's no way of finding actually what is the true world is, because the different living beings have their own created worlds. So we never know which one is correct. There's no way of finding. Uh, and what Lord Buddha tried to explain was that this created world, when this created world, so-called creation or this illusion, when it is taken as real, the system tend to have clinging or aversions towards those stimuli. So our noble friend R.N. Mahanse is trying to dig out the true Dhamma which was preached by Lord Buddha 2600 years ago, because most of the true Dhamma facts have been covered, or I would use the word adulterated, by the facts that came from uh, different teachers and different religions. So it is not what we should try to understand. So our noble friend R.N. Mahanse is trying to get us that pure teaching of Lord Buddha, and that is where the nirvana is. And what is nirvana? Nirvana is not something that we can uh, gain or we can find as an aim, or maybe there's nothing called, there's no destination called nirvana, because he always says that you are sitting on the nirvana and trying to find it somewhere else, trying to look around and trying to find something. As long as you try to find it as a thing, when you give a value and find as a thing, you will never find it. So little by little, when we listen to these explanations by our R.N. Mahanse, because there are about 9 Zoom discussions, of course, most are in Sinhalese language. There's one which we are having right now is in English language, and there's one in Tamil language. So actually, Sinhala speaking people have a better opportunity to listen to the other discussions, and then try to understand what our Enhance is trying to tell us. You can gather these things as a knowledge when you go on listening to the discussions. You can gather it as a knowledge. because this mind sensor is so tricky. It gives the impression that yes, I know it and I understand it, but actually what it should be is that uh, internal transformation of a person. Well, a person, I wouldn't use the word person, I think a system, I would say that is a better word. So there should be an internal transformation, not just knowledge which is gathered by listening to the discussions. So when you have this, when the system has this internal transformation, there are things that automatically felt as a feel. Uh, the system will feel that the stimuli which created a fire or some excitement in the past will gradually, that excitement or that fire or the value which was added automatically will get less and less. So the one level is that the thoughts, and then going beyond that, even the things which are seen, that means a vibration at the eye level, vibration at the ear level, those are also creations. So basically there is nothing at all, but all seems to be creations, one on top of the other. And in other words, it's like a building constructed without any foundation, which can collapse easily the moment you understand what is this mechanism, what is happening here. Dr. Kokila, Teruvan Saranai, I just started telling some few basic things. Maybe we can take a topic and start the discussion. Teruvan Saranai.
May Triple Gen bless you all. We worship our Anansi. Yeah, anyone can join. Sometimes our Anansi might join. I heard that he was talking in the early morning Zoom discussion that our Anansi would be doing a sermon in Sri Lanka around this time. So
Yes.
he
Yes, there
might
was a
join.
long one. Actually, I also couldn't listen to the whole thing. I just listened to part
No,
of
not
it.
that one. I think after that there would be something in the evening. When
Yes, yes.
5 o'clock one Aranansi was mentioning something like that. So if that happens, we'll quickly hand over the Zoom discussion
Yes.
to Aranansi. Until then, we can actually continue discussion.
Yeah.
Is there any kind of interesting thing, Surangika? Is there anything we can continue to have the discussion or anything from you? Yeah, the long Zoom, actually, Aranman says all the sessions are very long these days, so it's taking time to listen.
Thiruvan Sannai, Dr. Kokila, Thiruvan Sannai of the Dhamma Friends, Worship Paran Mahansa. Yes, in fact, the morning Zoom, not the early morning one, the other one, I think was a very long 3.5 hour talk. And I think he was explaining quite a few of those basic true Dhamma philosophy, Satyanyana kind of aspects to a gentleman who must have been new to listening to R.N. Mahansa's discourses. I too have listened to it only halfway, but maybe I wanted to just bring up a thing that in a past Andolnatmaka groundbreaking talk that was held maybe a couple of days ago. This wasn't R.N. Mahansa, it was one of the other people who explain it. I don't know whether Dr. Kokila, you heard it, and Dr. Sakuntala. Somebody asked the question about perceptions, and that mother asked about how whether the sanya, as we call it in Sinhalese, or perceptions. And I think we discussed it yesterday or day before that actually the word sanya really conveys it better than perception, but for the purpose of our discussion today, because it's in English, we'll use the word perception. So the mother asked on the Zoom whether when one attains nirvana or arahathood really, what happens to the sanya, and whether what happens to the perceptions, and whether the perceptions disappear. So in answer to that, it was, I think, person called Sumit, who is a known advanced practitioner, who explained about how the perception also has that underlying power. And the way he explained it, I think, was appreciated by a lot of people on that Zoom thing, because he took the five aggregates and said how, when we've all heard about and understood and tried to understand through Vidarshana, the vibration and the speed of vibration manifesting itself in the senses, which is the rupanya, that we call it, or form. But then form, and then followed by, I mean, you can't say followed by, they all happen at once in one moment. But so the form, and then with the form comes the sensation and Vedana, and then the Vedana, after that it's the Sanya, the representation of the Vedana or sensation is the Sanya, perception, and then the continuous happening of it is the Sankara or mental formations, and then which then translates into Vijnana or consciousness. But what he was explaining was that with that single vibration has an underlying power, and it is that power that multiplies because of the speed and then becomes a thing, and then one gets the notion of there being something existing. And that's how the whole light consciousness, sound consciousness, the feeling that it is there comes about. But he explained very well that in an initial vibration, just like the initial vibration has that underlying power, so too does the five aggregates, the sensation, the perception, the mental formation, and therefore the consciousness. So I also kind of, I hadn't thought about it or reflected in that way, which I thought was really quite helpful, because then he said, so too does the sanya, the perception, also have that underlying power, because it is an aggregate. It's the skandha, isn't it? So the initial vibrational power or the current is still ongoing. It is that underlying current. So the sanya, which is why the perception also has that underlying power, which if one is still in ignorance, will lead to abhisankarana or volitional formation. So, and then he went on to explain about how through the understanding of the mind and the thought process and how it comes about, it is that then that current that dissipates, and the arahat still has the sanya, still has the perception, still knows every object distinct from each other, and so on. But and then I think he used the example of Saryu Thero or some other Thero who still recognized the mother and still went and attended to the mother, and so on and so forth, without obviously the underlying power or the current or the volitional formation. So maybe Dr. Kokila and the others, if you can elaborate on that a little bit more. I thought that was quite helpful, if that is just as a starter to the discussion.
What was the difference you felt in that? Because we discuss this kind of very often. So what was the difference you felt? That's my interest now.
The difference I thought that was helpful for that mother was, and so many other people also said that explanation was really good.
Yeah, but you felt it too. So Yeah, but you
Yes.
felt it too. No, what was the exact thing you felt?
The fact that he broke it down to the skandhas. And he said that just because, just like the the vibration is there in the rupani and the rupa kind of thing. So if there's rupa, vedana, sanya, sankhara, vijnana, so too does all the five continue to have that underlying power. That part, for some reason, I had not. There was no reflection in that way, and it kind of gave me more clarity on the perception, because otherwise I think I felt as if the perception was something like because when the defilements start fading or ceasing gradually, as you have said so many times, Dr. Kokila, how that lightness and then it's
No,
difficult
the
to
thing
yeah.
is, whether you're talking about what skandha are you talking about? What are you talking about? Are you talking about the mental consciousness or the
No, the initial, the five aggregates
yeah,
of
five
just the
aggregates is there for
formation.
the other one too.
No, so it was the initial, the basic consciousnesses.
Basic five.
Yeah.
Basic five. Okay, basic five. So in that, so when we go back to the baby, the fetus, I think we have told this like 100 times now. When we go back to the fetus, we know that the power is there. That is how this everything started. The power was there. Whether it is Rangika, whether it is us, whether it is whoever, the power, the vibration, the self vibration, which has been the foremost reason, the underlying reason for this development of these five aggregates, in the sense five, even five sensory organs in that sense, because every cell has this this vibration, but the formation of the sensory organs, that is just the kind of the outcome, like the projection. It's just the projection. Other cells may not have the projection, but the sensory organs, specifically the five sensory organs in humans, have the projection. And that's all. And of course that the power is there underlying, but the problem is you actually, okay, how am I going to say this? Now this is theory. When we talk about five aggregates, that is theory. Theory is not there in the actual experience. That is the important thing, that we might lose the interest, because it's useless to, in a way, to describe all the power. Yeah, like we can say, yes, power is there everywhere, yes, but the importance is about feeling this. So feeling the power and feeling the sensory organ output without that power is the challenge. So that's the practical aspect. The answer could be very complicated or very good, but the thing is to actually feel this. So to actually feel this, the theory part is not that important, I would say. That's where even a 7-year-old could feel this, because what you should actually understand is, yes, there is a sensory organ which has started to function because of this power. This power has been the reason for this origination of the sensory organs. And sensory organs are going to be there until respiration is there. And that's why Lord Buddha has actually told about defilements and the kind of has separated it, like how do we say that, the Skeles Parinirvana and the Skandha Parinirvana, because the actual one part is actually the first one. The defilements, the end of the defilements is felt while you are alive. So the main important thing is the moment that you practically how you would feel with the power, without the power. That's all. So whatsoever this power is, we know that is the power that kept this samsaric cycle, the cycle of birth. So that actually gave us enough trouble, but and it would continue to give enough trouble. But what is important is practically feeling the difference between power, the sensory organs working with the power, and sensory organs without the power. That is the important aspect of practical experiences that that everyone should try. In trying that, understanding the theory part is maybe important if someone is actually looking into that theory part and dragging on to that as a factor, because this mind, we have to come, like, not we have to, all the words are really biased, but this to actually you can't catch this power while inside a thought. So the thought, piercing of that thought bubble means, actually what it means is that power is not there. So if your thinking power is too much, or your thoughts are really powerful, and it is about this Dhamma, and it is about this Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara, or someone is splitting hairs about Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara, and that is what is actually the affecting his or her strength of the thoughts, then understanding that might calm that person down. Do you get the point? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Like, because our
Yes,
thoughts
ma'am.
are so powerful. Our thoughts are so powerful. That's why the lot of instances we kind of miss the feel. So why we miss the feel is because our thoughts are powerful. If the thoughts are so powerful, and because what happened with Ananda Thero was his thought about that tomorrow I have to participate to that thing as an around was so powerful. Like that, if your most powerful thought is about this skandha, then it is good to know, kind of. Otherwise, theory behind this skandha, theory behind any of these things is not the most important thing for you to understand or to actually pierce this thought bubble. To pierce the thought bubble is the most important aspect, is to understand that thoughts are not true. So whatever we discuss here, these words, the words which are coming out, if someone is even thinking about this skandha as like really serious, then for that person, that would be the most powerful thing to break now, because because that's how it is. You know, the when you know Dhamma, what the Saranansi says, you kind of know Dhamma, but then you have to kind of undo that too, because we are undoing. We are actually going backwards. We are kind of going backwards towards the radiant mind. And how can you go to the radiant mind if the thought about the skandha is so strong? Do you get my point? The practical aspect, we have to be careful. If we are actually, that's why I asked why it inspired you, because if something is inspiring you, it is because you kind of maybe hasn't thought about it, but it has to be clear that any thought, whatever the thought, none of these thoughts are actually true. Do you get the point?
Yes, Dr. Pokila. I just thought that was just an angle that I had not explored in the when I was reflecting, and
yeah,
also
this is only for you actually, because that's why I asked the question, what inspired you? Because
yeah, and also I think we talked several times about when the perception becomes lighter and lighter, meaning it doesn't become a thing, and then the form world.
Form world is thoughts. So if you're actually putting stress
yeah.
on skandhas, you are thinking about skandha. You are thinking about skandha, so that's fine. It's okay. You know, we have so many arguments. We can argue. If you want to see an argument, you go to like a, people in this country can go to a club and see how they argue. Now, useless topics, and they can argue. But in Dhamma also we can tell in different ways. But the main message in Lord Buddha's Dhamma is Sabbe Sankara Anicchati. In Sabbe Sankara, what is Sabbe Sankara? Any action, any word, any thought, just in like they are all constructs. They are all baseless constructs. Basically. So the trick is, I mean, I haven't listened to that part in that thing. The trick is, if someone is talking about that and that person has forgotten that, that is tricky. And who is someone who is listening that has forgotten that is tricky. So that's where the most important aspect is whether you actually feel in this Dhamma. When you feel this Dhamma, you can understand the main important thing is to feel the sensory organ output with the power and without the power. That is actually the exact thing that happens when you see the non-vibration for a moment. That's where they don't misunderstand any of the statuses after that, because they know that the vibration is still there, because they know the sensory output with the vibration as well as sensory output without the vibration. So in that sentence, when I try to say that, you can understand, okay, there is a practical aspect of this, so don't forget. Because whatever we can discuss about skandha, we can split hairs about skandha, but then what about the practical aspect? If you forget about the practical aspect, okay, do you know, have you felt the non-vibration and how the organs work with non-vibration, and how the organs work with vibration is already what we have. You don't have to split hair about that. That's what we have. I mean, always we had that. So it's not a big issue to understand that. But the main demarcation comes when you understand that the sensory output or the sensory organ output without the power. And in that, you understand this 5 aggregates. What do you understand? The Keles Parinirvana or the defilements are gone, but still sensory organs are working. So that power which can be transferred, which can be not transferred, oh my God, which can be telepathized or which can synchronize to any form of vibration is not there. That's another. But the sensory output is there. And when it stops, there's nothing. I don't know whether that gave you something. I just wanted to break your, I think I broke your mesmerization. But
it's just that sometimes you try to approach it. It's like a catch-22, isn't it? Sometimes because I think we discussed that there can be catch-22s in different ways. In a way that there is the need to relax, as you say all the time about the need for relaxation to get out of the mind, kind of thing. But also the fact that when perception becomes so light, almost that you don't even feel it, or the heaviness, the heaviness of that generally comes with the evolutional formation doesn't occur. And then at the same time, all that can be done is to understand the true Dhamma. Also, I mean, that's why we listen to our advanced
and letting it
discourses.
go and understand true Dharma and letting it go is a tricky part here, because you have to let go Dhamma as well. What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala? Did you get that thing I was trying to incorporate here?
Actually, as you said, I'm sure these things, I mean, Surangika has heard these things and she knew very well. But for some reason, the angle that she was looking at obscured the real picture. It happens to me also sometimes now. There are certain points that
Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our time, our era. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this true Dhamma, that means the ultimate truth of reality, through every corner of this planet Earth, to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai Dhamma friends. I'm presenting now the true Buddhist philosophy. Lord Buddha revealed 2600 years ago, and again fully awakened by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, showing a very clear and steady path to overcome the sansaric journey That means the cycle of rebirth and death created in the human mind, and to feel the super awakening to the moment. This is the continuation of Sermon 9, self-translated Darshana Samapattiya, true Buddhist philosophy, preached by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse 5 years ago. The truth, that means the true nature of this world created inside the mind, and the true nature of this human realm, the true nature of this human body, and the true nature of this human mind. It all called as ultimate truth, revealed by Lord Buddha 2600 years ago and reawakened by our Kalyana Mitra Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse 5 years ago, and still preaching more than 12,000 sermons in the YouTube channel, and still some people cannot bear it up. The people who came to this earth to go beyond this sansaric journey is having the feeling of this truth, and they are following Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse's teachings and practices non-stop, because they know this is the only way to overcome the suffering of sansaric journey. But some people still cannot bear it up, because some were showing off, they knows everything like this. They were pretending so many years, so many hundreds of years they were pretending, but nobody couldn't go to the ultimate position of bliss where there is arahants reached. Because the people cannot bear it up, this truth is because the other thing, people think of going beyond death somewhere. Most of the people living on this planet Earth, the human realm, are used to think after that they are going somewhere. So still they are thinking and thinking according to that false view and reacting to that. So they are not willing to understand the truth, and they can't bear it up. That thinking is a wrong view, a drushti. They are in the ignorance, because ignorant people cannot see the truth. They are just living. They are just living like mad people. They are just living, just floating, and finally dying with ignorance, because they are not in a position to think and understand this truth. And therefore they think in a babyish way. Yes, most of the people on this planet Earth are still like babies. Their minds are like babies, always thinking everything in a babyish way. Anybody can mislead them. We can see how many people are misleading the population of this earth. with so many lies. There is nothing like that. There is nothing like going after death and receiving something. Because the truth we are receiving, that means we are seeing the truth and it is happening now and at this moment, right here. While living only, we are receiving, we are reaching that ultimate bliss. No need to die and go. We don't know something like that going after death. Who knows what is happening? And there is no self here to go also. It is just a trap. That is why it is said this Dhamma is Sandittikai, visible here and now, Akalikai, timeless, gives results immediately, Ehi Passikai, come and see, Openaika, leading inward to realization. Pachuppannachaye Dhamma, the phenomena that are present now, presently arisen states. Lord Buddha introduced these words to clarify the truth. Yes. Lord Buddha introduced these words to clarify the truth. Sandittika, Akalika, Ehipassika, Opanayika, Pachuppanna, all those words to clarify the truth. This is not a stanza. Though nowadays chanting like a stanza, non-stop chanting. Sandittika, Akalika, Ehipassika, Opanayika, Pachuppanna, like that, just chanting. But nobody will be able to come to this position of realization, Nibbana, with chanting these words. This will not give them this truth. This has to realized. So many years, so many hundreds years. More than hundreds, I think more than 1,000 years just chanting these words. But those words are there not to chant, to realize. Ehi passiko, opanaiko. Come and see. Leading inward to see realization means that if you can realize this, you can accept this. Otherwise, you can let it go. Yes, nobody is forcing. Lord Buddha is not forcing. Buddhism is not a religion forcing people to, and not bounding with faith and things like that. So it's a very free place. Buddhism is a very free religion. Anyone can come and see and realize this, or else they can let it go. Lord Buddha asked everybody to come and see. Eva Bhalava in Sinhala. Come and see and understand. There is no secret here. Yes, there is no secret in this true Dhamma. There is no magic here. Yes, there are no hallucinations or miracles or things like that. This is absolute truth. At this current moment, you will be in the heaven. Yes. No need to die and go to heaven. You will be in the heaven if you follow this path to Nibbana according to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's very clear path and steps and contemplations, you will be in the heaven at this current moment while alive. While alive, you are becoming immortal. Yes, you are becoming immortal, not subject to death and the self. There is no self to die here. That is the value of this true Dhamma. You are completely redeeming from the suffering, and you will be immortal, not subject to death, and though there is no self. You're redeeming from this world and the other world as well. That means in Sinhala it says this world, may Lokaya and the other world. This world and the other world. You are redeeming from both worlds, this world and the other world. The seeker who is redeeming from this world and the other world will be reaching Nibbana. Yes. The seeker who is redeeming from this mind world and the other world is reaching the Nibbana. Supra-mundane realm is not like mundane realm. You know, mundane realm is where the people, most of the people living in the mundane realm of this planet Earth. They are trying to satisfy their six senses faculties, and finally they couldn't satisfy anything and dying with sorrow and pain. Supramundane realm is not like that. In mundane realm, people are feeling suffering and happiness both. Beyond that, people cannot understand the Loturu Suvaya, transcendental bliss. Yes, because so many people are clinging to this mundane world because of the pleasure, seeking of pleasure for their trying to satisfy their six sense faculties. Therefore, they do not know the true pleasure in the supramundane realm. That is called Loturu Suvaya, transcendental bliss, supramundane happiness, a happiness beyond the ordinary world, a happiness beyond the ordinary world, which is everlasting. The supramundane realm, the happiness is everlasting. But mundane realm, happiness is just a moment only. It's vanishing. It's vanishing all the time. People are feeling a very cheap happiness, comfort, well-being in the mundane world. They used to eat something and feeling pleasure. They used to wear something and feeling happy. They used to go here and there and feeling happy. They used to touch things and feeling happy. All those are very cheap type of comforts. With money, clothes, goods, reaching happiness is very baby. Yes. Mundane world people are trying to reach the happiness through money, clothes, goods, like that. But they don't know all those are in their mind only. But this Loturusuya, transcendental bliss is not changing. Yes, that transcendental bliss is everlasting. No, not changing. Does not decrease in any circumstances. This transcendental bliss is not decreasing, does not diminish. That is the value of it. But this mundane world happiness is changing all the time. Sometimes it is there and other times it's not there. Yes. In this mundane world, people, happiness is there for some time and then they will be unhappy for some reason. So again they are searching for happiness. And it's a very short-lived happiness they have. Then again the suffering. So they are rolling over on suffering and happiness and like a wheel without satisfaction. When your mind is redeeming from this world, you will starting to feel Lauturusuvaya, transcendental bliss. When a seeker is in this mind level, that means when the seeker's mind is redeeming from this world, the seeker will be starting to feel transcendental bliss. The same meaning. That means transcendental bliss, radiant mind, pure soul, all are the same. Whatever it called, the same thing is telling. The place where redeemed from thoughts, redeemed from conventional world, and the seeker who is seeing the truth will be receiving this Nibbana. Yes. In the place where a seeker's mind redeemed from thoughts, redeemed from conventional world, and the seeker who is seeing the truth will be seeing this Nibbana, the ultimate bliss. We should understand the eternal truth of this world. As human beings, we have come here to do this. The main job is that for a human being. That means we are here to understand the eternal truth of this world. But most of the people even they do not know that also. As human beings, with all other duties, this is the main duty. That is understanding the eternal truth of this world. Then only we can see the true nature of this world. Yes. While after understanding the eternal truth, then only we can see the true nature of this world. Yes, that is the true living of this world. Then only somebody can truly living and see the true nature of this world, like our Kalyana Mitra Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. This world is a complete lie and illusion. Yes. One who realizes that will become Lokottara Swabhavaya, supramundane happiness. A seeker who is understanding this great lie of this world and this illusion will, who will realize that will become supramundane happiness, transcendental bliss, happiness beyond worldly ordinary experience. That is the highest position in this world. There no need to be a king, no need to be the ruler, king or a ruler or a president or a big scientist or a educator or a wealthy person. No point. No point of wealth, status, or anything. This is the best and the highest position of this world. And Aryan Mahansa is telling, we don't know whether you understood what we said. We are presenting few examples, illustrations, instances to show you the action mind in the practical side. Aryan Mahansa, in his 9th sermon of Darshana Samapatya, is explaining, we don't know whether you understood what we said. We are presenting few examples, illustrations, instances to show you the action mind in the practical side. We'll see. Taking the earlier example, we think that you are feeling thirsty. Yes, now Aryan Mahansa is explaining an activity, how is happening in this body. That means we think that you are feeling thirsty. Thirsty means an intention. Thirsty means an intention. It has arisen in the mind. The thirsty intention has arisen in the mind. That means in the mind consciousness. Mind consciousness understands this body is having thirsty. So, thirsty. Now, mind consciousness giving the message to the sensor faculties. Yes, mind consciousness is giving the message to the sensor faculties. Then, Chakku Vijnane, eye consciousness means eye. The shape is coming to the eye consciousness and matching to see. There is a water tap near. So, the mind consciousness is sending the message to eye consciousness to search the water tap. So, eye consciousness is, that means the eye camera, the shape is coming to the eye consciousness. Matching to see. There is a water tap near. This shape is recognized by the mind consciousness again. Yes. According to the shape, the eye camera is watching. The eye camera is catching some colors. Then mind consciousness is determined, judge there is water in that. All these are doing by matching with the past memory. Shape by matching with the past memory. Mind consciousness gave the message to eye consciousness. Then eye consciousness started to find out the shape. The shape is coming to the eye consciousness, matching to see. Then there is a water tap near. This shape is recognized by the mind consciousness again. And according to the shape, the eye camera is watching. The eye camera is catching some colors. Then the mind consciousness decides, judge, there is water in that shape. By what in that shape? By matching with the past memory. Then the mind consciousness gives the signal to the body. Then the mind consciousness again gives the signal to the body consciousness to go to it. Now the eye consciousness caught the shape of the water tap, and now again the mind consciousness gives the signal to the body consciousness to go to the tap. Then the body consciousness is working now according to the instructions given by mind consciousness, according to the message received from mind consciousness. Body consciousness used to get up from the sitting position. Yes. Body consciousness got up from the sitting position and lifting the body and straightening it first. Yes. First lifting the body. Body consciousness is lifting the body and straightening it, and legs thereafter, legs lifting up and down, keeping and lifting and keeping down, lifting up and keeping down. Legs can feel the hardness of the floor. Then the mind consciousness is handling this all. This is of course a robot body. This is working same as that. Yes. Mind consciousness is handling each and everything of this body. That means the day-to-day activities. This is of course a robot body. This is working same as that. The CPU memory code is mind consciousness. Yes, this body is memory code. And the CPU is the mind consciousness. Peripheral unit, computer peripheral unit, CPU. Memory code is mind consciousness. Robots are working in this way. Your body is also working in the same way. It's very wonderful to understand this, because we didn't think of this even before, but Aryan Vance is very clearly explaining how our body is working. You think that you are going, but when you see this properly, you will know what is happening. Yes, according to a message from the mind consciousness, body consciousness is lifting the body and straightening it, and then lifting the legs up and keeping down like that. This is moving. Legs are feeling the hardness, and the signals are coming to the mind consciousness. Yes, when your legs are lifting up and keeping down, then again lifting and keeping down, then the messages are coming to the mind consciousness. And mind consciousness feels that you are walking, going. Body consciousness is lifting the leg and keeping down like this. Then the mind consciousness know that it is okay. Eye consciousness know the color and the shape near the water tap. Yes. According to the past memory, eye consciousness know the color and the shape near the water tap. Then the mind consciousness conclude that you are, mind consciousness is saying that now you are near the water tap. A message is sending from the mind consciousness to the body consciousness saying that now you are near the water tap. Then mind consciousness gives the signal to the body consciousness to open the water tap. Then body consciousness is post opening the water tap by stretch out the hand, extending the hand. Then mind consciousness gives the signal to the body consciousness to put the water into the mouth. When the water touches the tongue, the feeling of cold or hot is happening. Then the water running inside the body. And there is a sound also. We can hear a sound. Glop, glop. Is giving by the ear. Then the eye camera is showing that the water is enough. Then a message from the fire element inside the body is given to the mind consciousness, saying that the water level is full. Yes. Even if you are having thirsty, you can't drink a gallon of water at the same time because there is a certain level, limit of water you can drink at one time. Why is that? Because this body is not very large, though it's 70% of this body is water, but we can't drink too much of water. So how this uh, pattern is happening? See how subtle this even drinking water, even having meals also like that. You can't eat so much of too much of 2-3 plates of food because you can eat according to your stomach's capacity. So all those things are carefully maintained by this system. So system and the mind consciousness is the CPU, memory code in this body, and it is managing everything according to the body needs. Even if you want to go to Colombo from Piliandala, there are about 11 kilometers, but you can't go by walk because it is hard. So for that you have to use a vehicle. All that orders are given by your mind consciousness. If you are picking up something and holding a very big large log or tree log or something, you can't handle it because according to your body's strength only you can do it. Like that. Each and every activity is manageable, and it's managing with this consciousness, 5 consciousness and the 6th one, mind consciousness, with those 5 consciousness. So the memory code is always giving the messages to the body consciousness. When you are feeling sleepy, then the mind consciousness, then your body is feeling sleepy, the mind consciousness give a message to the body consciousness, go and sleep. And it's leading everything, every step to the bed. And when you are having very hot perspiration is over the body, then the mind consciousness says, go and have a bath, go and have a wash. Like that, each and every activity is managing like this. So, a message from the fire element inside the body is giving to the mind consciousness, saying that the water level is full. You can't put more water than this. Then again, mind consciousness is giving another message to the body consciousness to shut the water tap. See, this is just a robot. So, according to the message from the mind consciousness, now the body consciousness is working according to the memory code. All these are happening by matching with the past examples, past memory. So now what happened? Now the mind consciousness is giving another message to the body consciousness to shut the water tap. Then what happened? Then body consciousness is like a robot. Mind, it's obeying the message of the mind consciousness. Mind consciousness is like the hard disk memory code, matching with the past memory and sending the body consciousness to the place where it was set earlier through showing the wave of eye consciousness. Yes. First, the mind consciousness gave a message to the body consciousness to stand up, stand and go to the water tap. Now it's telling, now water is full in your body. Now close the tap and turn around and go to the chair where you were there. Sat down earlier and go and sit there. The message is coming from the mind consciousness. So everything is happening according to the eye consciousness is helping this procedure because eye consciousness can see the area and find where is the water tap and find where is the chair you were sat earlier. Now Aryan Mahansa is telling, now I am asking a question from you. Who drank water? Can the mind consciousness drink water? Yes, who drank water? Can the mind consciousness drink water? No, mind consciousness can't drink water. Water put into the mouth and it has gone to the stomach through abdominal region, and at any time it will go out through the backside. Yes, that is one example. Another example we can say, when there is when there is a big rain, thunder and lightning, and a big rain is happening. So at once the mind consciousness coming to know that through the ear consciousness, because ear consciousness can hear the noise of the heavy rain and the thunder and lightning, and the eye consciousness also see in the heavy rain and thunder and lightning. Then they both are giving the messages to the mind consciousness. Out there is a big rain and lot of a big rain and thunder and lightning. Then mind consciousness matching with the past memories and giving a message to the body consciousness. Yes, go and shut all the windows and doors because water may come inside. So what the body consciousness is getting the message from the memory code, that means the mind consciousness, and going near the windows. For that, eye consciousness is helping the body consciousness to go to the windows and shut all the windows and doors. So there won't be water coming inside the home because of the thunder and lightning. And then the mind consciousness says, so now you can, to the body consciousness, to go and sit somewhere comfortable, like that. Or else you go and sleep, like that. A message is coming through the mind consciousness. So the body consciousness is acting accordingly. We can think about another activity. That means when in the early morning, we were sleeping, and in the early morning, a sound of bird sound, we can hear the bird sound early morning. So ear consciousness is hearing the birds' voices, sounds, birds singing outside the place. So at once the ear consciousness is giving the message to mind consciousness. Out there, birds are singing. So mind consciousness matching with the past memory, and now mind consciousness knows that means sun is rising. That is why we can hear the birds singing. And mind consciousness giving another message to the body consciousness to get up. Get up now, it is early morning. Get up from the body and start your day. Then the body consciousness is lifting the body from the bed and straightening the body and getting out of the bed, and then walking. Legs are keeping on the floor and taking up and keeping down. And again taking up, holding up and keeping down. Then the message has gone to the mind consciousness. Now the mind consciousness knows now this body is walking inside the house. Then it's going and washing the body according to the message given from the mind consciousness. Then again another message is coming to the body consciousness to go to the kitchen. And with the help of the eye consciousness, all these activities are happening with the help of the eye consciousness and going to the kitchen and making tea again, because the body need a cup of tea. Then mind consciousness is asking the body to make a cup of tea. So with the help of the eye consciousness and the ear consciousness, water is boiling and the tea is making. And then again the mind consciousness says, go and sit on the chair and have your cup of tea. Then the body consciousness is acting accordingly. And with the help of the eye consciousness and with the holding the cup of tea and going to the table and chair and sitting on the chair and now drinking the cup of tea. So if the cup of tea is very hot, again a message is coming, because the tongue consciousness says, sending a message to mind consciousness, this tea is too hot. Then mind consciousness asks the body consciousness to wait till it cooler. Wait till the tea become cooler. And then after a few minutes, again the mind consciousness giving a message to the body consciousness to drink the tea again. And now slowly, sip by sip, slowly drinking according to the messages coming through the mind consciousness to the body consciousness. But when you grow older and older, this body consciousness is becoming feeble, because this body is fragile, and when the body is becoming feeble, it is not easy to do the activities. At that time, the mind consciousness giving the message, though the mind consciousness is sending messages to the body consciousness, but the body consciousness is very slowly doing the activities, because the body consciousness is very feeble and not having much power to act according to the mind consciousness messages. And eye consciousness is also helping, but eyesight is also becoming poor when you are growing older. And the system, the robo machine is getting very feeble, and it is very difficult to carry out the day-to-day activities. But the mind consciousness is there giving messages, but body consciousness and eye consciousness are not very sharp to act like in the past. So this is a wonderful machine made by the nature. And up to now, nobody revealed this kind of true nature of this body and mind other than Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse. Before 2600 years ago, Lord Buddha has revealed each and everything about this body and mind and everything. But the truth was covered with so many false views and wrong views for thousands of years. And Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse understood, realized it in the year 2015, what Lord Buddha said actually. But Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse waited some time without preaching this for some time, and then started preaching from year 2019 about this wonderful machine of human body and how it is working, and how the consciousness, mind consciousness, is playing like a CPU. And this is a complete machine made from the nature, and it is activated through the nature law, the cause and effect law. And this is the true reality of this body and mind. So in this era, our great sage Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is revealing the true nature of human beings, and the people on this planet Earth, from each and every corner, they who are understanding the English language, whatever religion they are in, whatever color of their skin, no matter, they should, they may hear this true message sending through Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the wisdom of Asia from Sri Lanka, to understand the true nature of humanity and to end the suffering. Without understanding this true nature, nobody will be able to come out from these sufferings. Whatever they tried, however they ask somebody up there to help them, nobody is there to help them. They should try and come out from this trap of sansaric journey. After realizing this true Dhamma, they can lead a very satisfied life on this planet Earth without suffering for anything. This is the greatest revelation from Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse to the humanity who are trapped into the sansaric journey with wrong views. Millions of wrong views are there, and their eyes are closed because so many heavy thoughts they are carrying on their heads, useless. They can't even have a good sleep. Most of the people can't even have a good sleep. Some of them are sleeping with the help of pills because their minds are so heavy with so many thoughts, heaps of thoughts, because this mind is not a friend. Mind is always giving us hardships, giving pain. Sometimes this mind asking somebody to kill a person, and thereafter the same mind is telling, you killed that person, and the sorrow is coming. Likewise, this mind is a very evil. Therefore, We have to try to come out from this evil mind by listening to this Buddothpado PeoTV Zoom and YouTube channel 24/7 from any corner of this planet Earth to overcome suffering. We are inviting all the human beings to come and hear, come and listen, and you will be free from this evil thought patterns and you will be finally free from any type of sufferings you have because there is no self here to suffer. When you understand there is no self here, all your sufferings will be vanished and you will become the nature. Like the wind, you can blow this corner to other corner without having any kind of suffering. You will become the cooler wind and so happily you can live. For today, I'm concluding this session. Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our time who has come to this planet Earth to end the suffering of all human beings. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this true Dhamma through every corner of this planet Earth to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Mahasa at his feet. Therwan Saranai Aryan Mahasa. May all of you be blessed by Triple Gem, and may our friends who are helping with the background work be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is our regular discussion session from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. of Buddothpado PeoTV English Zoom channel. So these 2 hours actually is dedicated for our questions and any areas that are not clear to get clarified. So some of our friends will be joining soon, who are conducting these sessions. As you know, why Buddothpado is unique, because it's you can feel that it is getting applied to your day-to-day activities, day-to-day life, uh, and you yourself will be able to feel that there is a difference once you start listening to this Buddothpado Deshana. So it's a beautiful Dham actually. Things are becoming clearer and clearer with time. Particularly if you have been listening for like 1.5, 2 years, the things become more and more clear, and there's definitely a change in your life pattern, uh, which is a lot of our Dhamma friends are expressing those views in the Zoom discussions. So whoever is listening from via other means, we invite you to join the discussion, join the Zoom, so that we can have a bigger forum with more people joining and more people talking. So we can start the discussion. Our Venerable Dhammasunanda also has joined, Therwan Sarnai Swami Nahansa, and also Champa and Surangika has joined. Therwan Sarnai. So we can start our discussion. Any particular topics that any of you want to bring up, we can start with that. Therwan Sarnai.
Therwan Saranai, Doctor.
Therwan
Day,
Sarnai.
day before yesterday evening session, I
Yeah.
heard Miss that lady Swarnamali was
Swarna.
telling. Yes.
Mm, mm.
The feeling is like a horizontal line.
Line. Yes.
Yes, and
Mm,
the thinking is like a wave up,
mm,
going up and down.
mm.
And can we talk about that further, Doctor? Little further.
Yeah. Yeah, I will start. I think Dr. Kokila also has joined, so Surangika, both of them are there. Yeah, actually, basically, what she meant was underneath everything, and in addition to what Swarnamali said, Aryan Mahasya also added some facts. So, taking both together, what I understood was actually the non vibration or the company is there everywhere at the base. So whether you have understood this Dhamma, or which means a person who is in the Uggatitana level, a person who quickly understands this Dhamma, or maybe a person who still hasn't uh, got everything cleared, all of us in common, we have this accompany or the non-vibration at the base. And what happens is the mind or the thoughts are overlapping that. So the mind is the one which is prominent in a person, in people who have not understood this Dhamma path, but all of them do have that non-vibration underneath. So actually, on top of that, the vibration means the world, everything. So the example that was given about that, I think Asanti gave that example about that if a person loses the leg by amputation or whatever, loses a leg at the beginning, he will be very upset with that is because of the thoughts or the mind. He will be devastated with what he lost, and then he will be having so many thoughts, the sadness, all sorts of things will be there, and very marked current or the vibrations will be there at the beginning. But later on, what happens is that little by little, when he gets accustomed to that loss, that vibration regarding that loss of that leg will be less and less. So ultimately, it will be not a thing for him. It will be kind of non-significant at all. It will be kind of something that has zero vibrations, that particular stimulus. So that was a metaphor given, which means actually for every stimulus or every incident or every experience, actually what is there in the base is the non-vibration. But on top of that, the vibrations or the in the mind, so many things are built up. So we are unable to identify that situation. We do not notice that non-vibration part. We always go by these vibrations or the thoughts. That was something. That was basically what I understood. Anything else to be added, Surangika or Dr. Kokila, or even Sudharma also has joined? Therwan Sarna, she asked about that explanation given by Swarnamali and Aran Wahanse, and also Asanti also joined day before yesterday. They said that accompany or the non-vibration is like a straight line, and the vibration will be like the waves up and down, going up and down. So in other words, the thoughts which have a current, but whereas the non-vibration, which is like a straight line, it has no current at all. She just asked me to explain it, Champa. Anything else to be added?
anyone?
Doctor.
Yeah.
No, yeah, doctor. So when Dr.
Did you
Sakuntala
actually
said
get
that,
the chance to listen to that?
no, doctor, I didn't get the chance yet. But when she said that non-vibration is a straight line, that means it doesn't have any frequency, right? If there is a frequency, only it goes up and down, no wave shape.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is so rational. So when the frequency is zero, we cannot talk about synchronization, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
no power. Yes,
No
no power.
power, yes, yeah.
That
And doctor,
synchronization is different. The organ synchronization is different. That is the thing. The main problem is also here identifying this alive feel and identifying the actual sensor function. That's the whole problem here. In the sense challenge is identifying the sensor function and identifying the underlying power. Because sensor function is not the power. Yes.
Yeah. That
after,
means, yeah, in
yeah.
Arhat also that is what is experiencing sensor level, but no power, isn't it?
Mm. So Sirangika has also joined. Anything So Rangika, did you get the chance? I mean, I think she was busy last few days. Don't know whether she got
Kirasana,
any
Dr.
chance.
Kokila.
Yeah.
Yes, I listened to that. That was really nice, wasn't it? That analogy that was drawn, especially with the leg and how the mind struggles to cope with it before it becomes the new normal. So there is that time that is attached to the mind coping, whereas right from the beginning is that feel and that is the actual normal. But because of this superimposed mind, isn't it, that
Mm.
struggles to find an equilibrium which is all full of magnification of the senses only, and then it dies down later, as they say, and then it starts to cope, isn't it? Because the way the mind works is also, it's always trying to protect and nurture the self,
Mm.
the wrong self view. So at the beginning, it's such a shock that it's going all over the place, saying, I can't do without my leg. Oh my God, my leg, that kind of thing. And then now it has kind of come to the conclusion that can't help, the leg is gone. So now it starts trying to cope. So the coping mechanism starts. And I'm sure, Dr. Kokila, when you deal with patients and grief and death and injury
Mm.
as well, you must be coming across this very often. It's the and then what happens is the mind itself says it's okay, like, even without the leg I have a artificial leg, or it's okay, I can still do stuff, or and then it might go the other way as well. It starts saying, oh, use it as a mechanism again to kind of promote the self, like, although I'm doing all this, I don't have a half of my leg is artificial, or something like that, to kind of start boasting about it as if it's a big deal. So it can happen in different ways, because the mind first struggles, rejects, so it does reject, and then it finally realizes, almost the system realizes that there's nothing that can be done about it, and then it becomes that normal. So the normal thing, the acceptance, is almost like the ray carver. But then, because this is always spinning, because this is always magnifying things, then it starts doing another magnification from that point onwards. And it's moving away again, isn't it, with that alive feel? Because it's self promoting all the time, it's now promoting it the other way. But I think Aaron Vanse also said there is cases where it doesn't come to that normal, where people for a long time, for years and years, get stuck on that fact, and find and are depressed about it, sad about it. I think one of the examples that all of us have come across is that mother from Halavata, who you may recall, she said that 2 years ago she wanted to amputate the leg or something, and it was her husband who stopped her from doing the surgery.
Yeah.
And time and again, that thought keeps recurring in her head, and that has caused a lot of resentment. Each time something happens with the leg, each time she can't do a piece of work, it keeps coming. And I think that resentment is there deep down whenever she interacts with her husband. I think now, over time, with the Dhamma, it has reduced. I think she said that. But so it has different different formations and permutations, isn't it? The way this thing works.
Yeah, as you said, sometimes it can build the ego. Very correctly you said, because some people show that I am going to achieve this target now, even though I don't have the leg. I'm going to do this and I'm going to achieve this. And they want to show people how they have very courageously climbed up to a certain climax with that disability. So, as you said, it can go along the other way also, where from that neutral non-vibration level, vibrations can be more stronger. It sort of, I think, that comes under the craving or the attachment or whatever, trying to do more things and being successful and then becoming, I mean, being very happy with that achievement. And also about that Halavata mother, Chilau mother, that even recently when she was talking about it, she brought, I heard in a Zoom discussion, she brought up that topic. And again, she was saying that husband sort of didn't want the leg to be amputated. So because of my leg, still I have difficulties. She has got the Dhamma to some extent, true. But as you said, it is still recurring. And I don't think she has recognized that aspect, isn't it?
Yeah, all that it shows is that there is more of the Buddhist philosophy that has to be understood, isn't it? If there is any kind of resentment, any kind of clinging aversion or ill will or delusion, that means there is something that has not been cleared. That's all it kind of brings to the forefront, isn't it?
Yeah. Mm. Any other things to discuss from any of you? Champa, do you have anything else to discuss from that?
No, doctor, I just thought of that. Any other things? If you have any other things and other can discuss. There's nothing from my side, doctor, for today.
Okay. And yesterday, I think our new friend Malini Amma wanted to discuss about that dream thing. Dr. Kokila, I don't know whether you could listen to that. That dream about Aryan Mahansi described. Is that what you wanted to know yesterday? You asked
Actually,
me.
even last night, 7 o'clock, he said that it is kind of irrelevant, isn't it? It's kind of, it's his dream. It's his dream. It's kind of irrelevant. What you should actually worry about is your own vibration.
Yeah.
Because remember that gentleman, can't remember the name, he asked about that. As soon as he asks about that, it is very evident that he's asking about it from a different angle. So this is the thing.
More like academic interest, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the thing. So the mere interest about anything is not the thing. Mere interest should be about researching your own vibration, finding your own vibration, and realize that it's not actually self. This is the trickiest point ever.
Sorry, doctor.
Yeah.
No, that when you were talking about that adaptation, doctor, do you think that it's the mind that get used to survive without the leg or without a certain body part, if it is hysterectomy without the womb or whatever, isn't it the system that gets adapted to it?
Yeah, that adaptation story is also a metaphor. Yeah, it's a metaphor. So you need to catch the metaphor part. Yes, adaptation can happen from several parts of it. Body adaptation is different, mind adaptation is different.
Is different. And now even a plant gets, I mean, it turns towards sunlight or close like that.
That's without a mind. Even a small baby without the mind might adapt to some kind of, crying when there is no attention. Even though there is no mind, so there's specific reactions which can happen. Bodily reactions can happen. Mind is a different entity. Mind also can adapt, but these things do happen, yes. But
Mhm.
self vibration is the difficult point, you know. The self vibration is the actual thing that gives you the suffering.
Doctor, I have a certain experience where I like actually made me think about this perception. So I was walking all by myself in the town. So I wanted to cross the road. So I just pressed that button on the pole there and I was waiting. Okay, the green man appeared. So that was the perception, because when the green man appears, we normally step into the road. And at that very moment, it turned to red and started to flash. So normally, the perception that we have got used to is when it is red, we just stop there, but still it's blinking like flashing. But anyway, I just continued, but later on I found, okay, when you step onto the road, the green would turn to red and it would start blinking, but still you have to continue, but no one can start crossing when it blinks like that. So that made me think now the perceptions back home, the green thing remains when we cross the road. That is also a perception. But now here, seeing the red, I got stuck in the middle of the road. So how these perceptions have taken by the system.
Yeah, actually, in
Mm.
Sri Lanka, Sudama, the green man stays, but there is a timing, isn't it?
Yeah,
Timer goes down, isn't it? Like 20, 19,
yes,
18.
yeah,
Yeah,
true.
I see. Yeah, now I remember. And yeah, here it's the red goes blinking, isn't it?
Yes,
Yeah. It's like the traffic light signal, isn't it?
yeah,
Or the perception.
yeah, true.
Mm.
Is it different from county to county? South Australia, it's different. Queensland, it's another system, or is it
No,
so
it's the
everywhere?
same. Yeah.
New South, same. Nice.
Interesting. Actually, you actually came home with that perception, isn't it?
Yeah, and came home and planned to tell it here. So,
Yeah, it's like that two monks, one crossing they were crossing the river. One girl
carrying the
came and
beautiful lady. Yeah.
yeah, and the other monk was upset about that, and then the monk who carried the lady and kept there and came. Now this other monk came to the temple as well and was questioning about it, and that the monk who carried the girl said, I kept the girl there and came. You are still still taking the girl and come. It's a
And
beautiful
doctor,
metaphor.
that's beautiful. Yeah. And doctor, it is obvious that these perceptions are only creations of us. I mean, ignorantly we have done it. Uh, I mean, here now, red is also you can move. I mean, it is just a simple thing, and all other perceptions are like that. What certain perception means to a certain system is entirely different from how another system takes it up, isn't it? That's the truth. That's what you are all. Uh, I mean, every day, what we are discussing is that they are so individual, and that depending on the level of ignorance, these perceptions may become real, or I mean may have very strong effect. Some would take light-heartedly, some would not take them at all as real.
Yeah, actually,
Mm.
that's true. Sudama, I'll give you
Yeah,
an example of something that occurred today. So I went in search of fenugreek powder. I wanted powder, not the seeds. Seeds we
yeah,
have not at home for
yeah.
something. And so to find it, I looked up an organic shop and drove all the way to the organic shop. So when I went there, the lady said, no, sorry, we don't have fenugreek powder. Try such and such a shop. So I said, well, what's that? I kind of felt the name was familiar, but I pretended, or I kind of, maybe I thought she might have meant something else. And she said, no, it's the Indian shop, the 24-hour Indian shop. Why don't you try there? So I said, yes, okay, I see. Yeah, I might try there. And that's about it. So the thing that occurred at that time was, for Australians, trying an Indian shop is just a very innocent way of saying, oh, they might have it, because fenugreek is very common, right, in Asian stores, so they will have it. But what is our perception? Our perception is Indian boutique means you don't know how it's packaged. You don't know whether it is the original fenugreek powder that's in the packet. Therefore, uh, the preference is not to go and get it from an Indian shop. So can you see again the Australian lady's perception about, we don't have it, just try the Indian shop. And then the perception that arose here was, no, I think I'll try another organic shop, not going to the Indian shop, because we have that experience about
Pre-perceptions,
how
prior
these things
perceptions.
are, exactly, past perceptions about no idea the quality and the production and so on. So we don't know whether it's original, or whether we don't know whether any other powder is mixed and so on. So it's always things that are coming. But the interesting thing about that is being aware. So when one is aware of the perception, just like when one is aware of how the mind works, there is no room for the magnification, or the thing to go on and create any anxiety or worry or anything of that sort. So there was another example to Champa's question on that Swarnamali's thing, and Asanti also brought that example. When she said when she's working, there can be that little, not anxiety, but a little bit of stress, like almost at the surface level, where because of the task that has to be performed, perhaps there is a bit of rush kind of thing at the surface, but almost the system or the field realizes, there's a realization that that's only in the periphery or at the surface level, but underneath, that calmness is still there. The rush or the little bit of going about kind of thing is there only at the surface level. Maybe Dr. Kokita, you can explain that a bit better. I think she said that sometimes R.N. Vance says something to her also, but she says, I mean, like, what can you do? He said it because he feels it and he said it to her. So something even negative. But what can you do? The system is still the system. And so it's almost unperturbed.
The main problem here is actually detecting what is self-perception and what is a self-vibration. Again, that's the baseline challenge, I think, because traffic light actually, or the traffic sign is okay, but the yesterday, even yesterday or even day before, this how do I say that? Stopping thinking about these things and try and feel what is the self-perception here, and you go on experiencing, and actually this extra power is the misunderstood power. And And the understanding about, this crucial level is understanding this Dhamma properly. And then if you kind of this self-view is broken with confidence, then whatever happens, like it's not attributed to the self. Paramarshani is not there. So that is the attribution to the self. I don't know whether the English word is correct there. That if it's not attributed to the self, it's kind of floating, isn't it? What? The anger has no place, but anger is there in the initial bit
Dr.
anyway.
Kokila, I'm just wondering whether is Paramarshana the thing that we do to project it outside rather than attribution to self? Dr. Sakuntala, maybe?
No, it is the attribution to self, because self is outside. Self-thought is outside. Every thought is outside. Thought level is outside. Complete outside. What you feel is different. Thinking is different. So, chair, self, they are all actually thoughts. When you understand the chair is a perception, you fully realize that self is also a perception. Self-thought is actually not there. Chair is not there. Again, similarly, self is not there. So you need to any thoughts about that? The Paramarsh, yes, you can add.
Yeah, I think what you said is what I also know, that it is projecting it to the outside, taking the things as things, taking as people or things, the giving the value or the akkara ganima, whatever. I think that is what is meant by Paramarshana.
I actually don't know the meaning, but I feel it's applying Dhamma
Sorry, I got
to
disturbed. Sorry, what was it?
Dr. Sakuntala. Isn't it applying Dhamma to one's own experiences and seeing it through it? Or I
Sorry,
actually
I
don't
didn't
know
get
the
that.
exact meaning.
No, then I may be wrong. I was thinking that it is
No. I actually do not have any idea about it whatsoever. But
What is the thing
hearing the
that you are
word
talking about?
Paramarshana,
Yeah, okay. What did Dr. Sakuntala say? Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was disturbed.
no, that projecting outside, taking the things as real, whatever is outside,
Yeah,
taking
that's
as
the
real.
self,
That
yeah.
is, yeah, that is
Self
what
is
is
also
meant.
outside, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
So what was the question?
No, you were discussing about the Paramarshana. Just that.
Yeah, what was the question from Sudharma?
no, doctor, I asked whether it's Paramarshana means applying Dhamma to one's own experiences and seeing it through, I mean, practically. That's what
No,
it means to me. I don't know.
Paramarshani is a prutajjana way. Paramarshani is
Pruthajjana.
complete prutajjana. What is it?
Really?
What
Paramarshana.
are you talking about? All the sanyojana, 10 sanyojana, or the fetters, isn't it? Are in the prutajjana side.
Mhm. Then I got
Well,
confused with this pratyavekshaya. There is another word as
Yes.
pratyav. That
Pratyaveksha, no?
maybe. Sorry, yeah, I actually don't know the meaning.
No,
Sorry
that's
about that.
different.
So 10
Yeah.
fetters are Sakkaya Ditti, Vichikicha, Silabhata Paramash, and Kamaraga Patika. Ruparaga, Aruparaga, what is it?
Mana
Mana
Uddacha
Uddacha Avidya. So these fetters are actually the fetters, means they are the binding forces of this self. Actually, it is again in one thought. These are in one thought. So
Maybe we should say that in English, no?
Really? Can you?
Just for the benefit of any listeners. Yeah.
Do you have it?
No, I don't have it. Let's just give it a try. What was the first one?
No, maybe Champa has it. Anyone has it
Champa
written?
might have. Sakkaya Ditthi is, of course, self.
Correct view. Or
No, Sakkaya Ditthi, no? So,
wrong view.
Self-conception, no? Self-perception.
Concept. Yeah, okay.
Self-perception. So, skeptical doubt. But the Paramasa is rituals, no? I'm getting stuck in
Yeah,
rituals.
but that word doesn't match there.
This self-view, no, Miss Ranga, self-view, Sakkaya Ditthi. Then the second one, as you said,
Sakkaya
Sakkaya
Ditthi,
Ditthi.
Vichikicha. Doubt.
That is skeptical doubt, yeah.
But the Paramasa is like getting stuck in rites and rituals, believing the world to be true, isn't it? That's rites and rituals.
Yeah, but Aranhansa says it slightly differently.
Okay, we'll just keep it like that for the time being. Then what was the next one? Kamaraga, no? Patiga. So Kamaraga is clinging. Aversion. Patiga is
Hatred.
Aversion or
aversion, hatred, yeah. Kamaraga, Patiga, Ruparaga. Form.
Desire.
Formless, desire for the formless, desire for the form, and then mana. Ego. Uddacha. Conceit. Yeah.
Conceit.
And ignorance.
Well, Saranai doctor, give me word by word. I'll check. I have this AI thing in front of me. What is the
That's
word?
okay. I think we finished it. Sorry, Dr. Kokila. Maybe you should continue with this.
Sorry, we
interrupted.
finished, yes. So what I was trying to say is that is all in the wrong view side. So these fetters are going to be broken actually. How does it be broken? Only first three will be broken only by the truth, knowing the truth. So after actually knowing the truth, it's like piercing one thought with the wisdom. You will fully realize that there is this chair is not real. And at the same time, there's two things in one go. Chair is not real. When the chair is not real, self is not there. Those are two things that in one go. So chair is not real, self is not real is in the same go, same moment. So self and the self-thought, also the chair thought is also the same. It works the same way. Because there's no one here, so these vibrations work in such a way. So if you look at it in that no self angle, if you understand this, once you come to the perceptions, if they are repeated with the momentum, it gains momentum, and it is going to feel like as real, and you're actually going to believe that as well. So if you are believing that the chair is outside, you are 100% believing in the self as well. They are coincidental, co-existing. They are two sides of one coin. So if you at one point fully realize that the chair is actually not there, the same moment you realize that self is not there, because it's all felt. It's all felt. So there's nothing in the thinking side. So that is the whole thing. So when you lose the power of the chair, self power is also gone. That's the whole. There's so much insight you gain from these experiences, because you gain the insight about your own vibration, because that's the power that that you had with the chair. It's the same thing. That is the self power as well, because they are all matching each other. But when the chair value is fully understood, that that is only the fast vibration of the whatever the sensory organ involved, then this power is not there. That meaning that what that means is the self, the alive feel is also gone. This gives you the whole picture and the break in this system. This is nothing to do with the self, nothing to do with anyone at all. This system gets a break. System is it's having a moment of non-vibration. It's like synchronizing into the non-vibration for a fraction of a second, right? We have talked about this a lot. So at that moment, it has surfaced. Vibration has been defeated. It just happened. But this gives you so much insights, because previously we thought that chair is real, I am real. Actually, we thought as well. But this thinking is broken down now. We know chair is also not real. I'm thought is also not real. So, but definitely, even if you fully realize that, the perception is still there, because perception is there because the chair perception has some power still. Just because you fully realize that the chair is not real doesn't necessarily mean that the chair power is going to go down. So the chair power is going to slowly go down, because the self-view is broken. Even yesterday, you know that mother who was talking. The main problem is the not breaking the self-view. So the self-view is broken. None of these things will be attributed to a self. None of these things. Whether you are shouting in pain, whether you are crying in sadness, whether you are very upset in a moment, there's no way this is going to be attributed to a self. That is the beauty of this Dhamma. But then you have all these Kamaraga, Patika, and all these things still. Because the value of that, what that means is the value of this perception is there. So the clinging and aversion is still there. It's kind of no one's clinging and aversion. So actually that power is going to go down anyway. And slowly because the sensual world, clinging and aversion is different. Clinging to the form world is different. Clinging to the non-form world is different. Clinging to the non-form world is very basic level that we can't, we are not even, we don't have any ability to think. It should be felt. So clinging to the form world, clinging to the non-form world is there because we believe that they are there. But because the ignorance is still there, that is why there is a path. You know that why we actually this one side of Dhamma. Some monks became Mahayana, some monks became Hinayana. So why this happened also? Was group thought that this is just slowly dying down the self power or the self vibration power. But the other side actually introduce, in the sense they detected some levels in that. Doesn't necessarily matter. Actually, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all, actually. What happens is after the view is broken, samma ditti, that's the beginning of this path. Samma ditti, if it is there, this whole path, what happens is you keep realizing that this vibration has no place. This vibration will not have place. It will come to the several layers. It doesn't matter what layer, but it will keep happening anyway. So the most important thing is actually getting rid of this self-view, because the path starts from there. So when the path starts from there, then attribution of any of these things, with the especially the sensual world stuff, because this a lot of things that we talk about is sensual world stuff, but no one actually talks about why I'm clinging to the form world, or why there is glueness into the form world, in the sense the perceptions, why perceptions are so important, or why consciousness is so important. Because if the consciousness is felt as something, definitely there is clinging to that. If it is felt as something, so this has a kind of like a path, but it's not actually a path. So these are the main important aspects. After that, slowly, if someone is actually in the path, slowly what you realize is what Aranwansi is saying, this perception comes and you realize actually, that perception is also wrong. Actually, there is no self there. Again, the perception comes. No, actually, it's not even that. The Dhamma keeps coming back and doing that. But the most important aspect is samadhi. So the moment you enter the samadhi is the correct view. Consolidation of that samadhi, the main thing is, that is the important aspect. And after that, whatever clinging and aversion, we know that it's not a self thing. It is the problem with this vibration with some characteristics, like this vibration has these characteristics. You know how this vibration works. It's not a magic to you anymore. You know how this vibration, like, try to make it like gluey and all this stuff, If you name it, you can say astral, but actually you don't even need to name all these things. You know how this vibration works. Because after the self view is broken, we don't even talk about a self. We don't have to. It's a vibration which has some several characteristics which keep blowing things up, giving a different phenomena, like different aspect, different perception. Self-perception keeps coming back, yes. The underlying self-perception is just a mirage. The basic understanding here is about the self-perception, not actually about any other perception. What do you think? You can actually talk about this. What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yes, as you said, beyond that level, no new, I had to use the word defilements, no new things will add up, but whatever the defilements which are there, we will start dissolving, isn't it? That the word raga, dvesha, moha, which is used at that level, doesn't mean that new forming, but whatever is there will be dissolving beyond that point. Am I correct?
Yeah. So this attribution of this stuff to the self is a gross thing as well as a subtle thing. So it can be happening in gross way, like, like before listening to the Dhamma, I am the one who suffered, I'm the one who did this, I'm the one who is doing a job. I'm the one who gave birth to children. Am I not? Like if someone told me like, no, you didn't, I will be like, what? I am the one. But now, I mean, it's a joke now. But then at that moment, it's not a joke. It's a fully me. I did everything. I'm the one who suffered all these years. I'm the one who tried to find the some what, like happiness.
That is a gross level, isn't it?
That's a very gross level. But this self-view can be very subtle also. But this gross level is never going to happen again. If you fully realize this and experience a non-vibration, this self-view is not going to affect. You are not going to actually even think in that way. Like, no way. But then you still may have some, this, because the self-perception is still there. When you imagine your worst enemy comes in front of you, even though that fully aware that nothing is, there's no attribution to a self, but the power of that stimuli comes up. Self-perception is anyway there in the beginning, because it is there until you are an arahant. At some points you won't have it. At some point, like the Sudharma's explanation that day, when she was distributing chocolates, she didn't have it, but after that she's thinking, then she's having it. But the thing is the differentiation between these two layers. How come one moment that you completely in one state and the other moment you just gave into the thoughts? This is something which can happen. So that at the same time, you can, there's a balance between the feel and the form as well. So one time you are in the complete feel, sometimes you are in the perception level. It's
Dr.
okay.
Kokila.
Yes.
Dr. Kokila, can you say that isn't the gross level the self-view and the not so gross level actually the self-perception?
Yeah. It is very subtle. The self-perception level is subtle. But we will have that, we can pick it up. The kusalatave or the skill is actually picking this up, isn't it? And actually picking up the power of the consciousness and the consciousness without power. It's also a skill.
Yeah, because when the person is in the self-view, the person is so animated, so worked up that it can't, the system can't differentiate between the perception, the vibration,
Nothing.
and the self-view. Everything is so intermingled. The person
Yes.
is so up there in terms of emotional high, isn't it? You can't
Yes.
differentiate. When that sensual level is gone, only the more refined layers can be slowly distinguished, I think.
Yeah. In the form level also, that's a consciousness level, and subtle, these can be very subtle then, but still you fully.
Is the form level the consciousness or the perception?
Consciousness. Form level has no perception as such. No
That's the Rupa
smell.
Bhumi. Form world?
Non-form, sorry, did I say something wrong? So the non-form has no perception. Form has the perception. Sorry, I don't know whether I said the wrong thing. So the non-form has no smell in it, has no light in it, it's just a feel.
Yeah.
So this, the when I think Surangika has asked this question few times from me, and actually we can talk about it now. So, if someone actually entered this path properly and has entered Sammaditthi by feeling the non-vibration, then definitely that a system is fully aware about the vibration as well, because 100% vibration is also felt to feel the non-vibration. You can't just escape the vibration and feel the non-vibration. So then slowly what happens is this what do you call it, defilements slowly go away. Because why? There's no ownership. When there's no ownership, it takes time. We don't know how long it will take, because we know that even Vishaka, she actually, there's no word about she even going into a next level. So this, we can't really do anything about these things, but definitely I have read about that and heard that she had so much bhavatanha. So the bhavagami, in the sense, is her perception of existence was high.
Yeah, the stories themselves portray, isn't it, that in her mannerisms and behavior in certain instances, I think you mentioned it before as well, Dr. Kokila, where she lost a grandchild or something and came to the Jethavanarama monastery in wet garments or something like that. And so I think the Buddha had to advise at that point. So that's certainly the perception and all that is still very much there. But when you use the word bhavagami, I was just wondering, does the bhavagami part come off when the self view goes, or not really?
No, it is the existence, the craving for the, I don't know whether these words are correct though, the desire for the existence. Desire for existence is very deep.
I have heard or read actually that about Vishaka, that she has expressed her desire to be born in higher realms and then come to the
these words can't be actually trusted, because if someone has no self-view, I don't think I don't think, if the chair is not a thing and self is not a thing, and if the God can't be a thing, I think the main problem was her perceptions were very strong. Her perceptions were very strong. Her field was also, the life field must have been very strong as well. So then that is the existence field, the strength of the existence field. So it's difficult to melt as such. But what I was trying to say is that's not actually this good sidetrack. So what was the talk about was why someone is going to have problems in this path, like the mother. Yesterday, Aranahansa was trying to put that into words. Did you listen to last night one where the last bit? Did anyone of you listen?
Which mother was that, Dr. Kokila?
I think mother that who got
yeah,
blamed before the day before, and
yes,
then
about some crying incident, no?
yeah, that mother, Aran Hanse talked a lot, and the end was trying to say that none of these things are self.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, he
None.
gave a very lengthy explanation about it. Yeah.
Yeah, so the none of these things, whether you are crying, whether you are jumping, whether you are shouting, even because these things will slowly go down only. I mean, you can't expect everything. Even someone is having the extreme enterer, even after becoming a samadhi, right view, still the sensual world part is still there. So anything can happen, but what is lost is attribution to the self. So that is a very tricky point actually. So listening to someone and realizing which part is missing, and it's very tricky also. Now Aranwanse actually tackled it so, I mean, I was really appreciating how he tackled that. I mean, whole thing, he didn't want to break that mother's heart. He wanted her to fully realize that none of these things have a self there. None. Does the consciousness have a self there? No. Does the perception have a self there? No. Does the thought have a self there? No. None of these things have a self there. That this is Lord Buddha's Dhamma. So this Lord Buddha's Dhamma is, I mean, if you get sidetracked, because she was sidetracked, she couldn't tell any single thing about Dhamma properly, even in the beginning, when she was asked. This thing is, she has listened to Dhamma for a long time, so it is there inside her. It just didn't come at that particular moment. But what matters is Aranwansi knows that Dhamma is inside. Aranwansi knows it should come out. Aranwansi wants that to come out. And the way he tries it to, convince her that none of these things, whatever you feel side is completely a consciousness side. Whatever you feel, whether you're emotional, whether you are feeling the light, or whether you are feeling the sound, whether you are feeling the touch, whether you are feeling any emotions, doesn't matter. There's no self there. To come to that level, to be so confident about that is the issue. So to infuse that confidence, how much effort that he put. What do you think? What do you all think? Did you get that? Dr. Sakuntala, did you hear to last night one?
Yeah, actually, she was very beautifully guided by Aran Hase, because as you all said that she has been listening to this, and she's also conducting the programs also. So for some reason that point nothing could be expressed. But very beautifully Aran Hase sort of directed her mind in a sort of like taking a child gently by the hand, and
Yes.
yeah, it was
Yes,
very
like
beautiful.
Kisagotami,
Yeah.
like Patachara.
I mean,
I mean,
right at the beginning, she may have been really disheartened to hear the comments that she got on the previous day.
yes.
And she may have even thought of withdrawing herself from the Andonakapadeshana. That may have been the impression that she had on the previous day, but the next day, actually, very reassuring talk and very reassuring explanation was given by Aaron. So that was very beautiful.
Yeah, see, it's so amazing, and I was like, wow, kind of thing, but not wow kind of thing. But what I'm trying to say is this guiding that none of these things, there is no self, is so beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
So because in some emotion you think, am I still there? What's that? And you don't really put it to the tongue now. You don't really put it to the smell even now. You don't really put it into the maybe even not the touch or the light or the sound maybe, but you may still put it to the emotions. You said that. I got shocked for some person doing something wrong or cheating. So this is the thing.
Yeah,
So
I mean, it doesn't it very well applies to me also. I was thinking yesterday.
yeah, you got shocked, and so if Varanasi listens, so what? And we all are like, yeah, actually, so what? Someone has to say that for us to realize us. Actually, why not? Then only this personalization goes away. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because we personalize. It's our habit, not this vibration habit. Habit of the samsaric journey is the personalization. What do you think? We should make a song of it.
As you said, putting everything to the self bucket, isn't it?
Yeah. That's the best habit ever. I felt sad. I felt angry. I felt lonely. I felt that. I felt this. So what? Who said that you felt that? Then you are speechless and mumble and oh yes, sir, and answer. Actually, there is no self. Yes, sir, and answer. Yes. And you slowly retreat. I'm telling from my own experience.
Yeah, true. It happened to me also so many times.
Slowly retreat. You fully realize that you actually it's useless talk. So the guidance is the problem there. Like we are also actually learning, and the way he handles things, and it's what do you think, Sudharma? Did you listen to last night one?
No, doctor, today I got the headset and I'm going to listen to everything. And I listened to a morning sermon of Father Vahanse, and there he was, it was day before yesterday, early morning one. He was explaining, as you all said, identifying the self-perception is the real challenge. Even though someone has progressed in the path, the mind consciousness hides the self-perception from you. So, having the self-perception, you behave as if you have got rid of it. So it's the biggest challenge.
That's a different aspect. That's where someone says,
yeah.
No, that's a different aspect. So that's a different person. Now imagine someone comes to the Zoom and say, Aran, I don't feel anything. I'm so, all good. Then that aspect is different.
Yeah, true.
So the aspects are different. Trying to capture this self, that itself is self vibration.
True.
When
Once
we
I
talk,
remember,
this gives away. Actually, this gives away. This our power gives away. That's the beauty of you talking to our enhance actually.
Yeah, doctor. Once in one Andolanatmaka Deshana, all 2 hours he spent shouting at me, telling that you fool cannot identify your soul. I was like shivering. Maybe 2 years ago, he was telling what a fool you having with the soul, strong self so perception, you are lost. No, what have you listened to like that? After that only I actually thought about self, and I thought, my God, this Dhamma is not for me, because what a teacher is this? What a fool is he? Used all the words to. Oh, I was almost in tears, but I don't know. But next day, the worst thing is he asked me about the name school also. Like a fool, I told the name of the school also. So it was a disgrace. I can't imagine. No, you are working in such a school. What a fool is this? You never know. You are lost. So I don't know. That was the turning point. I would have left the Buddothpado platform forever on that day. Oh, I don't know how I had courage to come back next day and talk to him. So he does things like that, doctor. He was truly a, I mean, noble
Yeah, but he
friend.
didn't do that
That's
yesterday. Just see how this
uh,
change.
right. I
Yeah,
didn't listen to the, yeah.
yes, that's what I'm saying. So anyone who listen can feel how he changes. He changes according to the
Person.
vibration, because that
Right.
mother is not able to understand the non-vibration in a different way. When the ego is high, that's a different story. But here, Aranwansa was not trying to attack the ego. Here, Aranwansa was trying to let her know that none of these things are self. It's actually
Yeah.
in a different
Don't
angle.
take
So the answer can be so different. I mean, I remember one time, long time ago, I told something, and from the moment the words came out from my mouth, he didn't shout at me, but he was telling them from the beginning. And as soon as he started with that loud kind of forceful thing, I fully realized, wow, something went wrong. I knew it, and I actually listened so carefully. At the end, I felt so relieved. I don't know how, but I felt so relieved. So this whole thing is quite different, the way he handles it. I mean, it's all really important for everyone who does these programs as well, to how to detect the problem. It's a bit difficult, but to detect the problem, if someone is in a breaking point, sometimes he handles it in a different way. But sometimes if he feels that the ego is so high that it can't be broken, he might use another way, like shouting. But you never know. Some people actually have gone away from this program. We all know that. Couldn't handle it.
And Dr. Yu and Asanti have done the same. Whenever I said something, so what? Is there you? Is that you? So what? So that was after listening to the long story, that was how you responded. So that is again reminding there was no self. What are you talking nonsense like that? So all those were kind of eye openers in the path, like.
Yeah. It is so different catching up these things, like actually I think, when you have if you have actually gone in the correct path, you don't get attached to this avadya or the whatever the good feeling or the super feeling that you get. Otherwise, if it is not properly done, that was the talk he did yesterday morning, I think. That was what was the essence of that talk, what he was trying to say with all those talks about how even that talk was misunderstood. I can fully realize that that it was misunderstood. His talk about the dream was all about actual Dhamma. He was trying to say, in wrong view, there's so much craving for the good feel. But in the right view, in Samadhi, there's no craving for the good feel. And how he felt the difference. That's such a beautiful thing. That's all about that actual discussion. Did you get it, Dr. Sakuntala or Dr. Surangika? Sorry.
Yes, actually, I was going to tell it a little earlier when you were discussing about the dream. Yeah, that is a Nirodha Samapatti, isn't it? The difference
He
in
was
the
going to say that was the whole idea of him
whole
telling about
idea.
the dreams, but the people catch the dream part,
Yeah. Because when he was
not the
practicing
Dhamma
it,
part.
yeah. When he was practicing it along that meditation thing, what he felt, and that for that feel he really liked. And then the difference when he was doing it with all this samadhi, it wasn't that sort of kind of attachment, but it was that sukha nature that he described the difference. There was no person who wanted to experience, or who the person.
You can't even call
who
it a
was,
person because it's
yeah, you can't call it a person. True.
yeah,
Yes,
because in the field side, it's
feels
a
like
kind
yes.
of like a attachment kind of feel, like kind of liking it. I mean, I don't know how to say that even, because tanha is actually a feel.
Yeah.
You can't explain tanha, no? How can you explain tanha? So the craving for the non-form, you can't explain it. And how about craving for non-feel? Because initially it is vinyanang, ayatana, or whatever, that is actually the consciousness level. But then after that, it's non-feel. Imagine you craving for the non-feel.
Yeah.
That's why they immediately go to that sitting position and go back there.
Therwan Sannai, I think maybe we should ask Venerable Bhante if he has any questions or to contribute. Therwan Sannai.
Yeah, actually, he has done meditation a lot. So
Or
he
generally to
might
the
be.
discussion topics. He might have
Yeah.
questions also.
Yeah, he can join at any time. Yes, Malini Amma.
I am today, I am talking about my increasing my burning is increasing these days because of due to my daughter's hernia operation. I am thinking about that, and I am burning thinking of that.
Are you worried?
Worried. It is not a not a major operation, but I am thinking about.
What's the problem with thinking now?
Thoughts come always.
That's the thing again. Thoughts can come. That's what we were talking about all this time now. Thoughts can come. Is it a self?
But sometimes they are burning.
Aran Mahanse might say, put some water because there's burning around. So maybe go to the shower and open the shower and just stand there because there's burning. I mean, I'm joking. But this is all thinking inside Malini Amma. You are thinking, you are actually thinking that it is burning, and then thinking that I am burning. There's nothing like that. Actually speaking, if your daughter is becoming a thing, yes, it can happen. But what you have to understand is, the first thing that you have to understand is there is no
No
self
daughter.
here.
No daughter there.
No
Only
daughter there.
sound
There.
of
No daughter there. There is no self.
self. Only sound and light wave.
Well, you are taking it in a slightly different angle. Be careful, because you have to fully realize that the actual perceptions are in the mind side. So what I'm trying to say is, you are attributing whatever the thoughts that you are thinking, that thoughts should not come.
Mm.
And you are thinking that the burning will go away just because you know Dhamma. That's not that fast. Even so, first thing for you to understand is there is no self, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you get it or not?
Got it.
Yeah, so there's no self. So, but there is still your perception of daughter is there. It is slightly powerful than other perceptions, maybe. So that is giving you some burning. Yes, it will slowly go off if you fully realize that perception is not true. You have to keep understanding the perception is not actually
Not
true.
true.
But the problem
True.
is, the first layer is understanding that there is no self.
No self.
There is no daughter, there is no self. The thoughts are actually perceptions. So the self thought, when it is powerful, what happens is you think that thinking is done by me. That is why you are saying, I'm thinking about my daughter. What's the problem about thinking your daughter? If you are not thinking about your daughter, you might think about Dhamma. Then next one, you might think about the petrol price, or you might think about the hospital strike, or you might think about the what else? I mean, politics. And next one, you might think about your leg. So you can keep thinking. So this thinking has no owner.
Mm-hmm.
Thinking will continue, but this thinking power will reduce once you fully understand that there is no self.
No self.
Is your body the self, or the thinking is self? That's why you are saying no. That's why
Thinking.
you
Thinking
thought that
is,
the thinking is or thinking isn't. Is thinking you?
thinking is the self now, no?
No, the
Then
body is not you. Thinking is also not you. Actually, there is no you. The burning you feel is you. What do you think, Surangika? Yeah, what do you think, Surangika? Surangika, can you tell this? Tell in a different angle. I think maybe add to it.
Yeah, Dr. Kokila. So I think if you think Amma about the daughter also, I mean, in that sense also, without straight away thinking about no you being there. If you were listening earlier also, Dr. Kokila explained if the chair is there, then the self gets created automatically, isn't it, according to the Dhamma? So I think you have heard Aryan Mansi saying so many times to mothers, where is the child? You know, when they say that thing happened, Aryan Mansi, this thing happened to my child, and so on. So then Aryan Mansi straight away asks, where is the child? And sometimes the mother says, the child is abroad. So I'm just joking, but
our mind, child is in our mind.
Yeah, to bring that point, that's right. So if the child or the daughter is real, then that is how the burning happens, isn't it? Because automatically the I becomes true on this side. So daughter is real for whom? So you have got created here on this side. So as long as you have that view, there can be that burning. But it is only through the realization that still what the other part to understand is the emotions that are arising from the mind Dhamma is natural. Because now we are used to always thinking about the other 5 sensory organs, isn't it? That light happens naturally, sound happens naturally, so on. But we forget that the emotions, happiness, sorrow, and these little bits and pieces of emotions are part and parcel of the mind sensor. So, I mean, if your child is in hospital, you can't be feeling completely excited, no, can you? It's completely opposite to the normal emotional feel of the mind sensor. When something of a very something serious, a serious event is happening, you're not going to be clapping and jumping about, right? That is the natural emotion. If somebody is in hospital, you're naturally concerned. So that is a natural reaction of the mind sensor. And then as a mother, you will have that anyway automatically. Now, even for say your daughter is in hospital, and say you have another daughter, for her, as the sister being in hospital, she'll also be concerned. But her emotional sensor will be working differently to your emotional sensor, isn't it? So there are different ways it will apply according to the mind sensor. But ultimately, there is a distinction between the emotion arising from the mind sensor and the other part of actually, if you think the daughter is real. You think the daughter is real, and then
I am thinking the daughter is real. That's the reason.
then the burning arising from that is the self view, and that part that is coming. So there is a distinction, and the distinction becomes clear only as you progress in the Dhamma. So until such time, as long as you know the Dhamma, and as long as you're aware that it can arise in both those ways, just the seeing of that is enough for the time being. You can't stop it. No, even if you want to say, no, the dot is not a thing, the dot is not a thing, it won't happen like that, no, overnight. So main thing is seeing the Dhamma. Yes, Dr.
Thank you.
Yeah, actually, there are so many aspects to one question. When you say, I am burning, these days I am burning, that statement itself has problems, isn't it? So you need to fully realize this Dhamma, there is no self. You have to start Dhamma from there. This whole Dhamma is to understand that there is no self. That is the whole primary target here, actually, in the beginning. Then you
Doctor,
realize it.
we know that no one is there practically, but that comes every time. That.
Yeah, but then practically what happens is the daughter is still a thing, yes. So the burning can happen. What I'm trying to say is it's not happening to a self. You have to get that properly in the beginning. Otherwise, this whole thing is in vain. If you keep attributing everything to the self, what's the problem? This even the consciousness you will attribute to the self. So this path is different. You have to start from no self. There's no self. So Malyama should fully realize there's no self. It should start from there. So who is the owner of the burning? There's no owner for the burning. When there is no owner for the burning, only the burning will actually slowly go down, because you fully realize that the daughter is not there, I am not there. Then this, due to the habit of this, perception, still there is, with the daughter perception, there's some burning is coming, but it will slowly go down.
Go down.
But for that
So that's
also,
it.
Amma, you
That's
have to get that process right. How do we get to the self view? How does this system give us this wrong self view at the end? How does it come to that alive feel? So right from the beginning, how the light perception, sound perception started, how that became a thought, how did the thought become real? How did that thought get projected outside to become people, to become real things? How did we believe that to be true? If that was true, then how did the alive feel come about? And from that alive feel only, isn't that alive feel the self view? That whole process, how it happened, should be very clear, because then one realizes that that self view actually is an extension and an extension of the thought. It arises only in the thought. Now, Amma, when you go to sleep today, say the daughter is overnight staying in hospital after the surgery, and maybe you went and visited her, but you had to come back, and now you're still till say 9:30, you're still thinking about your daughter. But then you go to sleep. So then at the point when you're sleeping for 8 hours or something, no daughter, right? Isn't it?
Yeah.
What happened to the daughter? Now, if you were so worried about the daughter, you should be worried about the daughter forever. No? So when the mind is not working, no thought, no daughter. No daughter, no burning. No mother burning for the daughter, worried about the daughter, isn't it? So can you
Yeah.
see it's actually arising in the thought? The world of the daughter gets constructed in the thought. When the daughter gets constructed, the I gets constructed. The daughter is, there's the perception of the daughter, then the daughter is existing, and then the daughter who is in hospital, that notion comes about. And this is my daughter, isn't it? It's my daughter. So all that is arising where? It's arising in the thought. No thought, no burning, no I feeling. So always just when we contemplate the Dhamma, when we practice also, see how the I and the self view is arising in the thought. No thought, no self view. So even if it is wrong self view or whatever it is, it's still arising in the thought. Are the thoughts real? No, they are not. So just
Thoughts are not
keep,
real.
thoughts are not real, but they are constructing. That is a natural phenomenon. You can't stop it. That is why we have to realize that when thoughts arise, naturally the feelings and the emotions that go along with the thought will arise. Just like when the eye sensor is working, the light manifests itself, and for the ear, the sound occurs. We can't stop it, isn't it? It's a natural occurrence. Just like that, as the mind gets constructed, so for the thoughts, the reactions, the emotions that are arising out of the thought will naturally occur. But as Dr. Kokila says, the wrong view is the thing that has kept us in this samsaric journey, for that self vibration to go on and on. If we break the self vibration, the notion, the fact that that was actually the wrong perception, all this time, then there is no person or self to attribute the suffering to. As R.N. Mahansa says, the suffering will continue. That is why there is, what is that? Dukak novana dukkha. Suffering is there without the suffering. The suffering will be there. The sadness will still be there. Now, when Suddhodana king died, Lord Buddha felt sadness. That's why he went behind the funeral procession. There is a sense of obligation. There is a sense of sorrow. Yes. After all, he was the father, wasn't it? That can't go away. The system experiences that sadness. But where is the self to attribute the sadness to? No self.
No self.
So it's it's a real beautiful Dhamma. But I mean, these things don't come immediately, Amma. So don't worry too much about it. If there is a burning now, just understand and see that there is burning. but contemplate the Dhamma to the extent that you can. And then, slowly with practice, it will gradually fade and you will be able to realize the natural emotion of the mind sensor as opposed to the wrong self-view.
Yeah, that's actually true.
Right, yeah.
Don't worry too much.
Right.
You have listened to Dhamma for about 3 years now. So this Dhamma
Four
is there. It's just getting it right, It's like a puzzle. Just putting it right is the thing. Yeah.
Right.
You will be all right.
Therwan Sannai.
Anything else?
Therwan Saranai, Doctor.
Yes, Champa.
Doctor, though a lot of these mothers are listening this Dhamma 3-4 years, but because of they are thinking too much, I think. That is why they can't have that feeling, no, Doctor? Because through thinking we can't get anything, no? We can't get the feel side.
It's either thinking too much or actually thinking in wrong directions. Actually, the direction is the problem.
Yes, they are trying to get something through this thinking, no?
That's what we all know. Like, if we get a problem, we keep thinking about it. We think that the problem solution comes from thinking.
Yes,
Actually,
we
solution
used to it.
comes from the feel, but we have a view that thinking will bring some more benefits, So we are addicted to thinking anyway. It's a normal phenomenon of addiction.
Yes.
We are addicted to this thinking world. Actually, we are addicted to the that's the form world. We are addicted to the form world. So the light, the touch, everything, everything. We are addicted to that level as well as we are addicted to the thoughts as well. So we are kind of addicted to the feel as well. So just to realize that why this is happening is because there's self-vibration. So the self-vibration, it's actually a characteristic of this vibration. It has this glue kind of aspect into it. So this vibration has the potential to become something, has the potential to expand into things, has the potential for gaining momentum, has the potential for giving rise to the self-view. So when we fully realize about this vibration can't do much, And not always vibration is felt by the non-vibration. That's what the yesterday's talk, I think the day before this line thing, the non-vibration is kind of the baseline. And it's even below the consciousness level, in the sense even the consciousness is not felt as a thing. There's a beauty about this Dhamma is fully realizing all these levels, And then none of these levels would be a thing. But it will happen very slowly. Importance is losing the self-view. But even that, it's an art. Well, that's why the Pratipada is there. Pratipada also, in the beginning, people tend to think too much about it. they go on the Pratipada or the program, they keep thinking and thinking and thinking and thinking. And then when Narayanwansi says no need to think, still the thinking might occur. But actual
Because they,
experience,
yes, now all are used to this thinking and
it's
doing that
a kind of
practices.
a habit of this mind. Because mind is like that. It's just the way of the mind. But this Vitakka Vichara or the inside radio will actually die down when you fully realize this Dhamma. Like at least if you fully realize that thinking is not me, then this power of the thought will slowly go down and the inside radio will also slowly go down.
For that, this Darshana Samapatya is the main thing, no, doctor? To
Yes,
up
yes,
to that
yes.
level, yes.
Yeah. No, to a certain level, Dhamma, you can think about Dhamma. It's okay. But the actual benefit is from piercing one thought, which you can't really do by yourself. It's not, no one is doing it. So just should happen. As if, you know that Amma said, Malini, Amma said, the thoughts about the daughter keep coming back. That's how it is. You fully realize that. That's how the mind is. It's like having a beetle chewing, like having a inside the mouth. It's like you get something, then it keeps coming back. If you don't have that, now when someone get angry, some other ways to handle anger is still 1 to 10 and 10 to 1. What are you doing? You are just distracting. So you can distract the mind also, but what's the big use? It's all about the mind. Mind is not true, but mind keeps doing these things. And when you fully realize Dhamma, this mind, mind will keep doing stuff, but it's not a thing. Whatever mind does, it's useless, you know that. You kind of know that in the background. So
Yes,
mind
is like a storyteller, no, doctor? It's always creating stories and telling.
Yeah, and actually that will die down. Slowly it will go away.
It's actually, when you observe the mind, it's actually Champa like a data matching exercise. Because
Yes,
it's like
yes.
it's like a
That's true.
Google
Yes.
search engine.
Yes,
Right?
really.
Yeah. Google
That's very
search
correct. Yes.
Yeah, it's like if now Google search engine, we have done it ourselves so many times, right? If you say something negative in a positive way, say if you say something is such a thing bad for you, it will find everything in the internet which is to say yes, it's bad for you, right? If you ask the same thing saying is that same thing good for you, then it will find all the results that it says it's good for you and say it's
Yes,
good for
that's
you.
yes.
And then you're like wondering, but like the earlier question, you said everything was bad. Now you're saying everything is good. Like, what is it, right? But then very rarely, sometimes it will actually say, even if you put it in a negative way, the question, it will say no. I mean, it has happened. Rarely it says, no, that's not the way, something. But that's also that's the only type of data that it has got. So it's giving that result. Now, have you heard Aryan Maharaj saying, how many can this mind be trusted? He asks. At one time, the same mind is saying to kill somebody. Then the next moment, the mind is saying Why did you kill that somebody? Now you're a murderer. That's it. You'll have to
Yeah.
live with yourself,
Yes,
with your
very true,
guilt.
Surangika. Yes.
Yeah, it's incredible. This same mind. I think I have told in this Zoom as well some time ago, Champa, 2 years ago or something. English Zoom was in the afternoon. I am in the car shopping and all that. So then I park somewhere and then I'm listening. It's very hot in the car, and sometimes I put the AC, sometimes I don't. And then halfway through, I thought, never mind, enough people on the Zoom. No, I'll log off. So I won't log off immediately. I will think about it. No, I should be on the Zoom. Only Saturdays I can log into Zoom. So no, I should be here. I should be here. I should be here. So the mind is saying, right? After finally about half an hour, I say, no, never mind. It's okay. I'm going to log off. And I log off. Before I can get from the shopping mall to the house, the mind is saying, now why did you log off? This is the only time you
Yes.
can get.
Yes. Yes.
So it's like that. That was just an example. How many times this same mind is contradicting exactly the thing that you have thought days and days, and you do it. Moment you do it, half an hour later, it's asking, why did you do it? So
Yes.
it's like that.
It's the
And
evil, it's
then
the evil mind, the Mara, evil one.
whether it is a good thing or a bad thing, but then coming back to that data matching thing, moment you go to the vegetable market, all the data that is matching the vegetables that you generally eat will come up, isn't it? You go to another shop,
Yes. Yes.
then it's coming up with data
And
there. You go
Surangika,
to
the beauty of
yeah,
this is every thought, your whole sansaric journey is also coming up.
exactly. Unbeknownst to us, that is also happening.
That's the beauty of telepathization, isn't it? The
Yeah,
s-
this whole
tele
sansaric
yeah,
journey is actually there. The
yeah,
whole, the 31 realms is there. This just one thought has so much power in it. And non-vibration is also underneath that. This
Yeah,
is
and now
the
actually,
beauty of this
Sudhamma,
Dhamma.
maybe the fact that you chose teaching also could be, that's there, that vibration, the
yeah,
liking, the passion to teach.
yeah, true, Surangika, because that came from my childhood. I think I used to wear my mom's saris and, simulate teaching because my mother was a teacher. Father was
Mm.
and because of that, maybe I had that passion. Or maybe samsaric vibration too, which was
Mm.
energized due to environmental factors. But sadly, I did bio and I was not selected for medicine, and that's why I sat for this English teacher recruitment examination and got through it there. So at the age of 18, yeah, at the age of 18, I became a teacher. All the other qualifications I gathered while working as a teacher. So don't know how it came. Maybe I had that passion.
No, because some of these
Maybe.
innate
Hmm.
qualities, isn't it, Dr.
Yeah.
Kokila? Certain innate
Yeah.
qualities, characteristics, all these which are unexplainable. Those are not
Hmm.
are not with the parents. Parents don't have any gifts or talents or anything, but the child has it.
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, yeah. I got the perception of a doctor. I was little. I went to the hospital with one aunt or something, and I saw a doctor, and I was like mesmerized by that. I was like, wow, that's so good, um, to see them running around and helping people. And I thought that was so beautiful at that moment. I still remember the hospital also. So the moment that I thought, wow, kind of thing. Oh my God. And yes, this crossing the paths of each other and all this stuff is actually is like that. But the beauty of this Dhamma is understanding fully about this, your own vibration. Because you can't do much about the others' vibrations. You can help them. You can guide them. You can try and do maximum for everyone to help them. But you can't actually get the horse to drink the water, but you can guide the horse to the water. The main task, kind of the deep down, the kind of what we can do is, this is a human birth where this beautiful thinking or the thought process is there, where this one thought, the catching of this vibration may happen, may or may not happen. So this whole effort, because we have come to this Dhamma forum, because we have heard Dhamma for some years now, and we are listening to Dhamma still, and there is a teacher once shouting, once so kind, once trying to tell, there is no self, Amma, you are okay, you can attain nirvana anyway. So this is a kind teacher who is guiding you. He's still kind of able to talk to you also. He's still manifesting. So I think best thing is to find your own vibration and actually fully realize that it was a misunderstanding. It was a complete misunderstanding, complete misconception, complete misfeel, I would say, that what you felt as you was actually the speed of the sensory function. This is very important to fully realize this Dhamma in such a way that no doubt will be there, whether you feel the light, whether you feel the touch, whether you feel the taste, whether you feel the smell, whether you feel a sound, whether you feel the emotions, there's no you. That's the most beautiful thing which can happen to a human. And human and this system, the human is just another system, but that system, that vibration is very suitable because there's a thought system which we can capture this whole, because one thought has all these 3 layers. Because if it's just one layer, that is not good enough, because you have to actually fully realize all the 3 layers so that you will never have any doubts about any layer. So that's the importance of fully realizing this Dhamma, and every one of us can do it. Every one of us can do it. Every one of us, actually, as Sudharma said, didn't go away from listening to this Dhamma. This is very difficult, actually speaking. I don't think this is easy. I don't think even a mother who is not understanding this Dhamma fully, still listening to Dhamma, I think their path is open, still open, unless they really sidetrack, really sidetrack. Because if you keep speaking to a Zoom meeting, just keep joining, keep touch with your teacher, open up about yourself. If there is burning and what you felt, just keep talking the truth, and it will slowly open up. And the more you open up, the more Aranhanse will open up, and it will tally. It will actually, the non-vibration is there. It's just not manifesting because the mind power is too much. And the mind power is slowly going to go down anyway. No one should be having doubts about that. No one ever should be having doubts about that. Yeah. What do you think, Suranika? Or anyone?
to that. Actually, as you said, Aryan Mahanse very recently said, I think I told it yesterday also, even if someone has contemplated how the self is created 1,000 times, it is not enough. It would not suffice. You should, I mean, uh, it should be crystal clear to you. Everything should come in place. So then only Dhamma will have an impact on, I mean, that burning or whatsoever. Now, as knowledge, we know there is no self, there was never a self, and this story, but still, that proper contemplation in your words, actually piercing through the stimulus, it should happen. That actually, that is Aryan Mahanse's words. When he said 1,000 times, that's not enough. I really got it actually. So you should be, I mean, we should be so convinced that there is no self. Then only that ownership will go away. Otherwise, at subtle level, it would be there, the ownership will come, oh, I'm burning because of this, that would arise. And you, both of you, beautifully explained this. Dukkak novana dukkha. So, I mean, that is the truth. No, anyway, there is no person to burn. It is anyway only that emotion. But that would arise if we are thorough with that. I mean, if we fully realize that there is no self, isn't it, Doctor? So,
Yeah. Yes, it's a beautiful Dhamma, and I think everyone has the potential to feel this. If your mind power is slowly reducing, it will non-vibration will surface anyway. I mean, it will surface anyway. The experiences will come anyway. It just we are not that used to let go. We kind of we don't have that habit of letting go anyway. I mean, and letting go here is not letting go of in the mundane world. So the letting go has a deeper meaning in Dhamma. But yeah, but anyone who is listening to this for some time means they have the potential, potential, a great potential actually, without giving up. Listening 3-4 years means it's such a great thing. And because they feel something truth in it, that's why they keep listening. So when they actually in the beginning, even the Dhamma is becoming a thing. But slowly, because Aranwansi keep telling you, don't stand on Dhamma like that, and slowly even that power will reduce. So the mind power will slowly reduce anyway, and the feel will get better. And yeah, that's it. And all what matters is the true Dhamma, in the sense knowing this philosophy properly, knowing that how this self-perception has come in place, why there was a self-perception, why there was a self-thought, how did stimuli give rise to a self-thought, how did a stimuli give rise to a self-perception, how did the stimuli give rise to a vibration, kind of misunderstanding this vibration. So there's a bit to understand here as well, because this understanding Dhamma or realization Dhamma, not just imagining Dhamma. Imagination is in the mind side. You can imagine, but actually feeling this is the ultimate benefit will be from feeling it. I think we have passed the time, didn't we? Did we pass the time?
Yes, doctor. Thirvan Saranai, Aryan Masa, Thirvan Saranai, doctor. Thirvan Saranai, all the Dhamma friends.
Yeah, we worship Haranase. Thirvan Saranai, all the Dhamma friends.
Dhamma friends.
Thirvan Saranai, Dr. Gopinath. Thirvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
Saranai, everyone.
That's our night, Dhamma friends. So let's continue with the talk for the next 1 hour. For those of you who are listening or who have joined us afresh, either through YouTube or through the Zoom channel, you are listening to Buddothpado 24-hour English Zoom series. And what just concluded was a Zoom discussion which took place between 3 and 5 p.m. Sri Lanka time. Maybe, is it Malini Amma? If you can mute the phone, that would be good. I think it's unmuted at the moment. Or perhaps if the host can mute the phone. Yeah, so let's continue with the talk. So we were in the Zoom discussion as well, we were talking about various question and answers given by various mothers in the Zoom discussions. We have a series of Zoom discussions in the Sinhalese language during the whole day. And that gives an opportunity for anyone to ask various questions because for one thing is there are listeners of all varieties who have listened to Buddothpado discourses for 1 year, 2 years, or even more than 3 years. And there are levels of practice as well as understanding also can vary. And so the various Zoom discussions give them the opportunity to listen, to ask questions depending on their understanding as well as any points where they are potentially getting stuck whilst putting the Dhamma into practice. So it's a good opportunity to either speak with one of the facilitators or advanced practitioners or our teacher, noble teacher himself. So the English Zoom series is mainly for the purpose of imparting the pure Dhamma philosophy, the Buddhist philosophy, through a series of talks right through the day and night for the benefit of our English-speaking listeners worldwide. And then the 3 to 5 2-hour Zoom discussion is also for the purpose of answering any questions that you might have. So we encourage you to, if you have listened to this Zoom series before or you are planning to make use of that opportunity to join us at the Zoom discussion and ask any question. It doesn't matter whether it is a simple question or a difficult question or whatever it is. We are happy to clarify any questions as much as we can. And the noble teacher also joins us from time to time. So you get the opportunity to ask a question directly from the teacher himself as well. So in terms of understanding the true Dhamma, the main thing to be able to really get one's head around is that unlike orthodox or mainstream teachings, which you might have encountered in various monasteries and through other teachings, the primary, one of the key tenets of this pure Dhamma teachings, or the pure truth that the Buddha unveiled so long ago, which our noble teacher has also unveiled through his own search, is that what is being imparted here is the fundamental tenet of it being a no-self Dhamma. So the anatma part, the atma means it's the self-view, and anatma is the opposite of it, which is the non-self view or the no-self view Dhamma. So primarily understanding that this whole process, the mechanism, the phenomena that is occurring as we consider it, what we call living, is actually just a mechanism, a process. And this attribution of a self or a self-view is the thing that has fundamentally put this whole samsaric cycle into motion, where one considers that, living beings are going through this samsaric cycle of birth and death for a long, long time, which is why we call it the samsaric cycle. But in effect, what the Buddha actually found out was that what has happened and what has actually occurred is that there's no such thing called a being or a living being, but it's just this self-vibration which is being given power, and that continues on. And when you say this, the vibration continues on, it's not the same vibration, but it's the self-vibration that keeps perpetuating itself and manifests itself in the form of any entity, any kind of existence. And so that is the thing that keeps perpetuating from one cycle of existence to the other. So in terms of understanding how this whole world comes about, the Buddha actually said that one has to understand the mind, because where does the world actually manifest? The world, unlike the conventional, unlike the common belief, the world actually manifests itself only in the mind and nowhere else. Whether it is to an animal or a creature or to the human being, it is the mind. Mind is the thing that is foremost to this entire creation. Mind is the thing that is foremost to this entire existence. And this world that we have called as the world, and the world that we consider that we are living in, the world that we consider we are very much part of, is actually something that is only created, constructed in the mind. So in order to understand suffering, because that is what the Buddha or Prince Siddhartha went in search to do. The whole purpose of him relinquishing his wealth, relinquishing his right to the throne, all that, and the purpose of him leaving behind his the queen and his baby son was all in search of one thing and one thing alone, and that was in search of the truth. The truth means the end of suffering, how to end this suffering. So in search of that end to suffering, he too went through and learned under various teachers. He also practiced concentration meditation and tried all these types of meditation. But despite trying those, he realized that that was good and that was fine only as long as one was in the meditative state. That moment one steps out of that meditative state, the mind comes back. And when the mind comes back, the defilements still actually come back. He didn't actually know that the mind comes back. He actually thought that the defilements come back, and that was felt, that was experienced. All the longing, the cravings, the sorrow, the despair of leaving family behind, leaving his queen and son behind, all that used to flood into his mind. Moment the meditative state ended. So he realized finally that no matter to what high jhanic state one actually goes to in concentration, meditation, that it was only temporary, and that there was something deeper, something more profound that needed to be found in order to assuage the grief, in order to find a permanent cessation to suffering. So that is why he then left those teachers, left the 5 ascetics that he practiced with as well, and went in search of the truth, or took a path of his own to search for this ultimate truth. So under the Bo tree long years ago, that was what he actually found. And in that realization, he actually delved deeper into the mind and the workings of the mind. And then that is where he realized that his whole self-view, this wrong self-view, comes about because of the way this mind and the natural phenomena worked, the way the senses worked. And then he realized that it was the senses and the manifestation of the senses and the sensory perceptions that actually created this world. Not that it got created, but there was a wrong perception that a world gets created. So where did that wrong perception occur? It occurred in the mind. So then the Buddha delved into the depths of the mind and started to unravel how this mind actually works. What is this mind consisting of? Is there actually anything static called the mind? And so he realized that there wasn't. But the thoughts had almost life in it. The thoughts were the things that brought him the despair, brought him the clinging, the desire, the aversion, the feeling of anxiety, the feeling of loneliness, despair, of leaving all those things behind, frustration of not being able to find the truth. All these emotions crowded into the mind. Where did the defilements occur? In the mind. So he knew that there was something far, far more profound to be searched for in this thing. And then that is what he realized under the Bo tree, where this world creation, he realized, was only coming about through the senses. So as a human being, the fact that we have 5 sensory organs, and through those sensory organs, there was always, due to the vibration, due to the speed of vibration, he realized that there were certain manifestations that were happening. From the eye, there was the manifestation of light. From the ears, there was a manifestation of sound. From the tongue, it was taste. From the nose, it was smell. And from the body sensor, it was the feeling of hot and cold and the feeling of solidity. So together, these perceptions, these sensations that occurred in these different senses was the thing that was actually giving rise to various notions, various sensations. So it is from these basic perceptions that a world was manifested. But did the world manifest itself just automatically? Well, yes and no. At the if you think about a baby in the cot, the infant, the newly born infant, the sensory organs were very much there, even for the baby, isn't it? But the baby only felt the feelings, the feel that gets generated by the eye, by the light manifesting in the eye, the feel or the sensation that gets generated because of the sound manifesting in the ear, the taste manifesting in the tongue, the smell manifesting in the nose, and the bodily tactile sensations emanating from the body sensor. So the baby actually felt something. When a light comes on in the room, the baby will react naturally towards it. But did it recognize whether that was light? No, it didn't. Did it recognize that sound was sound? No, it didn't. There is a basic sensation, true, but nothing else actually happened at that point. The baby sensations were limited only to that. But if we fast forward to today, what you think about as the world is everything in it, isn't it? Everything that potentially has been given a name is considered very much part of this world. And to the extent that you don't know something, like say something in galaxies far, far away, even for that you've given a common name called, the world of the unknown, or the mysteries, or the unsolved mysteries, or something like that, to explain away whatever that you don't know. But by far, most of the things, millions and trillions of data and facts, are the things that make up this world for you, isn't it? Not only facts, but everything. Whether you think about people, objects, your family, your children, your husband, and yourself, all this, you might not think about it as facts, but at the end of the day, every one of these things, every one of these entities or people have been given names, isn't it? And so if you think about it, it's these people, objects, things. These are the things that you have collectively called your world. And you are also very much part of this world, isn't it? But how did that world come about? How were these names given to this? And for that, through Buddhism, one actually have to go back to the childhood and see that these didn't take on a life of its own automatically. These have actually been given names to. These have been given, or these have been gradually taught to the child, maybe in the kindergarten or Montessori time, by everything being shown as an object and a sound associated with it. Whether it is a smell, whether it is an image, whether it is a shape, whether it is even some kind of food to be tasted, all this have been shown, whether it is an apple, whether it is the teacher, whether it is the alphabet, all this has been either shown as an image, a picture, and a sound associated with it. A is for alphabet. A, B, C, as the alphabet was shown one by one, letter by letter, and the alphabet was taught through gradual reinforcement. The alphabet was finally taught to the child. So how is the child actually taking it? One, as the child will see an image, and then a sound is associated with it. So we talked about the 5 sensory organs having basic perceptions. And those two occur only due to the vibration happening at speed. But the eye will have a manifestation of light through the speedy vibration. And then the ear would have the sound, and the others would have the touch, the smell, and the bodily sensations as well. So when a child is shown an image and then given a sound to it, so it's the sound sensor and the light sensor that is at work. But so the combination of these sensory perceptions, the sensations, is then what we actually call the mind consciousness. So how do we actually get to know an object is an object? Because an image has been coupled with a sound, isn't it? Or how do we know that an orange is an orange? Because an image has been shown, and the sound orange has been associated with that. So then the child learns that that thing is called an orange. That orange is actually orange in color. Even the color orange is taught. If the child is taught from the beginning that orange was actually red, the child would forever know that only that orange is red. Unless the child is corrected later on by somebody else, the child would actually learn that the orange was actually red, if that was taught wrongly at the beginning. But can you see, the child actually only saw an image, and then a sound was associated with it, isn't it? So who actually put the word orange into the head? That was only a thought, wasn't it? That was just a perception. So it is only through the thought, it is always through a thought, a perception, that one actually recognizes an object, learns one object from the other, differentiates one object from the other to the other to the other, is only through naming, through perceptions, through labeling, isn't it? Everything is labeled. And why do we do that in conventional society? This is purely done for the purpose of differentiating one thing from the other, for the purposes of experiencing each object different from the other, for the purpose of communication, for the purpose of experiencing it, for the purpose of differentiating it. You can call it whatever you want. For all these different types of purposes, these things have been given names. But what is the biggest fallacy here? The biggest fallacy or falsehood is that this whole thing, the objects that have been given names to, has been always a basic image, a basic color arising from the fast vibration of the eye sensor. Or it is a basic sound arising from the fast vibration of the ear sensor. Or it is a taste, or it is a smell, or it is sensations arising from the body consciousness. Whether it is heat, whether it is cold, whether it is dampness, whether it is feeling of hardness or solidity. These are all just basic perceptions manifesting in the body consciousness through the speed of vibration. But the child is given something to feel, like the desk, and that hardness of the desk is only what? If you touch it, it's only solidity. It's only hardness. But the child is taught that this is a chair, or this is a desk, or this is a table. And then it will be shown something else out in the garden. And the child will then say, by touching something, it'll be only a solidity to the palm of the hand. But the teacher will say that this is the trunk of a tree, that this is the trunk of a mango tree, that this is the trunk of a coconut tree, isn't it? Or that this is the surface, or this is the texture of a leaf in the mango tree, or of a leaf in a mango plant sapling. And so in this manner, the child gradually only learns what was just the basic perceptions of light, sound, touch, taste, and smell, then became magnified through various shapes, various consciousnesses coming together to form a thought. So the image, the round image, and the color orange, and the sound orange being associated with it, Then from that, the child gets the perception called orange. From the touching of the tree trunk and showing the tree, the child gets the perception that it is a tree. The child gets the perception by being given something to eat. The teacher would teach that that particular taste is the taste of an apple. And so in this manner, the child gradually, at that learning age, in the Montessori days, gradually takes on perception after perception. And this is the way the thought process or the learning process occurs. So gradually, either through learning, education, through the environment that the child lives in, whether it is at school, whether it is at home, whether the education or knowledge is coming by way of books, social media, whatever it is, in this form, all what is gathered is only through those basic perceptions, but because of names being associated with combinations of those perceptions, like sound and taste and color, would bring about a label called apple. Another sound would be called the ringing of a doorbell. Another sound would be called the barking of a dog. Another sound will be labeled the sound of a horn in a vehicle going past. So even the sound, different permutations, different decibels of sound have been given names, isn't it? Even the volume, the loudness of the sound, the softness of the sound, the melodious nature of a sound, the tone of a particular sound, and the sweetness of some music, even these, whether it is music, whether it is sweet, whether it is soft, whether it is melodious, all these names, concepts have been taught, even whether it is melodious, even whether it is not being played properly. If there is some kind of taste, whether it is sour, whether it is bitter, even the bitterness is taught. Even the sweetness is also taught. So in this manner, perceptions are given various names and labels. In different cultures, this can mean different things to different people. Different cultures can have some notion of certain things which are not palatable at all by other cultures, and yet they take great pleasure in consuming them. You have seen this through your own readings and through your own knowledge and experiences, isn't it? Certain cultures, they have various kinds of animals that they eat, which are even unthinkable in certain other societies. And yet, the people in that culture, the people of that nationality, don't find anything strange, anything peculiar whatsoever in their diet. So the perception that one actually gathers by having that, and it has become normalized, is how this whole mind process works. So in terms of thoughts, it's actually all these perceptions that come together to form this the thought called the mind consciousness. But does this, the world that we said that you are living in, that we are living in, is also made up of these thoughts objects, isn't it? The mind objects. But do we know that they are mind objects? No, we don't. We think about them as apples, fruit, vegetables, things that we eat. We have, what do you call it? Things for breakfast, things for dinner. We have cereal, we have milk, eggs, nuts, and so on. Then we have animate people, animate, inanimate. We have trees, nature, lakes, water, rain, and sunshine, so on. Then we have people, mother, father, family, children, so on. Then we have concepts even, patriotism, human rights, all these kind of things. Those also have been given value. Those also have different connotations, isn't it? So the world that is consisting of all these things is endless. It's vast. And this constitutes the world for you. But as we said at the beginning, aren't these all given names? They have been all given names and labels and meanings. And so these just are what? They are just concepts. They are just thoughts, isn't it? Thoughts that have been created by various combinations of the 5 basic perceptions coming together. But the combining of these basic perceptions, the light consciousness, the sound consciousness, the tongue, the touch, the taste, and the smell, brings about a thought. And it is the thought that is then labeled an object. Now, did that object actually exist outside, or was it created? It was created, wasn't it? Where did it get created? In the mind. So when we talked about how this mind consciousness works, it is those 5 basic consciousnesses that are then combined to form the mind consciousness, which is what? Nothing other than the thought. So how did the picture of an apple, the round picture, and the taste of sweetness, and the word apple being associated with it, make it an apple? Isn't the whole apple just a mind creation? But when you hear the word apple, if you have eaten an apple, if you have seen an apple, if you have seen many types of apples, the mere sound of an apple, the word apple being mentioned, will immediately give you all those entire sensations, isn't it? The texture of an apple when it's bit into, the sweetness of the apple, the fact that there are seeds, black seeds inside the apple, that apples come in a variety of forms, that it can be the Granny Smith apples, the Royal Gala apples, the Braeburn apple, all kinds of apples, Pink Lady apples. These different varieties of apples will come to mind. Depending on what you have associated, depending on the perception, these perceptions then arise. But all that comes in one shot, isn't it? Which was what? The thought. And what did you hear? You only heard the sound of the word apple being mentioned. But how did you get the taste of the apple? How did that flash in the mind? How did the color of the apple, the redness of the apple or the greenness of the apple, the fact that the apple is round, that the fact that the apple grows in trees, how did these flash in the mind in that one instance? That is because at some point in time, you learned that there was an apple, that the apple is round, that you have bitten into the apple. So you know the feeling of the apple, the taste of the apple, that it is sweet, that the inside there are seeds, and this type of thing. And then your experiences of having bought apples, that you have gone to supermarkets or to orchards and plucked apples or picked apples. All this would be there in that flash of thought, because that is where the perception occurs. So the basic perceptions, which we said, the light perception, the sound perception, the touch, the taste, are different perceptions. But they're all arising from what? From vibration. That one single vibration manifests itself in different forms depending on the body organ, sensory organ. So in the eye, it manifests itself as light. In the ear, it manifests itself as sound. In the tongue, as taste. In the nose, as smell. And in the body, as solidity, liquidity, heat and cold, and so on. So what happens when something is encountered, something is experienced for the purpose of learning, for the purpose of experiencing it? The mind consciousness actually combines these and then forms what we call a perception. So suddenly now there is an apple, isn't it? If it is given a name and a sound, it is called apple. Can there be anything without a sound? No, you won't be able to actually recognize what the picture is or the image is if a sound is not associated with it. If you are blind, that's a different matter. But for the majority of people, if you're deaf, the majority of people would still, if you're deaf, it will be a different sign that will be given to you to denote an apple. But for the majority of people, a sound is associated with every image in order to recognize it. And so this combination of two or more senses and that ultimate output, ultimate product, is what we call the mind consciousness, aka the thought, also known as the mind creation, the mind object, and so on. So ultimately, the apple was as a result of the light consciousness, the sound, and the solidity coming together. And then what about the smell? Even the smell arises, isn't it? The smell of an apple. Or if we take something more prominent, where the smell is more prominent, a ripe banana. So if you have a ripe banana on the kitchen counter, I mean, you don't have to come to the kitchen. Halfway towards coming to the kitchen, you can smell the banana, isn't it? So you know that there is a banana ripening on the kitchen counter because it has an overpowering smell. It's not a bad smell, but it's still a smell. So how did you know that the banana was a banana? Because at some point in your childhood or at whatever point, one has been shown the image and has been given a sound associated with it. And from that day, the perception of a banana is there. So what is it that we are actually always associating? We are associating nothing other than a perception or a thought. Now, when an image is shown or a sound manifestation occurs, there is always the sensation. As the Buddha said, that the thought is actually broken down into 5 aggregates. In order to understand how this mechanism works, the Buddha created actually a concept called the 5 aggregates. In trying to teach the Dhamma itself, it was actually quite a challenging exercise because it is not a straightforward or a simple Dhamma or the philosophy. But to understand how the nature of the mind works, how this wrong self-view got created, one had to find various means of being able to communicate how this mechanism works. So in explaining how the thought comes about, the Buddha explained the 5 aggregates, or created this notion called the 5 aggregates, which is Rupa. Rupa means vibration, or Rupana. Rupana means vibration. The vibration then gives rise to Vedana, or sensation. The sensation then is named or labeled, and that's called Sanya, or perception. Then the speedy occurrence of this vibration, because we know that the vibration doesn't happen randomly, it's happening at an infinite speed. So the speed of the vibration gives that perception over and over again at an enormous speed. And because of that itself, that constructing, due to the speed, there is an output. And the output is the illusion of an apple. The output is the object that we have then given a name to, a label to, which is called the apple. Right? So now the object of an apple is there. So not only is there an object of an apple, there is also a feeling that arises that an apple is there. So this feeling actually comes about through the underlying power that is there in the vibration. Now, every vibration carries with it an underlying power. So whether it is manifesting in the form of light or sound or touch, taste or smell, the vibration is still there. and the vibration still carries an underlying power. But what happens to it when it becomes an apple or a thought? These basic perceptions also combine to form another vibration. And that vibration will also carry an underlying power. Every vibration has an underlying power. So where do you get this feeling that the apple exists? Through that power. The feel doesn't just come. The feel is coming because of the power that is beneath that vibration. And then when that object is considered to be true, what the mind object actually does is, now this whole thing is an internal mechanism. Whole thing is internalized, which is why the Buddha said, Chittena niyati loko in Pali. And what that means is this whole world is entirely, absolutely entirely a mind creation, nothing else. So despite this being an internal production, an internal process, the illusion of the mind, which is why we call it an illusion, is that it unfortunately projects this image, this perception of an apple to the outside. Every image, every object that it is perceived gets projected outside. So there is a mistaken belief that these objects, people, things actually exist outside. So the world that the child had with the siblings, the mother, the father, the school teacher, the children, and so on, now starts enlarging and enlarging, isn't it? As more facts, more data, more labels, more concepts are coined. Everything is considered to be true. Everything is actually only perceptions created in the mind consciousness, but projected outside, unfortunately. And because they are projected outside, this world, a world has got created. Objects are there, and the feeling that these objects are there, feeling that a world exists, also comes about. And when this is believed to be true, the wrong self-view automatically gets created on this side. If there is something to be observed, automatically, then and there, without it happening before or after, the self-view, the observer, the person actually experiencing the world, the person actually seeing the world, hearing the world, touching the world, tasting the world, smelling the world, manifests itself then and there. So this wrong self-view, a self-view gets created out of basically nothing. What started off as the speed of vibration in the five sensory organs and then culminated into a light, sound, touch, taste, and smell. And those combine to form an apple, and those combine to form the mother, and those combine to form the father, the family, the children, the childhood, the teenage years, the adult, the youth, the person who had a relationship, the person who has a fantastic job, the person who's has a beautiful house. All these things started getting created, isn't it? Everything is real. Everything has a value, whether it is a positive value or a negative value, whether it is a thing of happiness, a thing of sorrow. Everything is believed to be true. Objects, people, but most of all, the most damning of all is that whilst the objects are taken to be true, I am here as well. I am the one who's experiencing the world. I am the one who's seeing the world right from the very beginning, from the time that very first object was learned, perceived, the I got created, the self got created. And it is that wrong self-view that has got magnified and magnified through the strength of the vibration. The more one believes that it is true, the more desire there is, the more clinging there is, the more defilements there are. And with that, the wrong self-view is also there, the self-vibration is there, and the self-perception is there. All of that comes about. With that existent feel, there is a feeling of being alive. Because why? I'm here, I'm the one who's experiencing it, I'm seeing the world is beautiful, everything makes me feel alive. And then what do you want to do? You want to keep it. You want to hold on to it. You want to protect it, isn't it? And if something goes wrong, you're devastated. You can't sleep. You can't eat. You are beside yourself in sorrow. If a close one dies, if your husband dies, if your child meets with an accident, if you have to amputate your leg tomorrow because something went wrong, you can't deal with it, isn't it? But how does all that happen? Because you have taken this world to be true for so long. Everything is true. But consider for a moment, as the Buddha said, were these all ever existing outside, or was this all just a mind creation? Didn't all this start off through this basic manifestation of sense faculties and sensory perceptions? We said, if you remember at the beginning, that it is salayatana loko, which means it's the senses that create a world. And you understand the senses, how the mechanism works, then one can see the cessation of this world. Cessation of this world is only through the mind's eye, or the wisdom eye. The wisdom eye, not from a physical world outside. That's not what we mean. The Dhamma is something that has to be discerned, that has to be experienced and realized only through the wisdom eye, by awakening wisdom. Because what gets manifested in the senses will continue to get manifested. As long as there is breath coming in and out of this body, one cannot stop it. It is a system, which is again what the Buddha said. This is a natural phenomenon. The way the mind brings together, combines these basic perceptions to form various thoughts that process. The fact that these thoughts and objects are projected outside, the fact that it actually then gives the wrong notion that an object or world full of objects actually exist, is also all just the natural way this whole process works. But then this wrong self-view, that is also a perpetuation of this so-called self-existence. If the self-existence was not considered to be true, there wouldn't have been a wrong self-view. So there lies the misconception, which is why the Buddha found out that actually this is the thing that was driving this whole samsaric cycle, this wrong self-view. If the wrong self-view, this wrong self-view was not there, there wouldn't be a self-perception. If there was no self-perception, there wouldn't be even a self-vibration. So the wrong self-view, the self-perception, the self-vibration, this self-vibration is the thing which also carries it, which is the one that carries, if there's a vibration, there's power. So if the wrong self-view is actually broken by understanding the Dhamma, then one can actually realize that the sensory perceptions and the entire process would still happen here as a system. Just like nature has its own system, just like trees take nutrients from the ground, from water, turns to the sunlight. There are fruits being born, flowers coming up. All that still happens, but we don't attribute a self or a soul to the tree, do we? Or to the plant. We don't. But here too, there is a mechanism that is going on. The body, the respiration is happening not because of anybody controlling it, isn't it? You don't control your breathing. It happens involuntarily. The digestive system just happens. The blood circulation just happens. all this is just happening. As long as the breath is coming in and out of the body, the sensory organs will experience a vibration. It is that vibration that fuels the nervous system. And as long as the vibration occurs, the vibration will continue to manifest in the eye consciousness, light, in the ear consciousness, sound. And how does that come about? The vibration will then frequency or resonate with something, with another vibration outside of the same frequency. And that is how the light comes about. That is how the sound comes about. If the vibration that occurs in the ear does not resonate with anything of a similar frequency, one will not hear sound. For a deaf person, the vibration does not occur, which is why the person is bereft of sound. The same thing with a blind person. If there is no vibration occurring in the eye due to some kind of damage, then there is no manifestation of light. So the entire process is is because of vibration, the speed of vibration, not just vibration, the speed of vibration. It is the speed that gives the illusion that something is there. And that something is there is then taken to the next level by the feeling of existence and the alive feel, the wanting, the needing, the desire to keep that thing going. Because that self, that existent feel is the current that keeps this whole system alive. That existent feel then gives rise to that alive feel. The feeling that you are alive, the feeling that you feel things, that you see things, that you hear things. Through this experience of hearing, touching, tasting, smelling, that feeling, that current that is there keeps on going. And that is the thing that unbeknownst to the system, that every living being is trying to maintain, trying to continue that momentum. Whether it is a creature, whether it is an animal, whether it is even an amoeba, the tendency is to keep that momentum going, to keep that vibration going. The entire system is programmed to keep that going. Now, can you see how difficult, how challenging it is to be able to understand the Dhamma? Because by understanding the Dhamma and understanding this whole mechanism, how it comes about, one is turning that whole cycle upside down. Because then the realization is that this is actually all happening out of perceptions. Nobody's doing it. It is only a system. There is no self here ever doing anything. There is nothing to own. There is no self to attribute anything to. And then what happens? With the Dhamma, the system still continues to work. The activity still continues to work. But the clinging, the desire, the defilements that are arising by taking objects, people, things to be true, by wanting to hold on to them, protect them, nurture them, fight for them, defend them, is gradually going away, because the importance attached to these things is gradually fading. Why? Because one actually knows that there's no such thing. These are only manifestations from sensory perceptions, and they too are not real. Then is the me or the soul or the self here real? No. If there is no object, if there is no chair, there is no I here. There is no self here. And if there is no self here, there is no clinging, there is no desire. There is nothing to cling on to, because the object is not there. The object is there, but there is no thing called an object. The chair is still used as a utility. The chair will be still used. The table will still be used. We will still use shoes and socks and clothes and everything. as the mundane world existence continues. But the self, there is no self. Try and find the self. Try and find you. You ask yourself the question, is the body you? Every aspect of the body, the limb, the blood, the liver, the kidneys, the arm, the leg, the knee, the joint, everything has been given a name, isn't it? If there was no name given, where is, what happened to you? No you. All these are names. Right? The Buddha gave that explanation by dividing the body, physical body, into 32 parts and said if you pull them separately all over the place, can you find the you? You still can't find the you. What about the mind? And you might think the mind is you. But then, what is the mind? Series of thoughts, one after the other occurring in this very moment. Only one thought occurring in the moment, but the thought dies and another thought occurs. Then another thought occurs and so on. It is this thought process that is called the mind. Now, can one actually control the thought process? No, you can't. But if it was yours, if the body is also not yours, maybe the mind is yours, right? You think. But can you control the mind? No, you can't. Thoughts occur of its own volition. Can you control it? Can you stop it? Can you say, don't come for 5 minutes or come tomorrow? I've had enough of thoughts for today. Thank you very much. Let's start tomorrow again. Can you say that? And will the mind stop? No, it won't. So anything that is, there is nothing there which is within one's control. So it's established that the mind is also not you. So then who are you? That is the question, isn't it? So understanding these senses, understanding how the mind works, the fact that the entire process is a natural phenomenon, understanding that this whole sense of the objects building up into a world, which is just a natural occurrence, but because of that, it gives an existent feel and then an alive feel, and the wrong self-concept is created. And by understanding and seeing the truth the way it is, as exposed by Lord Buddha and our noble teacher, one would then gradually realize that the clinging, the desire, the aversion that was had to these objects, people, is now gradually fading. Things that were important to you are now not so important. Things that you got agitated about are not so important anymore. So how did that happen? It is happening through the seeing of the truth. But fundamentally, the wrong self-view is the thing that is also getting dissolved because it is intrinsically linked to the object that is considered to be true. If there's an existent field, how much is that true? Then the alive field and the self-view is also true to that amount. But the more the objects and the fact that it is true is no longer considered as real, the self-view is also dissipating. The senses still function. The mind consciousness or the mind thoughts still occur. The emotions that are a natural reaction or natural product of the mind sensor would still occur. The reactions, the hormonal system, all those will still continue to function in the normal way. But what is the fundamental change? The attribution to a self is no longer there because the self-view has been dissolved, and then with the awakening of the inner wisdom, the defilements gradually fade away, and the self-perception and the self-vibration also start diminishing in power. Because ultimately it is that self-vibration that has been keeping or sustaining the samsaric cycle. the samsaric cycle would be brought to an end finally when, through the practice of the Dhamma, through understanding and contemplating on various points of contemplation, thinking that contemplating the outside world has not been true, that it's only in the mind, then considering and contemplating that even the mind is not true, it's only consisting of form and color and sound and all that, nothing of substance. Then the outside world is also not true, then the mind is also not true. And then one actually comes across just the activity, just the function, the action mind. We call Kriyasit in Sinhalese. And so that is there. And then the realization that actually the functioning, the activity is there, just happening like a mental picture. That's all. And that there is no self there. So that ultimate realization of no self is the key to this Buddhism, to the correct Buddhist philosophy. And by understanding and realizing that, one would awaken to the inner transformation and to the final super awakening, as we call it, super happiness, which transcends the materialistic happiness. And this self vibration is gradually diminishing in power, as we said, and finally ceases completely, which is the state of Buddhahood and the state of non-vibration. So it is a beautiful Dhamma, and we invite all our Dhamma, we invite all anybody who is interested to come and try to understand this more and more. Listen to it repeatedly if you would like to. Listen to our other Dhamma practitioners who explain various facets of the same Buddhist philosophy and the practical aspects of it as well. And see if you can ingrain that to your own life, because the Dhamma becomes part of the life. There is no life separately and Dhamma separately, because this is actually the truth. And the truth is something that everybody is entitled to, because it gives because it addresses the suffering and it brings an end to the suffering and allows the reaching of ultimate happiness, which we call super awakening or super happiness and ultimate non-vibration. So let me pay homage to Buddothpado and Mahansa, Therwan Sarnaya and Mahansa, for your noble teachings, vision, and guidance. And Therwan Sarnaya, Dhamma friends.
heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado, Ariani. Buddothpado, Ariani.
Seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind, you spread the truth so clear, so bright, the Dhamma's flame, the guiding light.
You reawaken Buddha's way, the sasana shining day by day.
Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak.
Buddothpado, Ariani. You show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step, you lead us on until the night, the fear is gone. Buddothpado, Ariani. Buddothpado, Ariani. Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh, Ariani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song.
May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride.
Buddothpado, Ariani, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done.
May your holy work never be done.
Buddothpado, Ariani. Buddothpado, Ariani. Buddothpado, Ariani. Buddothpado, Ariani.
Teruvan Saranai. First of all, I would like to pay my utmost respect to our Kalyana Mitranan Wahanse, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. Pada Namaskara Karami, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, Avasarai. This is Buddothpado PeoTV English channel, as usual, from 6 to 7 in Sri Lankan time. So here we are going to talk about true Dhamma. Buddothpado sermons, nearly more than 10,000, nearly 12,000 Buddothpado sermons are teaching us the correct path to Nibbana, the ultimate truth. So if somebody is looking for true Dhamma, this Buddothpado sermons will help them to find this true Dhamma. Not only find it, you can experience it by yourself. Although so many things, so many facts, so many knowledge, so different things are written in books, the practical side is covered with dust. So after 2500 years, the real true Dhamma is revealed, which is revealed by Lord Buddha, is revealed by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse with the experience of his own. So this is really a miracle actually, because most of us were mixed with some other devotions, just like pujas, almsgivings, and different types of things, offering flowers, observing seal, and so on. So after listening to these Buddothpado sermons, you can see the practical side most probably. Rather than going with Amisha Puja, the practical side, what Lord Buddha has preached and which was covered after 2500 years ago, it was revealed by these Buddothpado sermons. Most probably, we thought, most of us thought actually, we thought that we are Buddhist because the birth certificate itself gives us against that religion. From birth, we are Buddhists. So is that the real Buddhists? Are we the real Buddhists? So there is a question for each of us, because once we realize that what Buddha, the state of Buddha, we were amazed, because this is the truth we could realize. So one who wants to find this out, they will have to investigate it. So they will have to find it out. Just reading books, doing exams, and by observing seal and all cannot be achieved. By all these things we cannot achieve nirvana. So we were thinking about something in the heaven, and we collect, even now people do collect merits. And those who do not have merits, demerits, so they think they will go to the hell. Those who are collecting these merits, thinking that they will go to heaven, they do, or we do, we did, actually we did everything for the sake of that. Looking for a better place in our next birth. But is this what these Buddothpado sermons reveal us. So it is completely different because you have to identify your mind. You have to identify who you are. If not, you have to go in this samsara. So today, following the books, and there are various teachings in society. So they have not realized this ultimate truth by themselves. If we do not follow the correct guidance, it is difficult to realize this truth correctly. The correct practice should be there. Until you have that correct practice with that correct learning, nothing will happen to you. This pure and correct view of Buddha cannot be found anywhere else. So, to understand this, you have to understand there is no self. You have to have a good understanding in this. This understanding will enable you to realize the ultimate truth. So this Buddothpado sermons most probably give you the fullest support to come out with the truth. If you cannot understand it until you find it, you are in misery. So to practice, to have a correct guidance, there are so many avenues. There are so many paths in this Buddothpado. In Buddothpado sermons, actually, there are so many sermons for you to understand. Other than that, the practical sessions are going through these Zoom discussions and all, and also books are written on that, magazines are there, and different types of discussions are going on throughout the day, from starting from 5 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. So there are different stages, different types of Zoom discussions where you can meet Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse directly, and where you can get this Kamatahana at a stretch. So if you think that you have to believe this, you have to trust this, and you must have that braveness to understand this. You must have the courage as well. If not, you will never be able to understand this pure truth. This is the pure truth. So I myself, and we are really fortunate because we hear this true Dhamma today because of these Buddothpado sermons. Other than that, actually, there are many ashramas and also there are some other places where you can have this practice regularly. If you are a regular visitor for these sessions, definitely you will be able to feel what Dhamma is, what real Dhamma is. So this is not just knowledge. This is some kind of practice, and also this is some kind of a feeling where you will eradicate your suffering. So that is what at last we need, because all of us are suffering in this mundane world. The world has become true to all of us. So we think that coming out from the womb, from mother's womb, is the birth, and at last we die. That is the death. So between this birth and death, we are actually having a big fight. All of us, being human beings, all of us are having this fight with samsara. So if you can understand this one moment, if you can awake to this one moment, actually you can win this race, no doubt. So this is how Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse teaches us all these things in a proper way, with the practical session in a very, very subtle way. He gives this message, what Lord Buddha has given to us, where we were unable to understand. So simplify. He has simplified everything with some stories and all. So if you can understand this true Dhamma, no doubt you will be able to eradicate the suffering, and you will be able to see this truth with the real way. But giving this truth to everybody is not that easy, because nobody likes to take the truth, because the mundane world has become true to everybody. So there is a very nice story always Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is pointing out about the stories of Patachara, Kisava Gotami, and also Angulimala. These stories are just stories before listening to this Dhamma for all of us. Not only that, stories of so many people. So after listening to these stories, actually, we understood that they eradicated their sufferings because of this true Dhamma. Because Lord Buddha did not ask them to sit and do meditation, or did not ask them to offer pujas or dana, alms givings and all, nothing else. He taught all these people what the mind is. Is that mind there? Are you thinking? The value given to your thoughts, and they were awakened to this moment at last. So he taught about this moment. So fortunately, all these people like Kisa Gotami, Patachara, Angulimala, they realized that. So they were fortunate to listen to that Dhamma, pure Dhamma, which was preached by Lord Buddha. So likewise, we are also really fortunate to listen to this true Dhamma, these Buddothpado sermons after 2500 years. What Lord Buddha has preached, the same thing is preached by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse. If not, we will be going in this samsara forever. We will miss this time as well, no doubt. So good that we have taken this birth and to end the sufferings of this samsara. So you also can, if you are a real seeker of this, if you are a real seeker of this Dhamma, you can follow this Buddothpado sermons. The one who looks for the ultimate truth will always find the state of the Buddha. Buddha means the true nature of things. This is a practical guide to realizing the ultimate truth at last. We tried our level best to offer flowers and all, and do all pujas and all to the Buddha outside. So the statue outside of the world became truth for us. The clay statue or a wooden statue. So it became a truth for us. But is that the truth? So this is really the truth, because this is some kind of a Sandittika Dhamma. Sandittika Dhamma. If I say Sandittika Dhamma, why this is a Sandittika Dhamma? That is another most important point I want to point it out. Because no one can teach this Dhamma to anybody. No one can give it to you as well. Because although everything is written in books, that is just a mere knowledge. People have to recognize by their own efforts and experienced it. Aranvasi is always taking this example for, as we are well aware of it. The salt you eat is only experienced by yourself. How can you make someone else experience it? So such a nice example he's pointing out. Salt, when you eat salt, we can't say the taste of the salt somebody else. That is your own experience. Even the taste of pineapple. Salt, of course, we can't say the taste to somebody else. That is only an experience by yourself. Likewise, this Dhamma is directly experienced by your own self. That's only. So, because of that, we can say Sandittika, Ehipassika, Opanayiko. Because anyone can come and investigate this. Come and find it out. Until somebody experience this Dhamma by somebody else's self. That means if one directly experienced by oneself, this cannot be expressed other than. So it should be expressed by yourself, just like the taste of the soul. So such good examples, such nice examples are given by Buddothpado Deshana, Buddothpado sermons by Buddothpado Aryanvansa. That means you have to find it out, just like what Lord Buddha said 500 years ago. The arising and falling, the nature. So that is why we say this, only this reality exists, nothing else. Only the reality exists, nothing else. That is arising and falling. Nothing is permanent. Everything is impermanent. This is what Lord Buddha said. Other than that, Lord Buddha said, and also Lord Buddha has shown us to see himself through Dhamma. Pratipadaven ma pudanno viti. That is what he said. Telin malin ma pudanno no viti. So the practical experience is the real thing that we have to offer. We have to have. And if you are offering flowers, giving danas and all, are not the things that you should do on behalf of this Lord Buddha to find it out. Because Lord Buddha is not an individual. The state where no mind, That is the Buddha nature, non-existing feeling. If you can understand that no soul, not existing feeling, that is the state of Buddha, the Buddha nature. This is only a word can be used to point this nature or to represent only there is emptiness at this stage. Actually, there is nothing, emptiness. Once you feel this, that means that internal transformation, if you feel it, so there you feel that actually that is the emptiness. At last, that is the emptiness. There are no defilements at this stage. There is no thing at this stage. All arises and passing away, decay. Only the truth ever exists, and that is why it is only the Nibbana, the absolute truth, exists. If this is so, how can we say that all appear and disappear, and only this Nirvana ever exists? This is by recognizing experientially the fact that all else appears and disappears. By recognizing the falsehood, truth is revealed. This is very deep, subtle knowingness. That is what we call that internal transformation. There is no thing called mind actually. It only momentarily appears and disappears. There is no thing that ever exists. This is very simple if you see it in this manner. How can then we have reasons to be sorrowful or unhappy? That when we talk about this dukkha, we do not find reasons or causes to be joyful or sorrowful. All thought constructs in then and there. All appear momentarily and disappear. If we cling to a thought projection, it is inevitable that there will be a residue. When we think about the book, the thought of a book appears and disappears with no residue left. The thought of a wall appears and disappears, no residue left. We should recognize the deep meaning that these words pointing to. The one who sees the momentary appearance and disappearance of thought constructs or the mind will not find the so-called death. Then he will be ever blissful and at peace because he understands there is no death or birth. The mind is a flex. It is like the wind. We have heard this in Buddothpado very clearly takes this wind, rain, the flow of the river and all. So all these examples are very common to us, the followers or the disciples of Buddothpado's sermons. So very simply, he is giving this Dhamma to each and everybody. the way they can understand actually. The mind is like the wind. Is there a beginning or end to the wind? We can enforce, can we enforce an end or boundary? That means the limit, that unfair? No, we cannot limit or demarcate by any end or boundary. In other words, it is impossible. No ends, no extremes, no boundaries. We cannot define these. It is just a natural phenomenon of arising and ceasing. Arising, ceasing. Arising and ceasing. This is very common for all of us actually. Everything arising and it is ceasing. We cannot show the mind to somebody else. There is no thing called the mind in the world. As the followers of Buddothpado sermons, we really know that. So it is not that easy to understand this or feel it. However, when we are able to grasp this, it is like cognizing the nature, like the wind. Where does the wind exist? Can you show the wind? We have so many similes actually, which have no extremes, ends. Consider a river, as I told you earlier. We cannot show you a river. If you touch it, it's water only. The river is a flow. The wind is also a flow. It flows. Rain, of course, it is also a flow of water drops. We cannot make any fixation on any of these. So very nice examples where we can easily understand that. There are so many sermons done by Buddothpado Aran Wahanse regarding these things. So if you are a real seeker, if you are a real seeker of these two dhammas, you will understand this. We cannot make any fixation on any of these. There are no such things as wind, river, or whatever it is. These are concepts only. The word river is not the river. The word wind is not the wind. Can you touch the river? Can you touch the wind? Can you touch the rain? All are some kind of a flow. Can you touch your mind? No, we cannot. Even in all these sermons, and also even in these Zoom discussions, Aran Wahanse is clearly giving us, very nicely explaining it. We cannot touch our mind. It is also a flow. Even though we use so many words to describe this flow, in the end you will understand that there is no thing, only great emptiness. the cognizing emptiness only, ultimate a recognition only. This is the truth. We have what we have been doing so far is explaining how the system works and how mental formations come into seeming existence. So, in all these sermons, in all these Zoom discussions, everywhere, what Lord Buddha has said, that even Aryan Vasa, Kalyan Mitran Vasa tried and is trying, is to explain the non-existent mind, or to explain that there is no thing as mind. This is what we have to understand. So in that point, if you have the knowledge to understand that's really great. We cannot search for anything. Instead, we recognize experientially that there is nothing to be searched for and found. There is nothing for search. We are searching for that is non-existing. That is something not existing. So here also there are so many sermons very nicely explain how Lord Buddha has answered when after attaining Buddha state, how he explained this, how he answered to Maria. Yeah, very nicely explained. As you all know this. So that is why it is said there is nothing to be searched for and found. In simple words, trying to attain Nibbana is the attempt that we put to know that, recognize that there is no such thing called mind. All the practices are recommended only for this. Actually, we were surprised, and even you may surprise when you hear this, but this is the truth. We are looking something that is not to be found. There is no thing to be searched for and found. That is what the real truth is, that. But we are trying to find it. But this is the truth. Having divided into practices, in directions are given only to reach this cognition at the end by oneself. Understanding the Buddhist philosophy means recognizing the non-existent mind. In order to reach the goal, Lord Buddha initially showed the two extreme positions in the external and the internal. Adhacca and Bahicca. Even in these Buddothpado sermons, and also in Lord Buddha has shown very clearly that the external is not real. There are no so-called objects as we preserve them to be. It's only thoughts or thinking about externals. Having this insight, one can be free from the illusion of external objects. External in the sense means all our thoughts in this mundane world. As we have realized, if you are doing a good practice with this Satyajnana, the philosophy of Lord Buddha, it says clearly that you are thinking. These are all thoughts. So if you can understand this, you can be free from the illusion of external objects. Even Lord Buddha explains that there is no such thing called internal mind as well. It is not real. So this is the philosophy of Lord Buddha. And if we are, as I told you earlier, if you are if you are regularly doing all these practices, there also you can understand the mind is also not real. The mind, it seems here, the mind means the aramuna itself, thought constructs. So very nicely, this Buddha philosophy is taught in these Vivekashramas and all, and also in Buddothpado. All these sermons are based on this. This is the foundation of this Buddothpado sermons done by Arya. So there you can understand that there are no things in this mind. And most importantly, there is no such thing called aramuna. It's transient, arising and ceasing thought formations. Having this insight, one can be free from the influence of transient thoughts also. This is the freedom from non-existent thought formations. Ultimately, it is realized there are neither aramuna nor things, only knowing emptiness. So come to this stage, you have to have a good understanding. Actually, it is not that easy. So you have to have a thorough practice with the philosophy, Buddha philosophy, Satyajnana. Here we will have direct knowledge or insight of arising and ceasing thoughts, retaining nothing. The thought is also called the vijnana. Vijnana is anitya, that is transient. Seeing this anitya of vijnana is by wisdom. Actually, you have to have wisdom to see this. This is not the thought by knowing. That is seeing the non-existent mind. You have to have this wisdom to see that actually. So this is something very deep, that stage and when you come to the end, that stage is very deep, but you must have that wisdom to understand this. So explaining too much will not be able to understand somebody. So almost all the time we have a sense of what we have a mind. That is what we all have. We have a mind. We are hearing, we are seeing, we can see, we think, we are thinking, we feel, we are feeling, something like that. Always the sense. Sense is there. Is this real? No, this is not real. This is mistaken view of the world that we should get rid of. But not that easy to come rid of, to get rid of that. That can be done only through wisdom, knowing the reality behind it. We have to have that reality to know what is behind this. Through all sensory inputs, we are naturally deceived, given us a false sense of existing objects outside. The objects are existing outside. That is some kind of a false sense. If you see something, do you think that is really exists outside? Even this story cannot believe actually, because all the outside world is alive for each and everybody. If not, they have not listened to these Buddothpado sermons. Ordinary people actually, they believe existing objects outside, including themselves. They are there, the outside world is there. That is what these ordinary people do. If they are listening to these Buddothpado sermons, actually, they can understand this. That has become the living truth for them. Because of that, they are suffering and they are unhappy. But if you are a real seeker of this Dhamma, if you are really a regular seeker, or if you are following these Buddothpado sermons, in reality, you know that there are no such existing objects or world independently outside. If you see non-existent things as non-existent, how can be their dukkha? This is the reality. Every dukkha, sorrow, suffering, or whatever it is coming due to false beliefs. Due to false beliefs, this is coming. So, half, not more than half, everybody is in this false belief. Even we were there before listening to these Buddothpado sermons. We did not know actually that. Now only we understood this. In these Buddothpado sermons, it is clearly explained the appearance of seeming objects with so many examples, even scientific examples and all. Aranasi has taken and explaining again to this world. He is revealing to the whole truth to this world, because reality is emptiness. There is no such thing called mind. To be free from dukkha or suffering or whatever it is, Lord Buddha mainly explained about the mind and the nature of the mind. What is really important for us is the path to freedom from suffering or the freedom from non-existent mind. For that, we need to see the formation of the mind or the reality of the mind. So to see this reality of the mind, definitely these Buddothpado sermons will help you, no doubt. Uh, if you follow them in a proper way, definitely you will stop your sufferings. So at last, I would like to say, because of all these things, this uh, has become a Sandittika Dhamma. Sandittika Dhamma, even what Lord Buddha has preached is Sandittika Dhamma, the same way Buddothpado Aryan Vasi is preaching us Sandittika Dhamma. Don't believe what I say. Come, practice this and experience this by your own self. And see this non-existing feeling, there you will come to that state of Buddha, the nature, emptiness. You will feel that internal transformation inside you. There is no ajatta bahitta. There is no duality between you and the mundane world. So this is what you have to understand. So how beautifully these Buddothpado sermons Aryan Vahanse is explaining, simplifying this Dhamma according to their level. So he gives it Dhamma to each and everybody. So we can see how nicely, how beautifully it is given to the whole mankind in different ways. So if you have not grasped this Dhamma, so the time it is the time for you to understand this and feel this. If not, no doubt you will go round and rounds in this circle of birth. So to eradicate this suffering, you should understand this pure Dhamma, what Lord Buddha has preached 2500 years ago, and what Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is giving to the whole mankind with his compassion equally. So it is our duty to grasp it and take it and understand it. So once you take it, once you understand it, once you feel it, you will see how nice this world is. There are no sufferings. Your suffering will become zero, and you will be a good person to the whole mankind. You will try to give what you learned for the whole mankind. So at last, as time passed, at last I would like to say like this: may we have the courage to look deeply, may we have the wisdom to let, may we awaken to the moment, and may all beings be free from suffering. So I would like to wind up my Dhamma talk here with, and also I would like to pay my utmost respect for our Kalyana Mitrayanan Vahanse, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse. පාද නමස්කාර කරමි බුද්ධෝත්පාද ආර්යයන් වහන්ස අවසරයි තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
This is the English Zoom of Buddothpado and Mahansi's Deshana disclosures. And from 2:45 to 4 p.m. we will be discussing some simple Dharma facts. And if there is any person who wants to ask any questions, anybody who is listening from YouTube can join the Zoom and we can continue it as a discussion rather than just one person talking. So until the others join, I will start with some very simple facts. Lord Buddha's time in the history, it says that Lord Buddha has preached about 84,000 preachers or deshanas. But when you go into detail of these 84,000 preachers, they have been done to different people and at different times to suit that environment and to suit that person's knowledge and also the ability to grasp what Lord Buddha is saying. But basically, when you take everything as a summary, what Lord Buddha has tried to say was that each living being has a created world with the sensor functions. So different living beings have different types of senses. One species generally have a similar type of senses, but still there can be differences. But what is important is that the world created is an illusion. It's a creation then and there at that moment. It's not something persisting. And the fact that there is a speed involved in all these times, the speed creates as if it is really existing, as if it is really there. So that is a myth that we are we are clouded with. We are kind of blind with this myth. And it's an illusion, it's a creation, it's something that happens at that moment. So basically, if we have the sensor function. Sensor function means the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. Those are actually the physical parts of the body, but in Dhamma preachings, we don't really mean these physical parts, physical organs, but because the physical organs are there is some activity happening which we call a vibration. And vibration is the one which is referred as sensor. Actually, it's a function. So this function creates something then and there. And it's in the form of seeing something, hearing, and feeling a taste, smell, or soft, hard feeling to the skin. So it completely 100% depends on the nature of the sensor function. So different living beings, now we know some animals do have different senses, like the ability to grasp radar-like activity, radar-like waves. So each and every living being think that this is the real world, this is what is there outside. But the animals like insects or maybe worms have a different world created, but they are not. They have some sense of living. All the living beings have this sense of living, that means a self-feeling. And all the living beings want to maintain this this feeling, this of living being, want to live, want to continue, want to maintain that. So when you do realize this fact, this is what the essence of Lord Buddha's teaching, that it's a creation, it's a kind of a dream, and the inability to identify or inability to realize that this is just a creation of the sensor function or creation at the senses is the biggest pitfall that we are in. So basically, little by little, when you listen to this Deshana by our noble friend R.N. Mahanse, we tend to realize that this function of this sense function, and also how the self-feeling is created. And when you understand this, when you sort of go on listening to these facts, it becomes clearer and clearer that it is a creation. And what happens is that the value which was added automatically to this so-called created world becomes less and less significant. Not that, you are not seeing the things differently, you are not hearing the things differently. The feel that you see, the feel you get is the same, exactly the same. But the value which got automatically added or the tagged to that stimuli becomes less and less. I can see Dr. Kokila also has joined. Dr. Kokila, Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai.
Yes, I was just giving a small introduction about R.N. Mahanse's Deshana and this Lord Buddha's teaching, the spirit of what he was trying to disclose. You can add something to that, or you can decide on some other topic that we can discuss.
Yeah, give. Yeah. Actually, we can discuss something. If you can, like, bring up something that we can.
I think recently there were some discussions. I remember somebody asked you a question also, and then R.N. Mahanse also one day gave a very beautiful discussion on.
The last few days discussions are amazing, and I don't have words to say about recent discussions. Actually, they are long also. Some like for instance, last evening one. I have a little bit to go still. Like but they are really amazing. I haven't listened to today's one at all.
I couldn't listen either. Actually, one day he was explaining about the three realms, that is the sensual, form and formless worlds, taking the morning sunrise into example. Giving it as a metaphor. He was explaining it very beautifully. We can maybe talk about that because.
Yeah, but it's a metaphor. So when after listening to that, and when a person, like some person, after some time, when they try to talk about the same, it doesn't sound same. That's the problem, because
yes, exactly.
Metaphors are quite metaphors, and it's given for a reason. So the thing is not to take the metaphor as metaphor, but just to take the inner message that is given. So it's a bit difficult when we try to take it, but actually it's a very beautiful way to talk about the value and also the dream and the consciousness in such a beautiful metaphor. But you can't just take the metaphor. It's not something we can take in cross way. Such a like Lord Buddha has told once, like you have to see the rainbow. You have to see it in such an angle, isn't it? Like, but then the same way, it is really important that you try to catch the sense of the examples he's giving. We can talk about it actually, but it is something you have to experience. That is the importance of it. But actually, there are other ways and means to understand this, and your own experience will be similar but different,
Yeah, actually, formless world is something still I have a sort of gray. It's like a gray area to me. I mean, I can tell it like a sentence. I can explain it in some sentences, but the actual experience or actual experience, without that actual experience, I don't think I can give a very clear view to a person who wants to know about it. Formless world.
Yeah, so now that sentence will take that sentence. Now, if we talk about that, the main important thing is to drop all those ideas and just live the world and just live. And living means stimuli like that. It's just that. And the tips would be just to let feel happen. Let it go. Let it go in the sense the problem here is the thickness of the mind. Actually, otherwise, if you you can get tips. Yeah, like if you go early in the morning, you get up and go outside. Like how you feel things. But how it is still with the feel of existence, and that is the trick, I think, not the actual formless world. Formless world is not a big issue at all, I don't think, because formless world is the feel. That's not the main problem, but it may appear as a problem because you're taking it as a problem, but main thing is to actually feel the no self or non-vibration, because then only you understand that these are two different fields. So one field, it's just with the self-perception, and another time it is without the self-perception. It's just perceptions. It's just a feel that you have mixed with the self-perception, without the self-perception. So when you can only warn the person about that, and that there is something like that. So if someone is keen, I think the first step would be to just be inquisitive about the feel. First, the feel is with self-perception. Anyway, we still feel, but it is still with the self-perception we would be having the problem. And once we master the actual truth, so Satyajnana, that is where the difference is going to happen. It is going to happen. You can't actually do anything here, and it will happen. It will happen with the keenness for you to feel the non-vibration, keenness for you to, keenness, or actually kind of have some effort, keenness and effort to feel, and you feel the self, the vibe, feel the whatever the what do you call it, touch, sound, light. Can't you see that there we don't call specifically, we don't call it light. We call it like feel the vibration. That word we specifically use, I think, is important to understand that it's just to feel without the mind part. That's where you can, if you want to imagine it, it's very difficult to imagine, but if you want to imagine it, imagine in a way like kind of going back to the baby's world and see whether you can become the baby. Because if you just go on imagining the baby, go backwards and backwards and backwards and backwards, and like imagine a 6-weeker, can't you see that they don't have an idea, they don't have a mind? So we feel that maybe they are saying like us now. No, it's just a feel. In the beginning, it's a feel only. Even the I, it's a feel only. It's that's the kind of why it's very difficult to tell these things, because it's all, the words are all taken, but it's a kind of a vibration. That is the vibration that we understand. That is there with the self. And what about without self? Without self, in the sense, what's the difference between the feel between non-self perception? Because all the time when we're trying to talk about this, all the time we have discussed that the sound will be there, but the feel that it is happening here will not be there. That is all we can say. Then when we say that, we kind of understand that initially the baby is going to feel that the vibration is happening here. Why we call it a vibration is because to give the idea that there is just something happening, What would a bacteria feel? It's just the vibration that is happening. One ecocylica, the one cell organism. Just a vibration. What else can that organism have? The same thing. In that sense, if you try to feel this will come. It's just understanding this basic thing, going backwards and trying to feel it with prajna. I mean, we are not actually going back, can we? No, we can't. But with the wisdom, with the help of the field, we can actually feel it. What really happened? How the field actually get complicated after the mind is formed. If you keep understanding this, that there is a trick here, that the mind formation is the trick that we understand. That is where the part of the problem is actually solved, because the self-perception and self-view is actually magnified because of the mind. Even though self-perception is there in the field level too. I don't know whether I help you in that. Just
Yes. Actually, there are now, as you said, I think you can't sort of draw lines and separate out this realm from the other one like that. It's, as you said, it is a kind of feel that cannot be sort of defined and explained, isn't it?
yeah, but you will feel the difference as soon as you are not in the mind, because this has never happened before.
Yeah, I don't know. These are some of the experiences that I get sometimes. I don't know whether they are just sort of yet some other magic creations of the mind sense, whether they are just kind of pitfalls. Very small fraction of seconds sometimes feels that only the lightness, like they are very, very light feeling. And and also you said about that feel, and again the feel can be there for again fraction of second without the attached form. I mean, sometimes now if you something like feel on the skin without location or without a further description of that, just for a fraction of second you can just have a feel, and then subsequently the form is attached where it is and what sort of pain, that sort of feelings are sometimes experienced. I don't know whether they are just some sort of
that could be the feeling of consciousness. That's kind of that. But the anidasana part, that is quite different to. I mean, there's a bit more in that experience. If you actually, that is the importance of going backwards. So the anuloma and pratiloma.
Yes.
Now I can't even remember the English words for that. But if you actually...
Anuloma is going down the stream and pratiloma upwards. That means backwards. Going backwards is pratiloma.
Yeah, going backwards means you actually have... now imagine this. Try to feel this when we say something. And now imagine you hear the horn of a vehicle. So when you hear that, it's directly a horn of a vehicle. There's no big deal about it. It's a horn of a vehicle. But you actually, if you feel this without the mind part, it would be just the feel of existence in there. That would be felt as a vibration of the air or sound. I mean, we can't even call sound, because even if I say sound, then the mind is involved.
Yes.
You know, that is the tricky part, because that's the main reason for us to say it in this way, so that I mean, there are so many ways. That's like Aranansi said with the vision. He said it in the vision. So we can explain it in different ways. But you know, when it is kind of even the sound is not in that. That's why it's a feel. It's a direct feel. But then direct feel is not the non-vibration. Direct feel is the feel. Direct feel is the basic consciousness we have. I mean, that's not a big achievement, but it is an achievement as well because we don't know these things. Basically, it's our ignorance that we never thought about a consciousness beneath. And when it comes to that, it is the tricky part again that you know, the third thing about this, you know, it is the speed vibration of the sensory organ. If we change that ignorance into wisdom, then only the non-vibration arises, that the feel that you had, that it's here, happening here. Even if it's one cell organism, the vibration is felt here. That is not non-vibration. You feel the vibration, you might get scared, you might feel all that, but that's not non-vibration. Non-vibration is that when you feel it is not actually happening anywhere. It's just there. You know, that's where that's all I can say actually, because it's very difficult to explain. But that's the most importantly, I think the most important way to understand is how go backwards and try to feel your own fetal life, your own kind of. It's a metaphor again. You can't really go backwards. It's a metaphor again. When you say try and, you know, if I say try and become a single cellular organism, can you? You can't. But then I would still say, can you become a single cellular organism and see how the vibration is happening? That is exactly again the meaning, because it would be the feel in the eye. If it is something you see, it is the feel in the eye. If it is something you hear, it is a feel in the ear. If it is something about the skin or the tongue or the nose, it will be something felt in this lining in the body, on the tongue or on the nose, on the skin, isn't it? So the wisdom, with the wisdom, you can actually start feeling these things. For that, you should master feeling also. That's what Aranans is trying to do, to master feeling. And then, but if just imagine someone is mastering feel without Satyajnana or the truth, nothing will happen, because they will feel the self. That's all. And also in concentration meditation, what happens is you have the idea that there is self, and you definitely it is going to come as I felt the non-vibration. But here, you know, the because of the truth only, this is the experience is felt differently. That's all. Otherwise, the experience is not the main thing. It is the vision that we have that changes the whole outcome. So one would actually end up in Brahma form in non-form world. Another one would be attaining nirvana, because the change in the vision. Do you understand? So that's the main difference. But I don't know whether it is coming out properly. What do you think, Surangika? Do you have anything to add? Don't know that she's busy.
Dr. Pukila.
Yes.
No, not really, actually.
Yeah.
It's a difficult
topic
thing difficult area, I think, to put into words.
Yeah, difficult area to put into words, as well as difficult area to experience. But the thing is, this experience of no self or non-self or non-vibration, giving a no self perception is completely because of the Lord Buddha's teachings. Otherwise, it will be just similar to everyone else. That is what happened with Dhamma, because the way you understand is completely different, because no one at Lord Buddha's time, no one talked about Anicca Dukkha Anatta. No one else talked about that. Only Lord Buddha came out with that explanation. And no one actually talked about anatta at all. I mean, so the main thing to understand here is the change view. And when you have changed the view, whatever you are going to feel, and if you understand, actually it is the speedy vibration of the sensory organ, this is going to change anyway. And as soon as it changes, you feel that, yes, this is the no self-perception. Because it's been now understood before by the teachings. And then this changes the whole scenario. The way you look at life, the way you look at the field, the way you look at the film, the dream, everything changes. So that's where the Sakkaya Ditthi is broken, or the Samadhi is happening, the right vision. So right vision is the important thing. Everything else follows. Do you get it? Everything else followed. If it's not following, there's a problem in the right vision. Do you get the point? So that's why I'm telling, try and feel your own, even if you feel how would a worm would be feeling, how would a single cell would be feeling, how would a 6-week child would be feeling. Just do an experiment. Just keep, but it's not like you looking at them and thinking, they must be doing this. No, that's not the way. Whether you can become them with wisdom. It is the way to feel this. And that's the tip I would say. Because it's all about tips from the teacher that changes the whole life. And Narayana has changed a lot. The way we look at the life, it has changed a lot. So the same thing, it will change the way you perceive things. to change the way you feel things. And it will definitely pave the way to feel the non-self.
Can you explain the meanings or what is meant by anicca, dukkha, anatta? I think that will be beneficial for the listeners because there are non-Buddhist people who are listening to this.
Well, I don't know what are the exact words Anand is using for anicca, dukkha, anatta, but anicca is actually well discussed in a lot of Buddhists are well aware about that. So if we are using the English word impermanence, it's a bit used. There's a problem in that.
Maybe we have to use sentences rather than looking for simple words, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. But if we use it in an thing, it's mainly understanding about this field of existence. That's the core idea of it. So how field of existence is formed, or how it is a construct. That's a basic. So that's actually should be said last, but I'm telling it first because that is the core thing that you are going to understand in the end. What is it? That the field of existence or alive field is a construct. That is the basic idea. So the basic idea, that is a basic idea. To understand that, there's so many things to understand. Because field of existence never comes along. That's what we thought. I am here. I thought about going to the town tomorrow. Okay, that's how we tell. Or I'm here. I feel so cold. That's how we talk. Normally we talk. That's how we talk. I feel so tired. I've just come from work. I haven't even changed. And I feel so tired. That's how we talk. So, but when we talk like that, we have no idea what we are talking about. But we keep talking like that. And to the beauty of that, even the child starts talking like that. The mother and father talks like that. The child is looking at them and child is thinking, oh, okay, this is me. This is father, this is mother, okay. This is happening to me, that is happening to them. All right. And they learn it and they start talking the same thing. I'm hungry, Amma. So it's nicely communicated. That's fine. It's happening. This is something new. Something is happening to you. So it's fine. So the demarcation is done. But when we go on understanding what is actually this I or me or mine, there comes a problem. We can't locate it now. If you do this research, you should feel the truth. If you have a good ability or the kusala, you should do this because then you will understand. So what are the constructs then here? So that we keep understanding, okay, we talked about I am tired. I came from work, I am tired. Now I'm doing this. After that, I'm going to have a wash. So that's the whole story. And someone would even believe that, like, yeah, true, And then the thing is, when we try to dissect or like try and find out the I, you can't. Then we go on dissecting and dissecting and dissecting. Will you find it? You might actually understand how this view of I has come across, like has surfaced to this world. Because this is only talked in this human realm, because humans are able to communicate, humans are able to think, humans are talking. In the other organisms, if you say about the even one cell organism, they just have a feel. They don't have a big story, like, because they don't have a mind. Because we have a mind, we are talking about this, I, me, mine, all that. Then we go on dissecting, we understand, okay, then there is kind of perception that always there's something here and the other person is there. So I'm sitting down, others are in the living room. I'm sitting down in the room. So don't we have a perception? We have. So what is the reason for the perception then? Then we go on doing the research and we find out, okay, yes, there is a perception. Yes, it's true. We agree that. We know that there is no self because we started dissecting and we couldn't find it. Even if you try to find the self in the body also, it's difficult because you can't find the self in the body. But the 5 sensory organs, Lord Buddha didn't talk about the 5 sensory organs when he tried to dissect the body. Because 5 sensory organs are the main areas you feel, the feeling. So the feel, you understand, okay, the feel is the main problem. So what do you feel? You only feel the vibrations of the sensory organs. So then what is the problem here? Problem is there's an additional power. There's an additional power that coexist, kind of, this happens, coexist with the vibration of the sensory organ. How does that happen is because of ignorance. This ignorance is there fully from the beginning to the end. So, ignorance is a part and parcel of this vibration. Even in one cell organism. But only humans can actually catch this. Why? Because the mind, the magic mind, which happens with the collective effect of the 5 sensory organs, is actually giving rise to this different world of mother, father, sister, brother, toys, my house, playground, garden, school, bus, friends, then the boyfriend, the girlfriend, then, job, friends in the job, the working place. So then the story has begun. So the story has that underlying vibration, yes. But now it's easy to catch. Why? Because the actual mind has the self-perception. So it is actually in the self-perception now. And it is going to be a self-thought also, because if there is a vibration, always it can develop into a new thought. So chair is just a co-vibration of the ear, eyes, and the field. Same way, you have an idea about that I'm seeing, I'm feeling, I'm hearing, and all that, and it just collectively becomes like a thought, which is I, me, mine. So the anicca, how can we talk about anicca here? The impermanence. What is permanent here? Nothing is permanent here. So the main important thing here to understand is that chair, when chair is felt as real, like permanent, the self-thought is strong like the same way. Why? Because it's the same. If it is felt as a thing, it's the same thing. This happens, this happens. So we understand with the help of the impermanent thing that actually chair is not there. That means we keep understanding none of these thoughts are actually out there. Even the figure you saw from when you look at your leg, you can see your leg. Oh, I can look at my hands and say, oh, these are my hands. But the thing is, you feel it is actually as real, isn't it, when you look at your hand? But when we understand that it is just a perception, that's one part of the impermanence, actually. Why? We understand that they are just thoughts. But then we keep understanding more. We just don't stop there. The hands is a hand. A hand is a perception. Yes. How did that happen? Who told that this is a hand? How did the hand come to this word? What is hand? And we keep understanding. It's a feel, or it's a vision, or it's a sound. Only these things can do it, because smell is not really associated with the hand. Taste. I don't know, if you taste your finger without anything in your finger, you won't taste it, would you? So it's just mainly about the three things: the feel and the sound and the vision. So these vibrations brought up the actual perception of hand. So that is also one part of impermanence. So we keep understanding how this construct has been happening, because that's how the little baby who had a radiant mind has developed a self-perception and a self-will, which is so destructive. So, but there is more to understand. What is there more to understand? You understand that, okay, perception is wrong too. Perception is there, yes, but it is actually a construct. What is there? What is there more to understand? Well, there is light, there is sound, there is feel. Then we keep understanding, okay, is that true then? Because we are going backwards. That's why I told you, try to go backwards. Become the baby, become the child, become the baby. Become the fetus. So if you keep understanding this, you feel, okay, now what brought the perception? It is the sound, light, or feel in the skin. So then we understand, okay, is that something permanent? Not really. Again, impermanence is there. Why? Because that's actually a mirage. That's the most beautiful mirage in the world. What? The feel. Feel is just the rapid vibration in the skin. The sound is rapid vibration of the ear. The light is rapid vibration of the eye. Then you will automatically end up feeling the non-vibration. Then now there is two different ways. What? There's a self-perception. Now there's a new thing that has never happened before. That's what Lord Buddha said, never heard before, never happened before. Non-self-perception. Just once in one particular stimulus. Can be either eye, it can be either sound, it can be either feel, doesn't matter. So then it will be definitely impermanence is now understood. What is the impermanence understood? Okay, now this self-perception which had been there forever, or the feel which had been there forever, that what I felt forever is a construct. Why? Because that because of the non-self-perception, now we can't call that whole life experience or whole samsaric experience of self-perception or self-vibration is a construct. Do you get the feel of the impermanence now?
Yes, I think you touched almost all the aspects of impermanence. As you said, it is in two levels. One is this obvious impermanence, which actually there's no need for a wise person like Lord Buddha to preach it, because any person will observe that impermanence. But the deeper level, as you said, that impermanence at the level of the thought, because it's a construct, and the impermanence at the level of the senses, because again it's another construct. That is what I think we have to understand, because that is what Lord Buddha was trying to explain, isn't it? That's a thing that has not been explained in any other religion, I would say.
Yeah, isn't it so beautiful?
It is, yes. Would Surangika like to add something? Terasana?
Yeah, I think that was, Dr. Popila gave a good explanation, the anicca in those two instances. And I think Aryan Mahans also says that one has to start somewhere, and that initial anicca definition of impermanence that the mundane society embraces is also required to a certain extent, until such time the deeper meaning of the true Dhamma can be accessed, isn't it? But of course it is almost like touching the surface, but nevertheless I suppose an important step on the journey, I suppose, because when you think of people sometimes in these societies and they have encountered tragedy, for example, in Australia, I don't know whether you have heard, we've had a terror attack in the last couple of days in New South Wales, and so the people in mourning, and the ability or the inability for them to see beyond a person dying, and things like that is quite difficult. because of the level of ignorance and misconceptions. So to even broach a topic of this nature would be quite difficult. And what they even the basic impermanence or anicca would be difficult if one hasn't had some kind of association with certain Buddhist principles, or have at least heard or read about some of the Buddhist teachings, which basically talk about impermanence only in that light. So it is a difficult topic to broach with in the mundane world, and that is why Alan Manse so many times explains that the stream enterer and people accessing this Dhamma are just such a minority of people, akin to the little dust that gets collected under a fingernail, as opposed to all the earth or dust that is around us, which is so many billions of people. So I think in that sense, there is such a unique opportunity that has been opened in this day and time, isn't it? That even for the fact that, did anyone think that 2,500 years later, there would be a revelation of that long hidden core Dhamma principles that will be again brought to the fore, isn't it? And that there will be a true non-vibrational state in the form of a noble spiritual teacher who would come forth and show the path and guide the people on the path to true liberation of mind. So it's a wonderful opportunity, and I think Dr. Kokila, you mentioned right at the beginning, our advances last few days, the talks that he has given and the various aspects that he has touched on. These are, in one way, these are not things that he hasn't talked about in the last 5 years of discourses, but at the same time,
He has.
There are, yes, exactly. But there are also aspects that I think we mentioned it 2 days ago as well, that there are also aspects that are somehow felt as if they are deeper, and there's a deeper meaning that he's trying to convey, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 100% he has told these things, but I think it is getting more precise to people now. I think that is what is happening. And that means people are actually feeling it. You know, when we talk about impermanence, well, we never kind of thought that the self, the feel of existence, or the feel here that we have, that we are living, is the actual one, which is actually, it is the construct. We kind of never even thought about it, and we have known this anatta or anatma for a long time, and definitely I have researched about it before. I have thought about it a lot, actually, and it has come to my mind a lot even before I listened to Alan say, why Lord Buddha say it is anatta or anatma, and why then we feel something here? Like, why do we feel as if we are existing? And the explanation of this view, this perception and the feel is immaculate. I mean, I can't tell any adjective to that even. Like the three worlds, that three worlds in the sense this the view is actually in the sensual world, the perception is actually in the form world, and the feel is actually in the non-form world. And this very thing that we are fighting, in the sense not we are, but the fight here is with the non-vibration and the vibration, or self-perception and the non-self-perception, or the right view and the wrong view. Isn't it so beautiful now? There's a fight between wrong view and the right view. Even it's very obvious now when people talk about this Dhamma, like that's what Aranwansa is saying. If the non-vibration has to be strong, the right view has to become stronger and stronger to fight with the non. It's not a fight between people, not at all, because there are no people here. It's just a fight between the vibration and the non-vibration, I would say. And even those words are useless. But just to give an idea, they're all metaphors. So, the fight between views are very obvious. Very obvious. When Lord Buddha had someone come and, keep fighting with the words, not fight now, arguing, then Lord Buddha asked, you are sweating, you are like in a very great discomfort. I'm not in a discomfort. What's the problem with you? Like it's a metaphor actually. It's another metaphor to show that what's the problem with you? It is okay, you have a view, but why are you struggling like this? Then people also with good understanding, good skillful people, this kusala, having some kusala, would be like, really, yes, he has an opinion. Okay, if you think Lord Buddha has an opinion, yes, of course he has an opinion. I have an opinion. We two are fighting. One is giving the opinion in such a like in a really nice way without feeling any problem, and one is giving an opinion with so much effort or power or such vengeance, like whatever the word you can use, anger. So definitely there is this power difference, isn't it? So where this power difference comes, what is happening here? Someone would really think, one word Lord Buddha said, we are going to find the woman who took our clothes, and we are trying to search the woman. And Lord Buddha said, why don't you search about yourself? And there's only one sentence he used. And everyone in that I can't remember whether it's 500, the whole team was shaken. Just shaken. Just one sentence. Because I think they have that vibration, like they are close to that. So they kind of change in just that one sentence. Isn't it beautiful? I mean, what changed me after listening to Aranwansa, I never knew about an Aranwansa. I just listened to one sermon in the YouTube, because I used to listen to all the sermons in YouTube. If you ask about it, I just put on the YouTube, I just switch it on, and I kept doing work because I'm so busy. I just keep doing work. And one day I just heard something about this no self Dhamma, and I'm like, wow, that is no self, because I had that in my mind. And that's where I went back and searched what more sermons has Aranwansa done, and has never stopped since then. And today also I would say, yes, Aranwansa has done a sermon listen to that. That's so beautiful, you know. So I haven't stopped listening to him, his son. So that is the thing. So we don't know who will actually change by listening to this Dhamma. If someone can't feel it, they can't feel it. It's okay. It's okay. But if someone can feel the difference, I invite everyone to actually listen to this and see. Because if you're searching about consciousness, come and listen. If you're searching about this self, come and listen. If you're searching about how to become an arahant, come and listen. There's nothing to lose. So what's the big problem? Just listen and see. If it's not amicable, if it's not, if you find it very difficult to understand, you can stop listening if you want. Doesn't matter. You don't have to just criticize just because you can't understand or you can't feel. You just have an open mind and listen and see, because we never know when things are going to click. When things are going to click, they're going to click. Then it's never going to stop. Because once you turn, once the tree leans towards the river, that tree is going to fall to the river. Isn't it? Anything to add?
Yes, I think as you said, yes, Suran.
No, go ahead, Doctor.
Oh, please, I can add later.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was trying to say that once you got the message, or at least a semblance of the message, it's so hard to undo it, isn't it? Because I think, as you said about that clan of 500 people, each of us, if we talk about it even from a mundane sense, there has been something that has been felt, even from probably for different people, the experience can be different, but from our childhood days or from the age of youth or whatever it is, there has been this searching, or there has been this thing that this, like just like Aryan Mansa had that experience in his childhood, saying, what craziness is this? You know, you grow up, you go to school, you have to study, then you study, then you get a job, you get married, you have kids, you grow old, then you're looking after the children's kids, and then you grow old and die. That's it. So, you know, is that
Yeah,
what
we
the
have
world
seen
is?
what happened to our grandparents. We have seen what happened to our parents. We have seen what happened to our, I mean, for me, for my patients, we see this all the time. And no one is worried even. No one is like even wondering what is happening here.
Exactly. But then you'll have a handful of people who will wonder. And where did that wandering thing come, isn't it? So there is that sense of non-vibrational kind of mood, or the leaning towards that in a way. And I suppose there is where that Ugatitanna, Vipatitanna kind of non-vibrational or close to non-different stages of wisdom arises as well. And then if there has been that notion of there's something here that's not quite right in this mundane existence, then when this true Dhamma is heard, just like you said, one little sermon here and here, or, you know, another sermon somewhere else, then that is the turning point, and you don't have to listen to anything more. That because of that earlier pondering, earlier reflection of the anatma, what does that mean? Surely there must be a deeper meaning. You know, that pondering and the reflection that you did, Dr. Kokida, then comes to the fore, isn't it? The moment that word or a couple of words are heard, there is a turning towards the against the stream, as we said a little while ago. The whole thing gets off the anusota into the patisota. At least the turning point is there, and then all that happens is the more one the actions one takes is more towards the patisota rather than the anusota, because you got the trigger. The trigger has happened, isn't it? So,
and it happens to everyone in different ways. I don't think anyone can hear this for like 3 to 5 years just for fun. I don't think so. I don't think it is fun to keep hearing and just not give up. I mean, sometimes you might feel like giving up, but you might not. Even though you think about giving up, you might not. Still, we will just keep listening, because even to listen to this now self Dhamma is difficult, and some people can't even get around this idea of listening to no self Dhamma, let alone understanding. And here we are. A lot of people are trying to understand it, and keen about understanding it, discussing about it, talking about it, doing Zoom meetings. So much interest in understanding this non-vibration. It's so good, and it is so important. I think we are running across to the 4 o'clock Zoom meeting. Thank you all Dhamma friends for coming for this English Zoom discussion, and we will continue this discussion tomorrow. And Aryan Wahanse, we worship Aryan Wahanse as usual, and we salute him as it's so much gratitude. Thank you so much. May Triple Gem bless you.
Thank
yeah,
you.
Sana,
Goodbye,
Dr.
Dr.
Pradeep,
Terasa.
Dr. Sakuntala. Satya.
Can start with some very simple facts. May all of you be blessed by the Triple Gem. And first of all, I would like to worship our noble friend, Buddothpado and Mahanse. In this discussion, during the next 1 hour, 15 minutes, we will try to discuss some simple facts. Actually, there are 8 Zoom discussions throughout the day, and there 2 of them are dedicated for the practical experience, and then there are two Zoom discussions which meant for getting the doubts and the problems clarified. And there's another one on Sutra Deshana. So like that, for with different topics, with different areas being covered throughout the day, there are so many Zoom discussions, and most of them we have our noble friend also joining, at least for a short while. Sometimes Aryan Mahanse speaks for the most part of the Zoom discussion, giving sort of very valuable explanations. So we will try in our best to explain whatever in our capacity. This is the Dhamma pathway that is explained by our noble friend is very practical, and what is experienced is described or explained. And then you realize that there are many things that we didn't understand, or we didn't realize that what is the true happening underneath. So basically, we are experiencing the world with the sense faculties, which means basically the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. So whatever in that capacity, whatever is created by these sense faculties is taken as true existing things. So that is meant by the ignorance. So when we realize this truth, that these are actually imaginations or illusions, or in other words, they are all thoughts, a little bit of light is shed to the path, because we are groping in the dark without realizing that there's an imagination, there's a world which is imagined. So little bit of light is shed, and then little by little this light becomes brighter, and then we can see actually where we are and the path that we have to follow. So in practical explanation, so the Aryan Mahasi has introduced 4 steps in the practical experience. So little by little, there is some understanding of what is happening, and the fact that all are thoughts, and there's nothing called mind, and there's no existing thing called mind, but it is just a flow of thoughts, and the thoughts are the ones which control the physical, so-called physical body, and there's no controlling body, or there's no owner to this activity. There's some system, like some series of functions taking place. So these are just some very basic things that I wanted to say. I can see Dr. Kokila and Surangika both have joined. Dr. Kokila, Teruvan Saranai, Surangika, Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai.
If you can start the discussion, I was just telling some few basic things until the proper discussion starts.
Yeah, we can start the discussion. I think, it is good if you can bring up a topic. What were you talking about?
Nothing specific actually. I was trying to say what are the sort of basic things in Aryan Mahasi's teachings. The fact that the mind, trying to understand the mind, and then what is meant by the world, what is identified as the world is a creation of the mind or the sense of faculties.
Yeah,
Those were
the
few things that I
understanding
was
of
telling.
this vibration, or we use the word vibration all the time. I think we use it to actually give the idea that self, the feeling of existence, is actually kind of a power. That's why we use that word, and words are actually used to communicate something here. None of these words are actually true. So when we talk about the truth, whatever we use, whatever the description we use, is not the important thing. What is given, what is told, what is gestured here is that this field of existence is none other than just a vibration, or just a power which is there because of the this cycle that happen in any being. Where whenever the vibration is there, the self-perception would be there, and that continue to exist because of the ignorance. And only we talk about this a lot, but only in this human life that we have that ability to understand how one stimulus, one thought manifests all the whole this vibration when there is ignorance, when we have given value to that. When we say these things also, there are problems actually. When we say we have given and all that. So the way we talk can be very, very, how can I say, having some pitfalls there, because whenever we try to say anything, it has this effect of, first person, second person effect, like someone telling something. But here, the basic message is there's no self. This is the difficult thing to. It is easy to understand actually. It's not that bad. It's okay. Anyone who has a sensible idea of this world and self can understand that the self can't be inside the body. If it is a thing, then how can that vibration be in another? Lord Buddha has described one time it can be a monkey, one time it can be a dog, one time anything can happen. So in that sense, we can understand that it's obviously not in the body. But then Lord Buddha has told once, actually it's a beautiful thing to say, Lord Buddha has told once that never think that the self is in the thoughts, because it is okay even to think that the body lasts only 60, 70 years or 80 years or 100 years if you want to, that much years, and it is okay to think that the self is there. But if you think that the self is in the thought, then you will be in a big trouble. He has actually told this in another way, and it is beautiful to understand that self is not actually not in any of these things. And then we are wondering, any human with a powerful ability of thinking will think, then where is this self? Why are we talking about a self that we don't even know? And that's where the Lord Buddha's Dhamma actually is coming really important here, and here, where you realize then what is this power, then what has happened, why there is cycle of birth, why there is, we even without Lord Buddha saying, we have heard so many, people talking about and past births, and when we check on that, that's actually true, then we are kind of like shake it off and forget about it, because we can't explain any of these things. But then this consciousness has been discussed a lot nowadays. A lot of English speaking countries, a lot of physicists, a lot of people who try to understand spirituality actually talk about consciousness a lot. But the consciousness is actually the basis of this self-existence as well. So it is beautiful to understand that because everyone thinks the consciousness is the base, and Lord Buddha, according to Lord Buddha and according to what you can feel here with Dhamma, you can say, no, it is not the base. It's actually the non-vibration is the base. So if there is any consciousness, that's the vibration, and that's why we are discussing about two types of nirvana. Even one would be zeroing of defilements, and the other one would be zeroing of the aggregates. So and you understand these things, and it's so nice to understand what's happening here. And if there's anyone here who has joined to ask a question, anyone can ask. We are just having a discussion because usually it's rare to find someone actually having a question and asking that. But the importance of understanding this consciousness and understanding that it is not the baseline is really important, and the consciousness is actually the basis for the being, or the being in the sense the sense of existence, or the life field that we talk about. But in that, just being or single cellular organism can't actually describe any of these things, but the humans with this great mind actually can understand what has happened here and can feel it too, because all the levels of this self vibration, all the levels of that can be felt in one stimulus. And when we say that when you actually experience non-vibration, all these levels will be passing. You have to pierce all these levels to actually feel the non-vibration. So it's really something that should be felt. I think that is the challenge we have every day. And then if you understand that actually the only thing that existed, this is in a human, because in a human we have discussed a lot actually in all the sermons how we are born without defilements actually, because initially we have only the basic consciousness, but then the defilements start with the with the forming of self-perception and self-view. Anything we can build up the discussion here.
Yes, actually, I saw a message which was circulated. I received it. I can't remember from where it came. But actually, what the contents were very much similar to what our Aranohanse is teaching. What it said was that it's just some transferring of energy from one point to the other one. There's nothing going from
Even
here to there.
transfer is wrong. Even transfer is
Oh,
wrong.
yes.
That's
You
very,
have to
we
say
have to be very
synchronize,
careful.
isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, because if we
Synchronizing.
say synchronize, no, if we say transfer, what happens is there is a thing to transfer.
Yes, yes, I understand. Yes. So you
Yeah,
have to say it's synchronizing, isn't it? Resonance
yeah,
or it's
because
synchronizing.
that's why an
Mhm.
arahant will never be born again, because there's no
Mm.
vibration here, and
Yeah.
there's no synchronicity to not the synchronicity will be broken forever. It's because there's no vibration here to
Mm.
synchronize to
Yes.
anything. That is the end. That is the important thing, not the death part actually, not the end of the sensory organs. I'm talking about the ending of the defilements, the can't remember the singular word for that, but there's two nirvanas we talk about in that. But when we talk about the transfer, some
Mm.
people actually talk about transfer. It's
Transfer,
very, very, very tricky, because if you are talking about a transfer, it is similar to someone talking about vijnana being transferring. You know, in good
Oh,
olden
yes, yes.
days, not good olden days, olden days, we used to talk about so many things transferring. You know, I was here, then I'm there, and then next time I'm there, then after that I'm here, something like that. That is how the discussion went on. That you know, even someone who is talking about the previous birth might say that, like, now I'm here, but I was this one before. That is how the story goes. Never it goes in in aviññānaka aspect, like not in, because it is described in it is described in such a way that we all give a aspect of Sakkaya Ditthi, wrong view into that. So whenever we talk something, we have to be very, very careful not to give that
Word that
in the sense,
trans-
not the word, the essence of it, like the sense of wrong view, because wrong view is always like uh, l- application of wrong view is everywhere. Any word has that aspect, wrong view, because whatever the words, they are used in this normal world, but actual the feel has none of these things. And in that sense, you can understand the words has no power at all. You know, the feel has no importance of the words, but the words carry this like how can I say it? The taste of Sakkaya Ditthi is everywhere. Taste of wrong view is everywhere, in every word. So we have to be careful anyway in whatever the word we are using, because we get trapped, especially in English language, in whatever the language, we can get trapped here when we try to use words. So we apologize if we make any mistake in that way. We are not actually willfully making that. But what I was trying to say, if someone is even talking energy being transferred, transfer word even has that effect. That is the problem, because if it is something like that, even this self the vibration, it is a construct. That is why that we have the ability to or any being has the ability to attain the non-self status, because if it is not a construct, if that power that whoever is talking about is not a construct, sankhata, if it is not sankhata, in the sense not a construct, then you can't attain nibbana, you can't attain non-vibration. because the vibration is a construct with the sensory organ, whatever the stimulus, can be just consciousness, whatever that stimulus, whether it's light, whether it's feel, whether it's sound, if it is radiation in any other animal, whatever the sensory organ, that particular stimulus is the only thing that happen, and that stimulus only. But that is the difficult part, because we feel that we experience that stimulus. So why we feel that is this trick of this that perception we have that it is happening here. How the perception came is from that kind of the power we have here. Why the power is here is because there is ignorance of not knowing that it is only the stimulus that was there. Someone can add on to this discussion. What do you think? I think I actually obliterated Sakuntala's, Dr. Sakuntala's discussion. You can actually continue what you're
No,
trying to say.
actually, no, surely. I mean, you did the correction, because that's definitely you had to I mean, clearly explain and say that there's nothing transferred, no transferring here. You are very correct, actually. It's something becomes equaled or synchronized, and that is, I don't think the wordings were put. I can't exactly remember how the wordings were, but what they were trying to say was that you cannot abolish the current. You cannot abolish a current, but it will continue. This is that is the basis of this
life.
Life or samsara cycle. And what happens in Buddhism, I mean, the scientists are still struggling to find out about this phenomenon, but Lord Buddha has explained that 2,600 years ago. And then the question, how is this now when a person, when there is Arhat state, in the Arhat state, how does this current is abolished? And then it was mentioned that when you do not add fuel to the fire, the fire will be gone, will be extinguished, and then you can't. You can't say where the fire has gone. If you,
Actually,
that
that's
is,
that part is the fuel. Actually, what I don't know. If we are feeling something as there, definitely fuel is there. I mean, we can't really stop. Who is trying to stop putting fuel? That is the self vibration who is trying to don't put fuel like that. And try to stop putting fuel. That's kind of again. That is the problem with this language again.
yeah,
But
very
anyway,
tricky, isn't it? Yes,
very
very
tricky, because when we try
you
to say
end up
don't
having a
put fuel,
person.
who is not putting
Yes,
fuel now?
yes.
That actually the fuel itself is this not understanding that it is the consciousness or the vibration is actually happening only in this sensory organ. That is the exact thing that will help you to synchronize to the Buddha state or non-vibration. And then that is the beauty. Non-vibration is also kind of, That's why Lord Buddha has said that 5,000 years this Buddha state will last. How can you say that? And we, in the past, before Aranwanse has divulged all these things, I used to actually think that the Dhatu Parinirvana is something else. And now only we kind of realize that's not the thing. That's actually, totally we have taken this in with the things and the people aspect. But these can't be taken in that way. And the Buddha status is out there, everyone, and you can synchronize to that. That is the message that we give, and that is actually ending of this cycle of birth. Whenever there is a vibration who is closer to that, will hear this Dhamma by some or other and will get the message. I mean, randomly we hear this Dhamma. Very random things. Very, very random things. So likewise, someone who might listen to this, it should be just one. Now, if someone understand it in Thailand, there's a very, very good chance that it will be spread in Thailand. And if there's one in Vietnam, then it will be spread in Vietnam. Likewise, it is just has to be felt, and then there should be people out there who is actually kind of waiting, not waiting willfully, like, because all these words carry very heavy meanings. It's really not giving any justice to this Dhamma. But this will just keep happening, isn't it? Surankika is also here.
Yes, I think it's just a sequel or just a system functioning. And as long as there is breathing of the physical body, the sensor functions occur, which means the vibrations. And because of the speed of the vibrations, it creates something. And these creations, power, and there's always power, and this power merge together, and then yet another creation, which is the thought, and again the
No. In that, there's a little bit of a confusion there. So the mind is also just another vibration. That doesn't matter.
Yes.
When it is felt as a thing only, that synchronicity happens with the self vibration. Self vibration is completely different to any of these sensory organ vibrations. It's only just one vibration, which that is the thing that we keep understanding and keep.
Dr. Kokila.
Yes, there are some.
On that point, I was just trying to find the last few days our advances talks in various places. I thought I heard, and maybe I don't know if I got it wrong. He said something, I think, repeatedly about, I'll say this in Sinhalese. ආයතනවල දැනීම, I thought it was ආයතනවල ගිනි ගැනීම වෙනම දකින්න, ආත්ම ගින්න වෙනම දකින්න.
Yeah.
That is to say that in English for our other listeners to understand the burning or becoming a
Vibration,
thing
would
of
say.
this. Oh yeah, the vibrations arising from the sensors and the self vibration
That is two different
separately.
things. Yeah.
Can you explain that a bit more, Dr.
That was the
Kokila?
exact thing I was trying to say to Sakuntala, because because the vibration of the eye has no issue with that. Vibration of the ear has no issue with that. Only thing is with the ignorance that the fast vibration of the sensory organ gives us the feel that it is felt as a thing. That is the origin synchronicity of the which happens with the synchronicity of the self vibration happens. It happens with each organ. So it's whatever the stimulus. Imagine you just hear a child shouting in the background. So that's a sound, and that immediately we know it's a child shouting. So that's the thought. But if you open your eyes and you look at, then you might see, your handbag. So that's seen. But none of these things is not the problem. The problem is the feel that you get that it is a thing, kind of. It is it exists basically. That is due to ignorance completely. When the ignorance is not there, this field is not there. So that is why we keep telling that importance of feeling this momentarily, feeling the non-existence or non-vibration in that just a moment. What you understand is, well, that is not there. That feel of existence is not there. But the sensory organ is working. That is the thing that is important. That is the difference. What I'm trying to say when we try to talk about, what Dr. Sakuntala was going to say. Why I stopped her was she was going to say. She was telling something like the power is there, then the mind forms. No, mind is forming anyway. In an Arahant, also Lord Buddha, also the mind is there. Doesn't matter whether the mind is there or whether the eye is working, whether the sound is there, whether the bodily feeling is there. It doesn't matter. Why? Because the non-self perception has taken over. It has taken over completely. Self-perception is gone. It has been taken over by non-self perception. How did that happen? Because the self vibration is not there, so that in the sense that feel of existence or the ignorance is not active anymore.
It's like, if I give an example, I don't know, I don't know much about drums, but I'm going to give an example about a drum. So, you know that they say "Ara bere paluak nae" kind of thing. So, if there's an old drum, and you have hit it, and you know how it resonates like a sound. But if it has completely died, you know, the leather thing that you hit on, and then how much there is contact with that leather part of the drum, there is no sound emanating.
Yeah, in
Because
that the problem
something like
of
that.
that
That's right.
example is,
Yeah.
I would add that because otherwise the that will not cross my mind next time. The problem with that example is one might think the sound will not be there. Actually, sound will be felt much more nicely than before.
By the underlying sound, I meant the self vibration.
I know. But because it's sound now,
Oh yeah, that's true.
people can misunderstand that when an arahant may not be hearing much, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe hearing is muffled. No, it's not like that.
Nothing like that.
Nothing
Then
like
the
that.
other
They
thing,
can actually hear much better than that, and because they feel everything, they will feel the sound so much.
Yes, because then there is
Better.
there is the stimulus, meaning it's not a stimulus, but it is an object. But it is the object only without the duality, isn't it? And that's why one can become the person in front of you. One can become anybody else, and then, you know, because the self is wiped out from here, which means that there is no, because otherwise everything is relative to me, isn't it? Everything is
You can become the sound too.
Yeah, everything is relative to I, and when the I and the self is no longer,
it's an actually like a way to tell that, you know, you become the sound is actually another way of telling about this experience, because you don't feel this side. It is as if you have become the sound.
yes, but if you say that to someone who doesn't have a really good understanding, they can also misinterpret it.
Yes, yeah.
Because if we think about a lay person, for example, you know, people who, when you say identified with
And
something,
they might think that actually now self is there.
Yeah, because I mean, even if you just watch the audience that go for these concerts, Dr. Kokila and Dr. Sakuntala, I mean, just watch their faces and see how much they are in it. If it's like somebody playing a guitar on the stage, or like a pop star, or I don't know, even if it's someone gone to see an orchestra, and you look at the sense of rapture in their faces, you
But
know the power, the
that's
becoming.
inside the dream, though.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So that is the point where that it can be quite tricky if you tell that to a person who hasn't got a proper understanding, because Aaron Vance, I remember, has said in a very old talk that at a certain point it flips, isn't it? It flips back to become the sound. It flips back to become the whatever.
Yeah. Actually, this consciousness level or the vibration level, this it's only a field. So the sound is a field only. That is the thing that you can't even describe. In that dreamy music concert is not there, because that's the vibration level. That is the arupa. So the non-form state, that is the problem. Yes, I can understand where you're coming from, because when you try to say something, we always take what we know. So if you are inside the mind, as we were talking, remember when Sudharma came out from the house and saw the slippers and missing slippers and went out, and you know, the whole thing. And I was saying that it is inside the dream, though. I don't know anyone understood. And when I say the same example to you also in something. I don't know whether that is understood, because it's very difficult to understand about this dream, in the dream and out of the dream. And out of the dream is the vibration level or the non-form level, and non-form level also is the understanding about this vibratory nature of the organs. Yeah.
And
So
Dr. Kokila, Dr. Sakuntala, I'm interested in your views also, because these days I don't know. There's so many very, very fine points that Maran Vahansa is saying, or maybe
even today one.
Maybe I haven't finished listening even for even yesterday or this morning. I haven't finished listening because I'm trying to listen to I keep going back and trying to, because there is this notion that there are aspects that have got missed. So I'm always rewinding it and trying to get it.
That means your mind is so flustered.
No, that's because I'm trying to do it whilst I'm working and I don't have time. So there is no full concentration on it as well. But the thing is, it is so intricate, Dr. Kokila, that
yes,
the Vidarshana that is trying to I suppose you might say that one is trying at that point, but even to kind of do a bit of penetrative insight to that particular point that Aranvanse is trying to pull out and draw us into that deep penetrative insight, it almost it goes to a particular point and veers off. It goes to a point and skips, as if it's not touching that point. It's, I don't know how to explain it. It's going to a point and then it's veering off, as if meaning there is more either Vidarshana to do or more.
I think more to be felt.
More to be felt, because
more to be felt. I would say not more Vidarshana. I think from kind of time you all have listened. I mean, it may be less than me, but at least 2-3 years, isn't it? I can't remember.
Yes, 3 years. Yeah.
How about Dr. Sakuntala? How long?
Yeah, I'm also, I think, a little bit more than maybe 2.5 years.
Yeah. So, kind of maybe now only you're actually listening. Who knows? That is the thing.
It's quite possible.
There's a possibility, yes, because by experience I can say that maybe now only you are actually trying to share the there's an example. Lord Buddha says asalomak siyak kadakada vidida, and you're actually trying to do that,
Thirun Sunlight, my dear listeners. Yes, you are hearing another such a wonderful kind of explanation of Buddothpado sermon that was done by Dr. Kokila. So she was trying to explain how difficult to understand this precise or exact message of Lord Buddha. So she gave a nice example that was given by Lord Buddha. So if you want to, if someone try to shoot an arrow to split one single hair of her and a horse into 100 pieces, that will be possible, but understanding this truth is harder than that even. So if someone split one single horse hair into 100 pieces by shooting an arrow towards it, so that Lord Buddha said that one might be possible, but understanding this Dhamma is pretty much harder than that. So that's why Lord Buddha said you have to choose the correct angle to look at this Dhamma. So if you don't consider, if you don't take that into account, so you will get stuck in midway. So what is this correct angle? We were discussing this about this in most of our sermons. So the correct angle is the non-soul angle or unconscious angle. So people tend to take everything as a conscious kind of perspective. So he or she will try to look at this particular angle, this particular Dhamma as an observer. So that will definitely be an obstacle to see this Dhamma. That's why Lord Buddha asks us to not to do so. Just choose the non-conscious angle or the non-self angle to look at this Dhamma. So don't ever take someone is trying to understand this Dhamma. So first, at the beginning, you just give up that kind of that pattern of thinking. So just try to explore what the science behind this nature, not as an observer. You should be there to perceive that particular results. So that means you have to take everything with a non-soul perspective. So this is so important, and this is the uniqueness of this Buddhist philosophy. So I thought of highlighting this fact is important as a continuation of previous sermon that you happen to hear before I start this. So anyway, I would like to pay my humble worship to our noble friend Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse at very outset. So for giving this wonderful truth back again to this world. So we have to be very grateful to him. So nowadays we are hearing the truth. so which has been gone hidden under the sands of time. After Buddha era, this is the first time that we are hearing, almost after 2600 years after the Buddha's time, Buddha's era. Now we have such an opportunity once again to attain this supreme bliss of Nibbana, state of supreme bliss of Nibbana. Through this, at least understanding this Dhamma. So this Dhamma is exactly the same, and it is the same thing that was revealed by Lord Buddha. So don't believe what we are saying. Just come and have a look. Then you will realize by yourself. Then only you will get to know, yes, this is the pure truth. And this should be the exact message that had been delivered by Lord Buddha many thousand years back. So, and also during past few weeks, we were discussing about the how your thoughts contribute to build a certain self within you. So as soon as you were born into this world, so you had no such a feeling. You had no such a feeling of your own existence. So we can see by closely examining or closely observing a neonate. So he or she, the little child, little neonate, doesn't know whether he has born or not. He has no idea of the surroundings, and he doesn't know even his own mother. So what happens to him as he grows up, all the worldly perceptions that are being captured through his own senses will make him to feel that he is certain a living being. So then after some years, he recognizes himself as a living kind of being. So then he gets to know his own name. He gets to know his surroundings, his relationship. He tries to build up his own relationships between, firstly, with the members of his own family, then with the society. So all these things, all these relationships, all these responsibilities, all these worldly objects collectively contribute to establish a self feeling within him. So after establishment of the self feel, then onwards he tends to work, he tends to perform, he tends to execute whatever the activity he does with the feeling of self. So I'm the he from that day onwards he will think I am the one who is studying in this school. I'm the one who is making the friends there. So there, and these are my parents, these are my teachers, so on. So then after sometimes after being graduated from the high school, then he'll think, no, I am an graduate. So likewise, whatever the things happen externally, collectively further solidify the nature of the existence, the notion of the self. So starting with nowhere, now this child or this person has an internal kind of develop certain feeling of his own. Uh, 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 he has an internally a certain kind of a feeling that he is an existing living being. So then he gets certain kind of a feeling that some other day, as the rest of the other living beings, he has to say goodbye to this world as well. So for that, until that, he keeps working, studying, collecting things, making relationships, and all the things he engages in all these things. But within him, he has a certain idea of that some other day he has to face for his own death. Unknowingly, the fear of death, fear for the death will get also developed gradually. So when he grows older, after finishing up all the engagements he had, after finishing his all engagements he had with the society and with the family and all these things, then what will happen at later stages of his life, then this fear for the death will become more prominent. So at the end stages of the life, he will get certain kind of a suffering with that particular thought. So then he tries to get rid of this particular kind of pain. So for that, he might be choosing certain he might be doing he might starting to do to engage in certain religious activities, expecting to have a better life after the death, because he has no hope now, because anyway he has to face for his own death. So at least he needs some assurance that life after the death would be a better one also. Uh, to achieve that thing, then he tries to engage in certain religious activities that will make some kind of soothing effect, or that will bring about a certain kind of a relief for him. So during his entire life, as he believed there was a person, or there was a living being within him, this ultimate suffering was there, always with him. So this suffering was there, entangled to his life throughout the period. So why is that? Because he thinks that he is a living being. He is alive. So, but if he had the same feeling throughout his life, that the feeling that was there just after being born, throughout his life, will there be a fear of death for him? No, because we discussed it as we discussed earlier. So just after being born until uh, first few years, uh, maybe up to age of 3 or 4, this little kid didn't have those kind of feelings, because at that stages, in that early stages, in those early stages, he hadn't developed a certain self identity within him. But after development of after establishment of a notion of the self, the suffering had started. So if we could live the entire life without a self, so think how much his life would be easy for him. So the mind that he had at the very early stages of his life is the radiant mind. So that radiant mind has gone, and it has been filled up with the worldly perceptions and worldly engagements and all these things, and everything started ruining. The mind when so flooded with different kind of perceptions. So those things contributed in establishing a self for him. So everything happened automatically. He didn't involve in this creation of this self within him. Neither others do not also getting involved in this process. Got involved in this process. It automatically happened. So people think that is the nature. But you have to understand it. If you could stay with the radiant mind throughout your entire life, that is the most easiest and happiest life you had ever got. Because just observing at little children, so we can see how much freedom they have. That that they are very free. They don't have that much constrained minds. They are so pure. They are so genuine. But what will happen to that genuineness? It will all vanish as you grow up. Why is that? Because your mind gradually will be flooded by different kinds of thoughts. So that will bring, along with the thoughts, the ill will, aversion, hatred, all these things will be carried. So that will make your radiant mind full of dirt. Now you have a dirty mind. So this dirty mind will give you suffering. In some instances, you might get certain happiness. You by watching a movie or listening to music, so you try to give some kind of a comfort to your own mind, but that will remain for a very shorter period. Again, this restlessness, anxiety, all these things will come along with the thoughts. So again, what will happen unknowingly, all the things contribute to establish a self within you, a living being within you. So that particular living being is now afraid of his own death, afraid of the death. He gets certain feeling of scary feeling about his own death. So that's why Lord Buddha said, birth per se will be a pain. So we have to know why we can't stay with a radiant mind during our entire life. So nature didn't allow us to stay so. So why is that? Because the perceptions that got created within your own senses collectively made a world for you. So you got these perceptions as true things. Then of course what has happened next? You also believed a person or living being is living within me. So I call him this particular name. So from that day onwards, this particular person is trying to comfort himself in any means. So all this happened because he took these worldly perceptions as real things. But actually he didn't take them intentionally. That as he didn't know these are perceptions, he had to take them as real things. So that part is known as the ignorance. Due to the ignorance, because we didn't know the way these worldly perceptions have been, the way that worldly perceptions had got created, we believed that these are real things. So that is the way how the nature behaves. The senses keeps on creating certain perceptions repetitively again and again. So as they were producing the same kind of perception again and again, there is a tendency to feel that perception as a real thing. So no one did it voluntarily. That is the way how nature behaves. So nature gives the same signal again and again. So unknowingly, it is compelled for us to believe that these perceptions are real. So the world, after forming the perception of the light, or the perception of the sound, or the tactile stimulation, so all these perceptions come together to form the worldly perceptions. So as an example, we take the easiest thing as the chair. So chair is a perception. So we are as, sorry, as we are having similar kind of sensors, the perception that got created using the similar kind of sensors, we tend to believe them as real. So this is a chair for human beings, but it could not be a chair for a other living being. So they have different kind of different word perceptions. So their perceptions might be different from ours. So as we are as human beings, we share, we have similar kind of senses. So that's why as human beings we see, or we perceive the same kind of perceptions. So for human beings, this is a chair. But for other animal, they don't know what it is even. They might not see this as the way we see this chair. So they might see the chair as a black and white kind of flat kind of image. So because their senses collectively make different kind of a perception for them. So we are the human beings are saying then this is a chair, but that is not valid for the other. That is not valid for the other kind of animals. So the world we are dealing, or the world we are interacting, is made up of our own senses. It is not the universal truth. So none of the animals, none of the living beings have seen the absolute truth, because their capacity of seeing the world is limited by the limitations of the senses. So usually the humans can only hear 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz range of sounds. So the sounds below that particular range and the sounds over that particular range we can't hear. So as we don't hear these sounds, can we say there are no sounds? There might be. There might be. There might be different kind of sound, but we might not be hearing those things. So are we seeing the absolute nature of the world? No, we can't say so. So the colors we are seeing through the eyes might not be the exact color that is existing in the world, and the same object will be seen in different colors by different animals. So the cow, so they see the world as red color world. So, and some animals do not have this color vision, and some animals they are seeing more vibrant colors than humans. So what would be the actual world? Are we seeing the real world, or do they see the real world? So because the capabilities of our senses will limit the scope that we see, that we feel, that we hear. Only way that we can understand the world by this acquiring this penetrative insight. What is this penetrative insight? So you can just logically think, because you are having such a higher graded mind. You have the ability to think what should be the real world. So how this world has got created, who am I? Am I also becoming a part of the same world? All the things can be thought, can be logically mm, mm, think and see. So it will enable you to understand the real nature of the world. So that could be your penetrative insight. What Lord Buddha said is, come and have a look. The way how your world got formed. And he also assisted in many ways to give by giving a certain kind of a concept. So that concept is known as this Skanda Vigraha, or the explanation of aggregate. So how the initial vibration will lead to formation of the so-called self. So that will be explained through this Skanda Vigraha, or the explanation of 5 aggregates. So in Pali terms, I would say Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankhara, Vijnana. So these are the 5 aggregates as explained by the Lord Buddha. So actually, there's no such a thing called 5 aggregates. But for the sake of understanding the nature of the real world, Lord Buddha came up with some kind of a concept. So that will, if you try to understand realize this concept, you will get a certain understanding of the nature of the world. So it is a kind of a guideline. It is not to be memorized, or it is a certain kind of a concept, or it can serve as a certain guideline to acquire this penetrative insight. So every Buddha who has gone so far came with this similar kind of this same kind of the concept. So that concept is known as dependent origination Dhamma, or in Pali terms, Patitha Samuppada Dhamma, how the initial formation would lead to formation of a self. So you think, as I said earlier, now you think that you are a living human being. So Lord Buddha tried to explain through his concept the way how so-called feeling got created. So in other words, so you are thinking you have certain consciousness. How this consciousness was formed. So nowadays, the modern scientists say the consciousness is the Um, the consciousness is the basic thing that would bring about the world. That means the your world is getting developed around this around your consciousness. So that differs from one person to another. So modern day scientists believe there's a certain thing called consciousness, and that they believe that this is the nature. So there should be a person or an observer to have this particular called consciousness. So that is according to their understanding, the consciousness is the basic thing that would enable to create the entire world around this consciousness. But Lord Buddha said this consciousness also got created according to a certain system. So the way how the so-called consciousness got created is explained through this cause and effect Dhamma. So as I said earlier, in simpler terms, how the initial vibration created a certain called a self kind of feel or self kind of consciousness is explained through this Paticcasamuppada or the dependent origination. So it is very important. I started this today's explanation by highlighting the importance of a radiant mind. That radiant mind didn't have a certain feeling of its own existence. But ultimately, what has happened, a living being got developed, a feeling of a living being got developed as he grows up. So that is the problematic, that is the main reason to get this entire suffering. So what we have to understand here is what Lord Buddha said is, even though you think that there is a person or there is a living being within me, within you, that is a false kind of belief. Because you don't know the truth, you are thinking like that. You keep on thinking like that. It is a certain kind of a misconception. Because of your ignorance, you tend to believe that there is a person within me or within you. So if you understand, if you able to understand the way how this conscious feeling is brought about, then you will understand there is no way of creating a self within it. It's only another kind of a thought. So Lord Buddha said that you are thinking that you are a living being. So that makes you to that which put you in trouble. So if you able to see this truth, if you able to see how this self feeling got created, then you will understand there is no way of there's no such a living being within that particular feeling. So it is so difficult to understand, and it is so very difficult to explain either. So that's why Lord Buddha said, even if you can split a hair of a horse into 100 pieces, into 100 splits after shooting an arrow towards it, it will be possible, but understanding this truth is not maybe harder than that. So, uh, so understanding this Paticcasamuppada or the dependent origination is the only way out. So it basically says, as I said earlier, the formation of self. It gives a certain. It explains through different stages how your so-called self got created. So people think this mind uh, is always with them. So we believe that mind is mine. I am the one who is thinking. So these are my thoughts. So my mind behaves the way that I want. So, but this is not true. So if you can ever control your mind, just think whether you can stop thinking, whether you can prevent coming thoughts into your mind. No way. So even though you try to do so, from that moment onwards, the flooding of thoughts will be more. So as you try to suppress your mind, it will generate more and more thoughts. So that is the way how your mind behaves. So then it comes another question. It comes to another question. What is so-called mind? The mind is not other than the thought. The rapidly flow of the thoughts can be known as a mind. The notion of the self, the name, the occupation, the social status, relationships, all your age, your belongings, all the things are there as thoughts in the mind. So as they keep coming again and again, we tend to believe that these are real things. So I believe this is my name. I believe I believe these things are my social commitments, and these are my social responsibilities, and these are my belongings, and all the things are there as thoughts. So collectively, all these thoughts represent your mind. In that particular mind, you get a certain kind of another thought that you are a human and you are a living being. So all these things are thoughts. That's why Lord Buddha said in Pali, Chitte niyati loko. So that means your mind is your world. Now you know how your mind got, the way how the mind got created with the thoughts. The rapidly flow of thought makes you to feel like a constant type of a mind. But you can't assign certain place for your mind. So where it is? Within your body or within your brain? So if you dissect the brain, you only see the neurons and neurotransmitters only, and maybe blood vessels. Can you able to find a mind there? No. Due to the due to the interactions that are happening within the neurons of the brain, certain thoughts come. Due to the speed that the thoughts are emerging, you will feel that it's kind of a permanent mind. It has a permanent mind, but it is not. The building block of the mind is the thought. So if you are able to understand what the thought is, then you will then it won't be a difficult thing to understand your mind, because mind is a rapidly flowing thoughts. So what Lord Buddha said, just analyze and see how the thought has been formed, the way that thought got formed. So if you analyze further into the thought, if you analyze further the thought, so you will realize there is none other than the different perceptions that have been captured from your senses. So chair is a thought. Your name is a thought. So your mother is a thought. Your car is a thought. Your vehicle is a thought. So everything is a thought. So how these thoughts got formed? From the perceptions that are received from or captured from or generated from your own senses. So all these thoughts have similar kind of a structure. For humans, it contains name, forms, and contact. So name is the field that was generated from the rapidly forming vibrations. So how these vibrations took place? Due to the telepathization. So we discussed earlier. So due to the telepathization, there would be a repeating kind of vibrations. So this vibration will carry a certain kind of energy. So that energy will give certain feel. That feel is able to project a form, a certain kind of a perception. So that perception might be in the form of light. So we tell that is your vision. That is the where your I was born. Similarly, the initial vibration will give rise to, if it will give rise to certain field, that field happens to create a sound kind of a perception. That is the point where your ear faculty is born. That is your hearing. So, and also the bodily contact will also happens in the same way. So you think I felt the solidity of the of that particular perception, but it is not so. It is due to the telepathization of the vibration of the of your same skin sensor. So that will project a certain feel of solidity. So all these things will combine together to form a different kind of a perception. That is the chair. So the chair perception of the chair consists of all the characteristics of the initial perceptions. So it has the light. So that's why it is, the chair is visualized in red color, and we know it is called, then the name of the chair. It may be a sofa, may be a revolving chair, it may be a armchair, it may be another chair made with cane, and all these things. And also you have a certain idea that that particular perception also has the solidity or the texture of the chair. So all these perceptions are there in one single perception now. But you are still dealing with a perception. So, but unfortunately, what has happened, as you tend to believe that the life as a real thing, you also feel this chair is an existing kind of a thing, because this existence was confirmed by your skin sensor as well. So it from through your skin sensor, it gives certain kind of a 3D feeling for that. So you didn't know it happens due to the telepathization. But we tend to feel it is a solid 3D kind of object. So that makes you to feel that it is a chair is a real one. So in order to feel the real existence of the chair, there should be a living being to perceive that particular real feeling. So unknowingly, the self who is living gets created from the other side, at the other side. So that is the way how yourself has been formed. This has to be very clear. So what happens if you understand this Dhamma? What happens if you when you understand this particular process? So initially with this understanding, you were dealing with the perception, that is the light. It is just a perception. It is just a projection. So as the telepathization occurred, you saw a certain light. So that was the vision. Actually, if if there were another kind of animal, he might not be seeing this particular color. So the color that you have seen as red, it is not a real thing. It is not true. And also the people, humans only say this is a chair. So even though you tell to another kind of animal, they don't understand what it is. So what you heard is not real as well. And also the feeling of the solidness that you perceive through the skin sensor. So it is relevant for your sensors. But if the sensor is not there, so you don't feel the solidness of the chair. So for an instance, if your the finger bits gone numb, you don't feel this solid feeling. Even you do not feel that you are touching the any particular so-called object. So can you see it is a true kind of a feeling? No. So that feeling is also a false kind of a feeling. So after collecting all these kind of feelings, the ultimate formation of the chair, will it be a real thing? No. With the understanding only you get to know that the chair that you are interacting with is not a real thing. So likewise, whatever you see in the world as worldly perception, those are not real. So it comes only through the understanding, the mechanism, how it gets formed. So the me, my, mind concept is also a false kind of a belief. So you thought that the image that you saw, the reflection that you saw in the mirror as you, so it was a misconception. Again, your senses collectively created certain kind of a figure in the mirror. So you tied up the feeling of the self to that particular figure. From that point onwards, you were thinking, I am a such kind of a fellow. So my hair is like that, my skin complexion is like that, and all the things were there after that. So due to these misconceptions, see how your world become a real thing for you. But with the understanding of this cause and effect Dhamma, or the dependent origination Dhamma, you will get to know the me, my, mind concept is also a misconception. So if it is a misconception, the so-called consciousness that was there with you, would it be a correct kind of a thing, absolute kind of a thing? No. The so-called consciousness is not a real existing thing as well. So, but as I told you, but the modern scientists still believe there is certain kind of a consciousness. So it as a true thing. But what Lord Buddha said is the so-called consciousness either not a real thing. So that is realized, that can be realized only through understanding this Dhamma. That's why Lord Buddha said, this is the only way of understanding the truth. So once you understand there's no such a living being within yourself and no such a kind of consciousness, so-called consciousness within you, that everything that you perceive, that you deal with, that you interact with, you don't feel like they are real. But your senses keep working as usual, as normal. So the illusion will be made as previously, will be created as earlier, but you do not uh, get them as real things. In your even you feel that yourself is not real. At the state that you are feeling that yourself is not real either. So would it be useful to assign certain kind of a value to the rest of the worldly things? No. So this is the how the value to these particular, the clinging towards these worldly perceptions drops. So that will lead to dissolve the self. This is the path. So the feeling of the dissolvement of the diminishment of the self is the absolute feel of the path. Path means the way to non-vibration. So you are now reversing the way that you have been going. So you have been moving towards that strengthening your soul, but now you are going backwards because you, with the understanding, you, with the realization, you knew, you got to know that there is no such a living being within me and there is no so-called consciousness as well. Then whatever the thing comes to you, you don't take them as real from that point onwards. So the initial clinging you had with them now tends to dissolve. So the clinging towards yourself also starts to subside gradually. So that will end up with the total state of non-vibration. So that would be the Nibbana state. So that will enable to keep the full stop to your entire samsaric journey. So it will stop your circle of birth. So we can discuss further tomorrow as well. So I took a few minutes from the following next sermon as well. Sorry for that. So until tomorrow, I'm saying goodbye and Thiruvassalamai to all of you. Thank you very much for listening.